Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wait. Su Lang and Su Ruyan hadn't gone far when a voice called out from behind. Luo Lin opened the door and said, "Are you going to the laboratory building? Can you take me along?" Tao Tao peeked out from beside the door, looking at Su Lang and Su Ruyan with expectant eyes, though it was unclear what exactly she was hoping for. All right, Su Lang nodded in agreement. He just happened to have some details about the evolution serum he wanted to ask Luo Lin. "Thank you, I'd like to see what the laboratories here look like." Luo Lin replied, then led Tao Tao out of the dorm and closed the door behind them. After the group of four had walked some distance, Su Ruyan suddenly looked at Luo Lin and her daughter and asked, "Going out for floor sweeping might involve danger. Do you still plan to bring Tao Tao along in this situation?" Luo Lin paused in her step then said, "Yes, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving her at home. You could have her stay at our dorm." Su Ruyan's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Luo Lin, feeling the latter shouldn't have failed to consider this point. This woman, Luo Lin, possessed a cautiousness particular to research personnel. "That I wouldn't feel at ease with," Su Lang joked. Luo Lin's expression remained normal as she smiled and said, "Tao Tao can be a bit mischievous at times." Su Lang turned his face to look ahead, but inwardly his mind sharpened. His sixth sense had detected something off about Luo Lin just now. Tao Tao really did have some issues. "Luo Lin, Golden Revolution shouldn't be the upper limit of evolution serums, right?" Su Lang asked. "No, evolution serums are the crystallization of nationwide scientific research efforts, with the ultimate goal of turning humans into gods. Golden Revolution is only a second-tier serum." Luo Lin shook her head. "What is the first-tier evolution serum?" Su Lang pressed. Luo Lin fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. "The most cutting-edge project is codenamed Demigod. It alters a person at the genetic level. The most perfect demigod serum is called Prometheus, which can grant someone the ability to foresee the future. That's all I know." The scene fell into a momentary silence as Su Lang and Su Ruyan digested this information. "What about serums beyond that?" Su Lang glanced sideways at Luo Lin, his perception fully activated. "Serums beyond that are only semi-finished products. Don't think I can manufacture them." Luo Lin sighed. "Actually, I'm starting to fear these so-called evolution serums somewhat." Su Lang didn't care whether Luo Lin was afraid or not and asked, "So, can you manufacture demigod serums?" "That depends on the existing conditions." Luo Lin gave Su Lang a deep look. "The mutation probability after injecting a demigod serum is as high as 89.1%. "Mutation?" Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Luo Lin explained. "Yes, mutation into monsters like zombies. The powerful vitality of the evolution serum doesn't allow the recipient to die. So even if your brain dies thousands upon thousands of times, you'll still be alive, living as a monster. The more powerful the serum, the stronger its immortality. Those who cannot withstand the potency of Golden Revolution will mutate into tyrants. And those who cannot withstand demigod serums will become abominations. Undying abominations." By the end, clear fear was evident in Luo Lin's eyes. This, however, only piqued Su Lang's interest. Upon further questioning, he learned that undying abominations were terrifying zombies that even small missiles couldn't kill. "If only I could upgrade little zombie into an undying abomination, that would be awesome." Su Lang preliminarily judged that the level of an undying abomination was at least level 10 or higher. This meant that entering the exploration mode of the zombie attack event would very likely involve encountering such monsters. No wonder the survival probability in exploration mode was so low. The group seemed to be chatting casually, but in reality, Su Lang had already used his sixth sense to probe out a lot of information. And Luo Lin was completely unaware of all this. The sixth sense was too useful, just like a mine detector, leaving no lies hidden. Luo Lin's biggest secret was Tao Tao was a successful recipient of a demigod serum. The fact that the mother and daughter could traverse the blood mist certainly wasn't ordinary, but Su Lang hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. Luo Lin herself was straightforward, admitting she had used Golden Revolution. The laboratory building had 5 floors. Its footprint wasn't vast, but it wasn't small either. In some hidden areas, Su Ruyan had set up some signals. This time, none of those signals had been disturbed. This indicated no one had come to the laboratory building. Tao Tao had hardly ever been out exploring. Now, arriving at the laboratory building, her face was full of wonder. It feels so much like the place where you work, Mom. Luo Lin smiled dismissively. The laboratory building was worlds apart from where she used to work. If not for the dorm survival game being able to yield all sorts of unreasonable items, she truly wouldn't have had the confidence to replicate the evolution serum. Su Lang had already collected most of the necessary items for her. Next, the four began searching for supplies. As a result, Luo Lin found yet another key item needed to replicate the evolution serum. The progress towards mass-producing evolution serums was getting closer and closer. Roughly half an hour later, Su Lang and his group had searched every corner of the laboratory building. The total value obtained from this floor sweeping was no less than 100,000 copper coins, which even made Su Lang raise an eyebrow. If he, occupying such a small territory, could have harvested this substantial, then the gains of those dorm owners were unimaginable. As long as you can survive, there won't be any poor people in the dorm survival game. Bread and love will both be available, provided you can survive. On their way back home, Su Lang's group saw two groups of people engaged in a fierce fight. Both sides were already fighting heatedly, but the moment they saw Su Lang, they immediately turned tail and ran. This was the credibility of the civil anti-black group director. Su Lang, do you want to go check out the Merit Tower? Su Ruyan suddenly asked. Having just completed a floor sweeping run, Su Lang was in high spirits and nodded in agreement. Sure, let's go for a walk then. As he spoke, he ruffled Tao Tao's head. Let's take Tao Tao out to play too, okay? Okay, thank you, brother Su Lang. Favors owed, interest compounding. Cultivating a bond with Tao Tao was definitely not a mistake. If the age gap between Su Lang and Luo Lin weren't so large, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a godfather. However, there was one rather strange thing. Even though Su Lang knew the two of them weren't suitable, Luo Lin's comfort level was peculiarly high. Merit Tower. Calling it a tower was a stretch. It felt more like an exhibition hall. 3 monumental plaques stood here, each topped with the dungeon's name, and beneath each title were the players' names. Su Lang's name alone dominated the very first row, 3-time champion, well-deserved. This is also a supply respawn point, but the stuff here is usually pretty ordinary, Su Ruyan said with a smile. I don't know why the dorm added a building like this. It can't just be for praise, right? Luo Lin marveled at the dorm's craftsmanship while also probing for deeper reasons. Su Lang looked at the plaque. The characters were blood red, every stroke radiating dominance. Every dorm has a merit tower. Supposedly it's related to the selection of future dorm owners. A voice abruptly cut in. It was Wu Tong, accompanied by a few regular underlings. Su Lang extended his peripheral awareness to make sure there was no ambush, then said to Wu Tong, "You sure know a lot of information." "How, it's just bits and pieces. My teammates and I are hit-and-run players. We fight at one place, then move on, so we've seen a lot of dorms," Wu Tong said, a hint of regret flashing across his face. "It's a pity we met a Waterloo. Now we can't even change dorms in the future." Luo Lin and her daughter showed no reaction to Wu Tong's casual remark, but Su Lang and Su Ruyan instantly became alert. Once at a gathering, Rainy Night Blade had mentioned this type of player. Hit and run. That meant they couldn't stay in their original dorm anymore. Why couldn't they stay? Because they scammed players viciously. They would lead their floor's monsters into other floors, breaking into dorm doors more viciously than the monsters themselves. That was this type of player's hallmark. "Huh, you've heard of my exploits." Wu Tong's handsome brow lifted, then he shook his head and muttered quickly to himself, "No, you should know about my type of player. Who told you? This is only a third-cycle dorm. You shouldn't have met my kind of player. Wait, you aren't connected with players from other dorms, are you?" Via radio. As this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant gleam ignited in Wu Tong's gaze toward Su Lang. "Tisk, you 6-cycle players are something else. Dorm survival game really is full of hidden experts." Su Lang's eyes narrowed, and he took a light step forward. He spread his arms as if to embrace all 6 of Wu Tong's group. Wu Tong backed up wary. "What are you trying to do?" "You know too much," Su Lang chuckled softly, but inside he was calculating. Was it really necessary to kill Wu Tong and the others? "Wait, don't go crazy." Wu Tong's face changed drastically. Every step Su Lang took forward made Wu Tong retreat another step. "I didn't come to pick a fight. Don't harbor such murderous intent. This dorm is perfect for breeding. I want to cooperate with you." Breeding dorm, as the name implied. Breeding other players like livestock, using lives as offerings to monsters to force the dorm's difficulty down. The breeder would gain sick, bone-scraping items and skills. This was the most evil gameplay imaginable, without equal. Su Lang halted suddenly. His eyes turned gradually crimson as he stared at the 6 of them, his index finger twitching as if gripping a knife. No more hesitation now, how dare they think like that on his turf? Besides, these people probably had deep karmic stains from all their killings, right? Run, Wu Tong shouted and bolted, damn. Isn't Su Lang supposed to be a killing star? How is he not a righteous lunatic? The six fled like a gust of wind, racing away from the Merit Tower, but Su Lang was faster. He blinked and was instantly behind a female player. The blood pelican blade drew a mournful streak of blood light through the air, and in an instant she fell. When Su Lang decided to strike, he was ruthlessly decisive. His mind held only the urge to kill. Kill, why not kill? He had 3 lives plus a sacrificial effigy and a jade burial suit, why be timid? If he didn't charge now, the butcher sequence would look down on him. As for past camaraderie. Please. I'm about to kill you, do I care whether we ever made a deal? Soft-hearted fools died in the first cycle of dorm survival game. Second brother, control him, Wu Tong was stunned. He hadn't expected Su Lang's speed and decisiveness. A bald man's eyes became black whirlpools as he locked onto Su Lang. The next second, blood streamed from his eyes and his legs buckled. As he tried to peer into Su Lang's mind, he saw countless terrifying, shocking images, and his spirit was severely damaged. In the blink of an eye, Su Lang had already severed that female player's arm with one slash. What the hell? Wu Tong roared in fury, but more than anger it was terror, so his curses were loud while his feet were honest. Delicious! Su Lang swung back and beheaded the female player, lips curled high. Previously, he had killed trash players, but only vile players like this deserved to die beneath the blood pelican blade. Killing the female player immediately increased the blood's soul sharpness by 3 points. Fire! A flame dragon erupted, blotting out Wu Tong and his group's vision. Left! Wu Tong reacted quickly, following his perception skills prompt, glancing left. His squad's coordination was tight. Their attention shifted leftwards and their skills were primed. But they didn't see Su Lang, only a mass of night. The next instant, a streak of blood light burst from the darkness, splitting a player's chest open. Wu Tong's pupils constricted. Without a word, he flung 3 throwing knives into that dark mass and released an AoE Windblade skill. The other players reacted fast too. Panicked, they used their ultimate abilities. Night shimmered. Su Lang's speed was extreme, and in a flash he'd moved to the other side. How is this possible? Wu Tong was horrified. Unless Su Lang's physique was over 100, he couldn't have that speed. Could he have a higher-tier vampire blood pact? Not only did Su Lang have a higher-tier vampire blood pact, it was 2 ranks above Wu Tong's, so his burst ability was obviously incomparable. Monster, die for me. One player couldn't bear the pressure, pulled out a flamethrower and squeezed the trigger at Su Lang. Su Lang instantly widened the distance. His form wrapped in polar night and combined with speed, he flickered in and out like constant teleportation. Wu Tong's group huddled backs to backs. At that moment, a hand grenade sailed through the air. Another patch of polar night appeared on the battlefield. It was Su Ruyan. Boom, the grenade exploded and Su Lang surged forward again. Speed plus 6 cents plus bullet time let him dodge almost every attack. He didn't care about durability, he simply hacked and slashed with everything he had. The blood pelican blade was still only a level 4 weapon. Its edge had chipped in several places, but the results were gratifying. Of Wu Tong's 6, everyone except Wu Tong himself was dead. Damn you, Su Lang, I will expose your radio dealings, Su Lang, you're finished. Wu Tong was drenched in blood, staggering toward the dorm, leaving a long crimson trail on the floor. Su Lang carried the blood pelican blade, trailing far behind. Wu Tong had been cut into a stunned mess. Even now he believed he'd been targeted because he knew Su Lang's secret. The dorm lights were on and many places had street lamps. In the darkness, players watched from the shadows. Some had been drawn by Wu Tong's ranting in the chat room and came out into the corridor. Holy crap. What happened to boss Wu Tong? Look at the chat room, Wu Tong's tenants' names have all dimmed. They're already dead. Is Su Lang the great demon king killing again? Help, is he really going to kill all of us? What the hell? Can someone tell me what Su Lang even is? It seems he has a radio. Wu Tong found out Su Lang the great demon king's secret. Many players trembled with fear. Right now they wanted to shout murder, but the words stuck in their throats and wouldn't come out. Wu Tong finally collapsed in front of the dorm. Su Lang stepped forward on blood-tinted moonlight and inspected Wu Tong's wounds like a butcher choosing the fattest cuts. Wu Tong had only 3 cuts on him, but each was extremely deep and long. He bled out in the end. Su Lang's constitution was over 50, plus vampire regeneration, and he still needed advanced healing items to recover. Wu Tong stood no chance. This bleeding effect is interesting, much stronger than paralysis or poison. It's already over. Cao Yaxuan, Wang Yazhai, Tong Qi, Sherry, and Su Xiaomeng all walked out from the dormitory building together. Su Lang nodded, his gaze falling on Tong Qi. Tong Chi instantly understood, released her ghost pets, and came forward to perform body looting. During this rest cycle, Tong Chi had improved significantly. Her ghost pets were all at least level 4 now, with the highest one reaching level 6. That level 6 ghost pet was bought from Kirby. It was called the Golden Blade Ghost, possessing extremely strong lethality and decent defense. It's worth mentioning that if Tong Chi hadn't adopted an extreme stat allocation method, she wouldn't be able to control so many ghost pets. How to improve Tong Chi's physical defense had been a problem everyone in Dorm 200 had been considering. And now, with high-quality ghost pets, this problem seemed to have naturally resolved itself. With a bunch of ghosts protecting her and coordinating in an orderly manner who would dare get close. Now, they just needed to arrange a perception skill for Tong Chi to avoid being instantly killed. All the equipment on Wu Tong's body was stripped off by the ghost pets. Su Lang glanced over it and estimated the total value wouldn't be less than 300,000 copper coins. This guy is really rich. This time we'll open the treasure chests ourselves. Let's not sell the room keys for now. Su Lang chuckled lightly, then lowered his head to check the Blood Pelican Blade's attributes. 6 lives taken, increasing sharpness by 22 points. Wu Tong had the most blood on his hands, providing 7 points of sharpness all by himself. Tusk tusk, what a hard life I've been living before. The Blood Pelican Blade's 150-point lethality increase was maxed out in just 2 days. I'll go back and pick up the others' equipment. From the shadows, Su Ruyan deactivated her Polar Night domain and spoke. While Su Lang was chasing Wu Tong, she had been providing covert support the entire time. Let's go together. Su Lang put away the Blood Pelican Blade. On the way to the Merit Tower, Cao Yakshuan asked about the details of what happened. These people actually wanted to play the breeding dorm game. That's just too much, Tong Chi exclaimed, both shocked and angry. They truly deserved to die, Wang Yajai frowned. Players who follow the evil path will ruin the dormitory environment, harming others without benefiting themselves. Sherry pursed her lips and said, we need to be more careful with players who transfer here in the future. Players who transfer are either unwilling to be subordinate to others, dissatisfied with their original dormitory environment, or simply couldn't survive in their original dorm. They all have problems to some degree. I need to tell the other players about this. Cao Yakshuan looked at Su Lang seriously. Su Lang bore too much infamy. This was a righteous act. She didn't want Su Lang to take the blame for it again. Pa, wait, that's wrong. Every time Su Lang kills, it should be a righteous act. The day of his redemption is today. All right. Su Lang thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. But don't say too much, otherwise some scum might come to me looking for handouts. Okay. Su Lang and his group ran into Luo Lin and her daughter on the way, so they went together to collect the bodies. Tong Chi kept observing Tao Tao and Luo Lin's expressions. She noticed the two women didn't have any extreme reactions to Su Lang killing people or to the corpses, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Lin and her daughter were considered half part of their own group. She didn't want any ideological disagreements between the mother-daughter pair and Dorm 200. After collecting all the spoils, Su Lang gave Luo Lin a share of copper coins too. During the previous battle, Luo Lin had also fired her gun to help, effectively disrupting Wu Tong's team's formation. Afterwards, Su Lang went to Dorm 14 to open the treasure chests. On the way, he saw Wu Tong's corpse. An idea struck him and he cast the corpse refining art on it. Wu Tong wobbled as he stood up, his eyes vacant. What's your name? Su Lang asked. Wu Tong. Wu Tong's mouth made muffled sounds, but one could vaguely make out what he was saying. Su Lang's eyes lit up. The corpse refining art has decent potential, it's worth upgrading. The people in the corridor hadn't completely dispersed. Seeing Su Lang controlling the corpse, they immediately sent photos to their friends and family. Cao Yakshuan's earlier explanation was instantly rendered useless. What redemption? He's even more notorious now, damn it, killing people and controlling corpses. This is a super evil path player. Tang Zi also received the message but didn't jump to conclusions. Tang Zi. Su Lang's rapid development doesn't necessarily mean he's taken the evil path. Yo gang, shit anyway, Cao Yakshuan's reason for Su Lang killing Wu Tong doesn't hold water with me. Where are there any good people in the dormitory buildings? Su Lang asked a few more complex questions, but Wu Tong couldn't answer them. So Su Lang took out the Blood Pelican Blade and gave the latter a clean decapitation. After doing this, Su Lang hurriedly checked the blood soul sharpness, then sighed in disappointment. The blood soul sharpness didn't increase. Can't exploit this bug. Only natural, Cao Yakshuan patted Su Lang's shoulder, comforting him. Guo gang, what about now, chopping heads for fun? Tang Zi, anyway, let's just stay far away from him in the future. Su Lang's bug-hunting behavior scared another wave of people. They immediately didn't dare look anymore, shutting their doors tightly. If the Mad King dormitory building had many children, this kind of story would definitely spread. Now, if you don't sleep, Su Lang will come for you, Tilda. Wu Tong's family assets were truly abundant, with a total value no less than 1 million copper coins. Of course, that's including the fixed assets. Su Lang didn't dismantle the turret or the main door. Instead, he listed the key to Dorm 14 for sale on the trading network. Initially, Su Lang thought it might not sell and he'd have to lower the price later. But surprisingly, it was bought not long after by the number 2 person on the first floor, Bei Moing. I still underestimated how rich the players are. Su Lang was taking a shower when he heard the sale success notification and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Game countdown 5 hours 30 minutes. Base Nightmare Coins 120. Conversion rate 782%. Total 8-hour production 1058 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 3232. Tusk didn't save enough Nightmare Coins to upgrade the main door once directly. Feels like I'm not wearing any clothes. Upgrading the chili yesterday cost over 1,000 Nightmare Coins. Otherwise, I could have saved up to 4,000 now. Su Lang didn't get up immediately. Instead, he leaned against the headboard and skimmed through the recent chat room activity and private messages. Then he opened his personal information panel. Apart from checking his Nightmare Coin gains after waking up, he had developed another post-wake-up habit. That was checking for changes in his personal attributes. Constitution 68, Spirit 32. Tei Truchi 4 portions. During this rest cycle just from cultivation, Su Lang's constitution increased by 11 points, and his spirit increased by 6 points. His total attributes added up to exactly 100 points. If he didn't have such strong attributes, Su Lang wouldn't have been able to suppress and kill Wu Tong's team. The only regret was that after that battle, the Jade Burial Suit's durability dropped to single digits, rendering it completely unusable. So Su Lang was now also considering whether to fuse the Jade Burial Suit. After all, at this point, if we're really talking about lethality, he's already no less formidable than a level 5 or 6 turret. Whatever, I'm not a reckless brute. Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door strengthened for me. Let me see your limit. In the fusion dream, everything was gray and hazy, with wisps of gray mist drifting all around. A line of text appeared before Su Lang's eyes. Sequence, skill, item, facility. There's actually a sequence option. Su Lang's spirit was instantly roused, almost jolting him out of this hazy dream. Immediately, he selected the sequence option without hesitation. Fusible sequence, Butcher. Sequence fusion has no restrictions. Fusion effect does not depend on compatibility, only on the degree of awakening. The Nightmare Lord sequence actually didn't appear in the fusion list. Su Lang had just been wondering what would happen if the Nightmare Lord sequence fused with the Butcher sequence. Would he gain an ability like I excel at killing in dreams? After studying it for a while, Su Lang exited the sequence fusion option and chose facility fusion. It couldn't be helped. Sequence fusion was tempting, but he currently didn't have a second sequence. What a shame, Category 1 facilities can't be fused into Category 2 facilities. Otherwise, fusing the surveillance camera into the door would let me exploit a loophole. Among all facilities, the door was still the most crucial for resisting monsters. So for this final fusion opportunity before the battle began, Su Lang gave it to the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. The best facilities to fuse with the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door were wealth-related. However, wealth-type facilities were extremely rare, as were items, especially in the early stages. Fortunately, this time Su Lang had found a ready-made good piece from Kirby, perfect for use as a secondary fusion material. Golden Dragon Cannons. Type Attack Turrets. Level 5. Lethality 188. Attack speed normal. Ammunition 400 copper coins per attack. Effect 1 Sudden Wealth. When killing a target, its money drop rate increases by 30%. Effect 2 Skilled Thief. When attacking a target, there is a chance to steal money from the target. Durability 400. Deconstruction yields. Gold Powder X7, Gold-Plated Cannon Barrel X1, Golden Dragon Saliva X1. Upgrade condition 900 Nightmare Coins. Introduction: when the cannon roars, 10,000 taels of gold pour in. Although one was a turret and the other was a door, as long as they were both facilities, they could be fused. The Golden Dragon Cannon erupted into a shower of golden light and powder, surging into the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. The next second, a brilliant golden light erupted. Su Lang seemed to hear a phrase. Wow, it's a golden legendary, Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. Type facility. Level 7. Defense 500. Durability 85850. Effect 1 Wealth Energy. Gold, silver, and copper coins can repair durability. Effect 2 Treasure Return. Automatically collects gold, silver, and copper coins in front of the door. Effect 3 Treasure Light Shield. The Jade Toad creates a protective shield every 10 seconds, capable of blocking one attack. Effect 4 Sudden Wealth. Monster money drop rate increases by 30% within a 10-meter radius of the corridor. Effect 5 Bribery. Can bribe one monster daily to cease hostilities. Ceasefire duration depends on the amount of money invested. Deconstruction yields. Jade X70, Gold Thread X70, Gilded Treasure Lacquer X5, Golden Dragon Scale Powder X5, Jade Spirit X1. Upgrade conditions. 8,900 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. When money stands up to speak, all truth remains silent. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The compatibility between the Golden Dragon Cannon and the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door is perfect. The Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door's attributes have been greatly enhanced, and it has gained a new effect. Fuse/reject. If rejected, the Golden Dragon Cannon will transform into 4 Nightmare Essence, settling within the Pleasant Dream. This is insane. Both defense and durability actually increased by 100 points. Is this the charm of fusion? It's too awesome. And it perfectly transferred the sudden wealth attribute to the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door. Isn't this way better than any simple stat increase? This isn't just a 30% increase in copper coin drop rate. It's practically a 30% increase in durability recovery speed. Increase money drop rate, then use money to repair durability. It's a closed loop. This bribery skill also seems incredibly powerful, forcing a ceasefire. Damns. As expected, choosing the right path is more important than anything. Su Lang was utterly shocked and ecstatic. As the great man said, with the right path you'll have guns, you'll have food. With the wrong path you'll lose everything, no matter how much you have. This saying fit his situation perfectly. Compared to level, what he needed more was potential and compatibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so keen on collecting items with rare effects. Previously, collecting rare effects was for upgrading. Now, with the fusion ability, he could save Nightmare Coins. Having achieved one perfect fusion, Su Lang was overjoyed. He grabbed Cao Yaxuan, who was still lazing in bed, and started playing Rocking Horse with her. During the final 3 hours before the game started, another batch of tenants arrived, filling all 200 tenant slots. And something noteworthy happened. A new female tenant arrived alone, code Bei Moing, and became the new floor leader of the first floor. Bei Moing barely warmed his seat as floor leader before being kicked off, which was quite pitiful. Not only that, it was said Bei Moing was almost beaten to death. The newly arrived female Tyrannosaurus was extremely ferocious. When Su Lang saw this woman's photo, he secretly sighed in regret. Just looking at the photo, he could tell her comfort level wouldn't be low. It was just a shame her strength was a bit too high. She probably wouldn't need to seek him out for a while. It's worth mentioning that when Wu Huihui heard about such a formidable female boss arriving, she went to pay her respects immediately, only to be turned away. This woman seemed to be a hard worker. After establishing her position, she began to command the other players on the first floor. The first truly command-type player in Mad King Building has appeared. In Dorm 49, Li Xuan sighed. "Uncle Wen, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Yan asked. He was dressed in a black martial arts uniform with a long spear strapped to his back, looking every bit like a second version of Li Xuan. "It means coordinated combat with orders followed strictly and promptly." Li Xuan smiled. This maximizes everyone's combat potential, but considering players' pride, it's usually hard for a floor leader to achieve this. After all, if you go too far in the first round, others might just run away in the second round. This new first-floor floor leader acted so decisively probably because she recognized that players in Mad King Building couldn't run away. Should we do the same? With your prestige, Uncle Wen, you could definitely command the other players on the third floor. Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled. Li Xuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The timing isn't right yet. Although he had built up some reputation now, his strength hadn't completely surpassed that of the other veteran players. But that day wasn't far off either. Li Xuan looked at Li Wenwen, his old heart swelling with pride. Dormitory broadcast. The fourth game cycle of the Mad King Dormitory Building officially begins. This round's game is titled Happy Halloween, and the duration of this game is indefinite. This round will feature 10 classic ghost and monster archetypes as unique bosses for each floor, applying interesting special buffs to the entire building. To ensure the personal safety of the players and the quality of players on each floor, players cannot travel to other floors before defeating their floor's boss. Similarly, a boss cannot travel to other floors before killing all players on its own floor. Hint, each boss has its own weakness. Find the weakness and defeat them, otherwise the game will continue indefinitely. Enduring suffering is simple, but change is undoubtedly more profound. As soon as the dormitory broadcast finished, all the players were shaken and the chat room instantly boiled over. 174 Joe Dakshing. Good heavens, it's another 10-boss round. What heinous crime did I commit? 66 Mayu, this is a bit abstract. We have to find the weakness to defeat the boss. Does that mean these 10 monsters are all mechanic monsters? 159 Zheng Kai. Damn it, why restrict floor travel? Are you purely trying to nerf me? 88 Cao Bin. At Zheng Kai, not being able to leech points is truly painful. 49 Zhu Yan's. Just as we predicted, this time it's a Halloween theme. 33 Zhang Dahai. Folks, well, this is good. Lang Ji won't be stealing your monsters anymore. Be happy. At this moment, Zhang Dahai's mood was the most complicated. Before the game started, he had been squatting outside. Then, when midnight struck, he was forcibly teleported back to his dorm. In this round, all players must remain on their assigned floor to play the game until the boss is dead. No more roaming the wilds. Big brother Dahai, we can finally fight side by side, Yifan said, his face beaming with excitement. Zairofen, we've always been fighting side by side. Zhang Dahai looked at Yifan with a solemn expression. Big brother Dahai, Yifan was instantly moved to tears. Damn it, Sister Yun, this time it's up to us on the 9th floor alone. In dorm 179, a male tenant cursed loudly. This stupid dorm building, what's with the no-floor traveling nonsense? Yun Yun said with a grim expression. The Mad King building must have noticed something and is deliberately controlling variables. Another female player nodded. Su Lang's playstyle was bound to be targeted. The dorm building doesn't have true sentience, but it does have a set of antivirus and adjustment mechanisms. Why do you all think the dorm building is targeting Su Lang? I think this is just an accident, another middle-aged player shrugged. If floor travel is banned with the strength of Su Lang's dorm, he'd KO the boss monster in 3 minutes. Don't forget, this round's bosses are mechanic monsters. They're not ordinaries. That's true too. Damn it, why nerf us? In dorm 200, Cao Yakshuan gritted her teeth, waving a small fist. This is fine too. Clearing floor by floor is the same, Wang Yajai, who never spoke discouraging words, said with a light laugh. Sister Yajai makes a good point, Tong Chi said with a light chuckle. Having experienced so many battles, Tong Chi and the others had long since built up their confidence. Su Lang, what do you think? Su Ruyan looked at Su Lang, who wore a pensive expression. What do you think? Can we exploit a bug? Su Lang raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented sharp light. What if we intentionally leave one boss alive? Would this round of the game continue indefinitely? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Su Lang, you're truly a genius, Cao Yakshuan praised excitedly. We can give it a try, Wang Yajai laughed. Although she felt the chance of success was low, what if it worked? If they could really capture a boss and imprison it, the Mad King Dormitory Building's game could be directly terminated. Perhaps the Mad King Dormitory Building will end its sinful existence during this very round, Cao Yakshuan said with a smile. Compared to the last round, everyone was much more relaxed this time. Of course, this was also because the monsters hadn't appeared yet. That is, until a certain moment when collective feedback came from the first-floor players. Monsters had appeared on the first floor. From the corridors emerged group after group of ghouls. These were a bunch of level 5 monsters, with the elite ones being level 6. Besides them, a level 8 boss was also prowling the corridors. It was an absurdly fat and bloated monster, resembling a giant hamster, its mouth taking up 2/3 of its head. Glutton. Type monster. Level 8. Skills: starving corpse, devour, insatiable, abyssal maw. Introduction. My stomach is empty. Just as the monsters swarmed the first floor, the dormitory broadcast sounded again. Dormitory broadcast. First floor boss Glutton sends its blessings. Glutton's blessing. All players' hunger rate increases by 100%. Warning 1, the blessing will persist until Glutton is slain. Warning 2, Glutton will not harm players when its attack mechanism is not triggered. Su Lang narrowed his eyes. With the inner light skill active, he could very clearly perceive his hunger rate accelerating. Gurgle tilde. Tong Chi's stomach growled and her face instantly turned red. Cao Yakshuan also felt hunger pangs and exclaimed in shock, "Is this buff that perverse? We just finished eating not long ago. If we don't kill that monster quickly, our dorm will soon face food shortages," Wang Yajai pointed out incisively. But now only the first-floor players can rely on themselves. Suruyan took a deep breath and said, "Someone just tried. There are invisible walls blocking the outer corridors and stairwells." After some thought, the group came to an even more terrifying realization. What if the first floor players aren't wiped out by the monsters and other players can't help them? Wouldn't everyone else starve along with the first floor players? If there's a dorm on the first floor with strong defensive capabilities and happens to have a lot of food stored, then all players would be dragged down. At this moment, the women deeply realized one problem. That is, the dorm survival game has very diverse gameplay. It's not purely a tower defense game. Unless your facility levels are truly extraordinary, it's almost impossible to rely solely on turrets and doors to survive each game cycle unscathed. Personal strength, team coordination, and facility levels are all extremely important. To avoid being targeted, you need to be strong in all aspects. And this is precisely the path Su Lang has been walking. What do we do now? It seems the 10th floor monsters haven't even appeared yet, Cao Yaxuan asked. Wait, Su Lang said firmly. Just then Su Xiaoming spoke up. Lang Ji Qizai is asking for help in the chat room and tagged you. A flash of light passed through Su Lang's eyes as he immediately opened the chat room. Qizai was the newly promoted female dorm owner on the first floor, rumored to have been the CEO of a listed company before, a truly remarkable person. 10 Qizai. At Su Lang at Wu Hui Hui at Yun Yun at. 10 Qizai. In this game, monsters are distributed to each floor in batches. Hand over your resources to us. We'll pool resources to kill the glutton first. We can help you on other floors later once floor travel is possible. You're nobody to tell me what to do. Cao Yaxuan's eyebrows shot up as she spoke with displeasure. PFFT tilde Tong Chi couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. Sister Cao really had a big problem with Qizai. Maybe what she says is right. Wang Yazhai chuckled lightly. But being correct doesn't mean players have to act exactly as she envisions. Many people have set up self-discipline schedules, but how many actually stick to them? The distance between knowing and doing is like a vast chasm. First floor, dorm 10. Sister Zai, probably no one will give us supplies. Su Yuan looked towards a woman with a diamond-shaped face. They will, but very little and only out of respect for my position as floor leader. Qizai stared at the surveillance screen, speaking calmly. Su Yuan had only become Qizai's tenant by a stroke of luck. His personal strength wasn't great, but his sharp mind made Qizai pay him some attention. There were 2 other tenants in dorm 10 with similarly good potential, 1 male and 1 female. Does this have any meaning? A delicate-looking female tenant asked. A plain-looking bespectacled man replied, it has meaning. As long as Sister Zai's predictions are correct enough times, then in the future, what Sister Zai says will be correct, and dorm 10 will be the optimal strategy. Qizai's gaze remained utterly calm, as if she hadn't even heard their conversation. She only spoke to the delicate female tenant in a faint tone. Xiaoyu, the ghouls are attacking dorm 1. Go lure those monsters over here. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded and pushed the door open to leave. Langji, all the small fry on the first floor have been cleared out. Su Xiaoming reported. How long did it take? Su Lang asked. It's been almost half an hour since the game started. Su Xiaoming replied immediately. Su Lang leaned quietly against the sofa, holding the True Ancestors manuscript in his hand, and asked casually, any casualties? 2 people died but no dormitory was breached, Su Xiaoming answered. Nearby, Wang Yazhai's sword practice paused, and Tong Chi also emerged from her cultivation state. This Qizai has a very firm hand. Su Ruyan put down the bottles and jars she was holding and offered a word of praise. She also had crafting-type skills, counting as half a creation path player, though she could only make some low to mid-level poisons and her success rate was quite low. That's true, Wang Yazhai twirled her sword, creating a flower-like pattern. A horde of level 5 and 6 monsters is already very tough, just not exceeding the standard power threshold yet. The Mad King dormitory building was different from other dorms. In other places, monsters exceeding the standard only appeared after several rounds, but the Mad King dormitory building often saw them. After that, everyone chatted for a while longer, when suddenly the dormitory broadcast rang out. Dormitory broadcast. Second floor boss Headless Knight sends his blessings. Headless Knight's blessing. All players' mobility decreases by 20% after leaving their dormitory. A second floor. A warhorse neighed and a knight charged out from the stairwell. The black steed was tall and powerful, its tail and hooves wreathed in flames. The Headless Knight sat astride it, clad in deep-hued black armor that seemed to overflow with black mist. In his hand was a 3-meter-long lance, its tip gleaming with a cold, eerie light. The moment he appeared, he drew attacks from numerous turrets, but he shook them off with rapid maneuvers. After patrolling back and forth 3 times, the Headless Knight suddenly raised his lance and thrust it fiercely at a dormitory door. A hole appeared instantly. Black gold door durability. Its durability plummeted by a third. The player inside was terrified, his heart trembling, nay tilde. The headless knight barely slowed down as he roared past down the corridor. Upon reaching the end, he turned around and charged back again. Raise lance, attack. Clang! The same dormitory door was attacked again. The player inside was on the verge of breaking down, hurriedly asking for help in a small group chat while frantically at Ing floor leader Zhao Liang. Through collective brainstorming, the second-floor players began discussing countermeasures. Before any useful plan could be devised, this player's door was broken open by the Headless Knight. The Headless Knight's pitch-black cloak flared, and a swarm of specters immediately surged inside, killing every player in that room. The second floor had no ordinary mobs, only one terrifyingly powerful, scalp-numbing Headless Knight. And the player whose door was breached wasn't some nobody either. Both his turret and door were level 5, yet he died so cleanly. The Headless Knight was too fast. No one could even capture his stats to post in the chat room. Su Lang's expression turned serious. If this knight appeared on the 10th floor, it would really be a bit troublesome. The Golden Pillar Jade Toad door was a level 7 door, but it hadn't been tested in real combat yet. He didn't know if it had the durability to withstand attacks from something beyond its grade. Repairing the Golden Pillar Jade Toad door cost money, and he currently had nearly 2 million copper coins. Troublesome. I even feel like no dormitory can counter him. Wang Yajai took a deep breath, her gaze distant. Someone used a level 4 grenade on the Headless Knight, and he came out completely unscathed. Cao Yaxuan looked at Su Lang and said, Su Lang, that set of armor he's wearing must be amazing. Wow, so you're actually the greediest one here. Su Lang glanced sideways at Cao Yaxuan, the corner of his mouth twitching as he said, Yaxuan, you're really daring to think and act now, aren't you? Of course, if he dares come to the 10th floor, I'll definitely make him experience the taste of a horse stumbling. Cao Yaxuan tossed her long hair with supreme confidence. I am the Ice and Snow Queen. Lay down an ice path and he'll definitely be finished. Cao Yaxuan's confidence wasn't unfounded. In terms of skill potency, she might actually be number 1 in Dorm 200. Ultimate Frost Energy was a level 10 blood contract. Good, the 10th floor boss is all yours. Su Lang patted Cao Yaxuan's shoulder, wearing an expression of entrusting a heavy responsibility. Hey. Don't mess around, Cao Yaxuan was horrified. A level 10 skill and a level 10 boss were not the same concept. To rival a level 10 boss, you'd need at least a full set of level 10 equipment, plus a reasonably matched set of high-level skills and a series of auxiliary items. Auxiliary items were especially important. The reason Su Lang could kill the pureblood vampire last time was because he had powerful counter items. And this Headless Knight didn't even have minions, which almost certainly meant there were no counter items. I wasn't planning to mess around, Su Lang shook his head. I think we still need to find its weakness. Tongqi frowned, her chest seemingly feeling tighter as she looked at Su Lang. Lang Ji, shouldn't we try to collect some relevant books? She was applying the experience from the second round of Fierce Ghost's return to this round of the game. All right, Su Lang responded. By the way, are you guys hungry? Let's eat a bit more, Sherry patted her stomach and spoke up. Okay. Watching the girls go make food, Su Lang's mind was still preoccupied with the Headless Knight. In Soul-like games, equipment dropped by Knight-type bosses was always top tier. He wondered if Zhao Liang could handle the Headless Knight. 10 Qi, after the glutton appears, the Headless Knight appears half an hour later. The third floor boss will appear in the next hour and a half. 22 Lin Yufu, at Qi, another player on the second floor has had their door broken. Can Sister Qi help analyze this? Tensu Yuan, Qi is very busy. I'll answer on her behalf. Can you figure out the Headless Knight's attack pattern? 22 Lin Yufu, it seems like it attacks after circling 3 times. If that player's door isn't broken, it just circles once and continues attacking that door. Tensu Yuan. That's his attack mechanism, try to interrupt it. Time flew by and the players on the third floor grew tense. On the third floor, Li Xuan and Zhu Yan stood outside their dormitory, staring at the end of the corridor. The next second, a witch riding a broomstick dressed in black and yellow attire materialized in the corridor. Mad Witch. Type Monster. Level 8. Skills, Mystical Broom, Frost Meditation, Fire Magic, Comet Impact. Introduction. Want to experience the ultimate thrill of ice and fire? Ahahaha. The witch's eyes were maniacal, the blood vessels within seeming ready to burst from their sockets. Li Xuan felt his scalp crawl. He immediately turned and pulled Zhu Yan back into the dormitory. Third floor boss Mad Witch sends her blessings. Mad Witch's blessing. Every hour, unleash purgatory fire to burn all dormitory doors. 1.5 hours into the game, nearly 13-player dormitories had been breached. 10 on the second floor, 3 on the first. The glutton had begun attacking. A single glob of its phlegm could corrode a level 4 door. When it encountered players, it was an instant kill. After eating, it would return to the stairwell to sleep, only to emerge again not long after to hunt for food. The situation on the second floor was even worse. To prevent the Headless Knight from completing 3 full circles, all second-floor players had to give their all, as if fighting a blitzkrieg. If not for Zhao Liang having some tricks up his sleeve, it wouldn't be surprising if all the second-floor players were dead. Many players who were originally from Clear Sky University had mentally broken down. Back when Su Lang was around, they had never experienced anything like this. Once the 10th floor monsters were cleared, players like Wu Hui would go to help, resulting in a one-sided slaughter of the monsters. The veteran players maintained their composure, but their pressure had also multiplied exponentially. Forget wiping out a floor in a few hours, they had even heard of floors being wiped out in tens of minutes. It's just that no one expected such a thing to happen to them. This was only the 4th round of the game. They started with 10 mechanical bosses right off the bat, without even releasing minor monsters to give players time to develop. The Mad King building was truly a goddamn bastard. 2 hours into the game, the 4th boss appeared. 4th floor boss Fear Strawman sends its blessings. Fear Strawman's blessing, players gain a new sand value. When sand reaches 0, players will descend into madness. A withered Strawman holding a sickle walked out from the corridor, surrounded by a flock of crows, its appearance terrifying. 5th floor boss Butcher sends its blessings. Butcher's blessing, player bleeding probability increased by 100%. 6th floor boss Pumpkinhead Jack sends his blessings. Pumpkinhead Jack's blessing. Every 2 hours, the ambient temperature increases by 15 degrees. 7th floor boss Pharaoh Mummy sends its blessings. Pharaoh Mummy's blessing. The Pharaoh will release sleep's breath in players' dreams, affecting their rest. 8th floor boss Morning Lady sends her blessings. Morning Lady's blessing. The Morning Lady's husband is dead, please mourn for her. No sounds are permitted in the corridor. 9th floor boss Senior Sister Red Butterfly sends her blessings. Senior Sister Red Butterfly's blessing. Senior Sister Red Butterfly doesn't like money, but she needs you to show attitude. All players' funds are automatically deducted by 5% every hour. 10th floor chat room. 180 nice Zaya Aju. Oh my god, what a malicious blessing. My little money is going to disappear. 181 Liu. What do you think Senior Sister Red Butterfly's attack mechanism is? 180 Wu Hui. The attack mechanism isn't important, the weakness is. 195 Mali, my sand value is dropping. 180 Wang Tingting, at Su Lang Lang Ji you need to be careful. When the 10th floor boss comes out, it might attack you directly. 194 Zhang Feiyan, Lang Ji be careful. 180 Nizaya Aju +1. 186 Zhou Mei. +1. 200 Cao Yakshuan Lang Ji be careful, what about Sister Cao? In Dorm 200, Cao Yakshuan munched on potato chips while idly chatting in the group. The others were also eating snacks, including Su Lang. The food reserves within the entire Mad King dormitory building were being rapidly depleted. Hunger rate increased by 100% taken literally. It might seem like just eating 6 meals a day would suffice, but in reality, it was nothing like that. It was similar to having your breathing reduced by 100%. It wasn't a matter of just taking one more breath. Lang Ji, Zhai Ren's dormitory is being attacked by the Morning Lady, Su Zai Omeng suddenly said. What's going on? Isn't the Morning Lady the 8th floor boss? Su Ruyan asked, her face pale. I don't know. Su Zai Omeng quickly shook her head, her voice filled with worry. With the Morning Lady here, the game's pace is about to accelerate again. Su Lang's brow furrowed deeply. This was likely triggered by the Morning Lady's attack mechanism. The dormitory broadcast had previously stated that crossing between floors was prohibited, but this Morning Lady was clearly an exception. This further proved one point. In the dorm survival game, there are no absolutely unbreakable rules. It carried a feeling akin to the Great Tao is 50, but heaven only derives 49. The one that escapes is the variable. For players, this was a good thing. It meant there were no absolutely hopeless dead ends. Even if a monster's setting was all players die when I appear, there would still be a way to break it. In this regard, the Usuras from Indian mythology who loved making wishes were quite experienced. If the Morning Lady suddenly attacks after the 10th floor boss appears, it would indeed be troublesome. Su Lang spoke slowly, then looked at the women and asked, what is the most obvious characteristic of Zhai Ren's dormitory? Tongchi pondered hard. The morning lady's husband is dead. Could it be she's looking for a man and dorm 66 just happens to have many men? As she spoke the last part, Tongchi's eyes lit up. This guess was highly plausible. Jiren focused on the physical combat playstyle. His dormitory was almost entirely filled with brawling tough guys. Even the dormitory's name was Iron Man Gym. It was said the tenants inside exercised until they collapsed every day. It might be the population, Wang Yajai suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone's spirits perked up. Jiren's dormitory had the highest population. Lang Ji, should we tell Jiren these guesses? Wang Yajai looked at Su Lang and asked. The morning lady was currently attacking dorm 66. Every second counted. No need, Su Lang shook his head. If we guess wrong and he kills his tenants to save his own skin, he'll blame us. What? Save his own skin? Jiren would never just save his own skin. For physical combat players, recklessness defined their entire lives. Seeing that the raw materials were no longer sufficient to support repairs and the tenants' sand values were also dropping, Jiren gave an order. He pulled open the dormitory door and faced the fear head-on. The morning lady wore a black gauze dress with a veil covering her face, appearing both eerie and dignified. She sobbed continuously, her mournful whispers transforming into black threads that cursed the dormitory door. At that moment, the dormitory door suddenly swung open. Jiren charged out headfirst, executing a shoulder throw that slammed the morning lady onto the ground. Soul resentment tilde. Instead of being alarmed, the morning lady seemed pleased, letting out a sigh of delight. A spiderweb-like domain instantly spread from beneath her, causing the burly men who had charged out to feel dizzy and disoriented. In that instant, they all received a system prompt cursed. Defense greatly decreased, mobility decreased. The next second, the morning lady stood up as if levitating, her small chin tilted up, her black lips curling into a smirk. The gauze dress on her body suddenly transformed into a captivating set of black lingerie. Fishnet stockings wrapped around her jade-like thighs, the tops adorned with bows. Her veil also flew up, revealing a face full of wild, dissolute laughter. "I've been waiting for you for so long." Morning lady let out an impatient moan, casually plucking out the heart of a burly man. Another burly man shouted, charging at morning lady's face with a square shield, only to be slapped aside by her with one hand. "Isn't this a magic-type boss?" Jiren was inwardly shocked. Checking morning lady's information, he discovered a startling change. Morning lady Widowmaker. Type monster. Level 8. Skills: Power of Pain, Whip of Torment, Flaying, Leatherworking, Charm, Demon's Body. Introduction. Morning lady has entered a new form. Her close combat abilities have been greatly enhanced. "Fuck you," Jiren roared in fury, kicking morning lady away, grabbing his tenant and retreating back into his dorm. "A man who brings me pain, truly a rare find." Morning lady, struck into a brief stagger, actually let out a pleased laugh, her red tongue licking her lips. Boom. Jiren shot morning lady one last look of extreme anger before slamming the door shut. If he hadn't closed the door, morning lady would have entered the room. The tenants from dorm 66, who had come out and immediately scattered to try and surround morning lady, now had 3 of them locked outside. "Naughty man, leaving so quickly." Morning lady pouted resentfully, taking down the whip hanging by her lace panties and turned her smiling gaze towards the 3 players. Not long after, piercing, miserable screams echoed through the corridor. In the 4th-floor corridor, Fierce Strawman watched quietly until, at a certain moment, a player from dorm 66 was tortured until his sand value hit 0, his sanity lost. Fierce Strawman suddenly moved, instantly appearing before that player, summoning dense swarms of red-eyed crows around itself. The crow swarm covered a vast area. The durability of the dorm doors of 5 dorms within the swarm's range plummeted drastically, shattering completely within seconds. The players inside who had been watching the show were scared out of their wits. Literally scared out of their wits. Fierce Strawman emitted a massive wave of sinister energy, causing their equipment durability to plummet sharply. Black crows flew over and devoured them completely, then turned into black smoke and vanished, as if completing a feast ritual. No one expected that Fierce Strawman, who hadn't made a move until now, would create such a spectacle with its first move. And of all things, this scene was witnessed by a player from Dorm 80. Fierce Strawman's gaze shifted, locking onto Dorm 80. The next second, the vanished crow swarm reappeared, accompanying Fierce Strawman as it appeared before Dorm 80's door. In less than 3 short minutes, more than half the players on the 4th floor were dead. No chance of survival, absolutely no chance. Alert players wished they were deaf and blind right now, unable to see the player names dimming in droves in the chat rooms, unable to hear any news about the bosses. Too fast, the game's pace was just too fast. It felt like life or death was decided this very night. In the chat rooms, wails and lamentations filled the screen. On the second floor, Zhao Liang's mentality was also on the verge of collapse. He had finally managed to stabilize the situation on the second floor with great difficulty, so why had the fourth floor collapsed again? Langji, currently the second and fourth floors have the highest casualty counts, Su Xiaomeng reported. Su Lang nodded, his expression heavy as he said, keep a close watch on the ninth, eighth, and seventh floors. Okay, Su Xiaomeng immediately responded. Su Lang's expression was very grim. Currently, the defensive battle showed a polarization. The pharaoh had been sleeping the whole time, never making a move. As long as the 8th floor players didn't disturb it, they seemed able to coexist peacefully. Senior sister Red Butterfly knocked on doors for money. As long as you gave her money, you could send her away. On the first floor, Qizai was holding the line, continuously feeding Glutton, which also hadn't triggered its attack mechanism again. However, the second and fourth floors were in a terrible state, almost on the verge of being wiped out. A normal game pace Su Lang truly wasn't afraid of. The only thing he feared was other floors collapsing like an avalanche, causing all the bosses to come to the 10th floor. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted to eliminate Wu Tong. Players like that were extremely detrimental to the overall ecosystem of Mad King. If you damn well ruin all the other people, who am I supposed to ruin? To put it bluntly, the other players in the dormitory building were Su Lang's stepping stones. Naturally, these stepping stones were for him to use, not to be deliberately damaged by others. The so-called equality for all means that beneath me everyone is equal. Sigh, why hasn't the boss appeared yet? I'm getting a bit anxious. Cao Yakshuan sighed with frustration. Me too, Su Lang stood up, took a deep breath, and put on the black fish scale armor while stuffing various one-time use items into his backpack. Seeing this, the women also began their pre-battle preparations, their eyes filled with determination. The 10th floor boss was about to appear soon, and Su Lang had already discussed strategies with the women. Everyone else was looking for the boss's attack mechanism, trying to make the illness temporarily ease. Only Dorm 200 was prepared for an all-out head-on confrontation. From Pumpkinhead Jack's blessing, it was clear this round of the game was fast-paced. Dragging it out was not an option. Actually, everyone here was a veteran. They knew they couldn't drag it out, but facing powerful bosses, they could only focus on the immediate situation. Only Dorm 200 had the combat power to dare be the first to act. The dormitory broadcast said to find the boss's weakness. And this weakness, Su Lang had already found it. Fighting alone, that was the boss's weakness. If the second floor players had gone out to fight immediately, would they have ended up like this? Dragging it out only leads to a dead end. The so-called attack mechanism is just a breeding ground that distracts the player's focus. Before the battle, Su Lang even told Wang Yajai and the others not to notify Wu Hui and the other women, lest they come and cause trouble. His killing intent was set. Wahoo ~, passion increases. On the 6th floor, Pumpkinhead Jack cheered loudly, raising his arms high, his pumpkin mouth letting out a terrifying laugh. The entire dormitory building's temperature increased by 15 degrees. At the same time, from within the 10th floor corridor, waves of spine-chilling, sinister laughter rang out. Ahahaha, this enchanting aura, it's a blood grudge holder. A clown dressed in a classical European-style white silk suit appeared in the corridor on the left, his legs pedaling a unicycle furiously, arriving before Dorm 200 in the blink of an eye. Screech Tilda. The unicycle stopped. The clown balanced an apple on his head, his deathly pale hands juggling 3 throwing knives back and forth. Facing Dorm 200, he pressed his eye against the peephole, his large red lips curling up to reveal 2 rows of yellow teeth, drooling as he said, "Let me see who's inside." 10th floor boss Jester King sends his blessings. Jester King. Jester King loves riddle games. Every 10 seconds, he will ask a question to the entire building. Players who give the correct answer will receive a mysterious gift. It's starting. Su Lang took a deep breath and pulled out the Golden Revolution. Inject, inject, inject. Only injections could give him a qualitative leap in a short time. Fortunately, he hadn't solely focused on strengthening his facilities before. He hadn't neglected his own strength either. Otherwise, he'd be completely helpless against this type of game round. Pumpkinhead Jack's blessing was too terrifying, impossible to defend against. If you died from heatstroke, you couldn't blame the dorm door for not protecting you right. Inducement or self-induced psychological breakdowns, these weren't within the dorm door's protection scope. That's why the spirit attribute was something all players needed to improve, otherwise they'd be easily soul-snatched by ghosts. This game round, going all-in was the only option. Nightmare Coins minus 695. Nightmare Coins 100. Glorious Golden Revolution. Type Medicine. Level 6. Effect 1 Enhancement. Gain 12 Constitution, 12 Spirit, and randomly awaken one high-level supernatural ability. Effect 2 Glorious Genes, Genetic Metamorphosis. Glorious genes will continuously optimize your genes, bringing constant positive effects. Nightmare Coins minus 900. Hidden Dragon Chi Technique upgraded to Hidden Dragon Transformation. Hidden Dragon Transformation. Type active. Level 5. Effect 1 Secret Treasure Tendons and Bones. Constitution plus 30. Effect 2 Secret Treasure 5 Viscera. The 5 viscera generate true chi, which can protect the body and be projected outward with a paralyzing effect attached. Effect 3 Secret Treasure 6 Bowels. The 6 bowels generate true chi, which can protect the body and be projected outward with a burning effect attached. Upgrade condition 2100 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. Grant me boundless chi, command my boundless strength. To maximize his combat power, Su Lang directly upgraded his cultivation skill, Hidden Dragon Transformation, into a killing skill. Ha, the quiz begins. What creature is born from the union of a two-legged cow and a two-legged horse? The Jester King's red lips stretched into a wide grin as he juggled 3 throwing knives in his hand. 10, 9, 8, haha, no one answering. It's a cow horse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow and the Void Splitter launched attacks, interrupting the Jester King's countdown. Woohoo, woohoo, that was close. The Jester King, standing on a unicycle, dodged back and forth, evading all damage. His limbs were extraordinarily agile, narrowly avoiding each attack at the last possible moment. Immediately after, the turret's second wave of attacks followed closely. The Jester King twisted sideways, dodging the golden crossbow bolts and void projectiles. His space to maneuver seemed completely gone. With a loud asterisk bang asterisk, the dragon-hunting crossbow fired. Yeehaw! The Jester King's body contracted, then he jumped straight up from his spot. He performed a backflip, almost grazing the dragon-hunting crossbow bolt, the margin of error mere millimeters. A thrilling and exciting game of dodgeball. The Jester King wore an expression of lingering fear, repeatedly patting his chest. Then his malicious lips curled upwards as he stared at the surveillance camera. How rude you dare interrupt my question. The door opened. The Jester King's eyes widened in profound shock at this moment. Was someone really foolish enough to actively open the door? A poison bottle flew over, followed closely by grenades, talisman paper, fire dragon, frostfire, ice spears. Ghost Child stared at the Jester King and activated Eyewitness. This was Dorm 200's tried-and-true old tactic, almost foolproof. However, there was a slight hiccup this time. After all, Ghost Child's level was too low, its influence limited. The Jester King paused for a moment, then pulled out a piece of black cloth, swirling it forward. I won't tell you that my magic cloth can absorb all projectile attacks. Skills and items plunged into the black cloth, then vanished without a trace. Su Lang's gaze darkened. He originally thought he could test one of the Jester King's defensive skills, but didn't expect him to have such an item. Jester King. Type Monster. Level 8. Skills. Magic Fire Ring, Magic Box, Hat Trick, Master Level Throwing, Supple and Magnificent Body, Super Intuition. Introduction, Capricious, Apostle of Mockery, Agent of Mirth, Lethal Assassin. Su Lang had a basic understanding of the skills Master Level Throwing, Supple Body, and Super Intuition. But Magic Fire Ring, Magic Box, and Hat Trick were still unknown. Oh, you're not looking for my weakness but choosing to face me at my peak. The Jester King casually tucked the magic cloth at his waist, looking at Su Lang and the others who had him surrounded, feeling a surge of delight. Jester, Su Lang's face was cold, holding an oddly shaped blood-red blade as he charged forward. Find weaknesses. During Fierce Ghost's return, you told me to find weaknesses. Now, after 2 game rounds, you still want me to find weaknesses. Then wouldn't all my grinding have been for nothing? I'm standing right in front of you, see how much I resemble my past self. Woohoo, thrilling. The Jester King sidestepped the blood blade, slashing backhand with a throwing knife towards Su Lang's arm. Clang tilde. The blood blade and throwing knife clashed. What incredible speed. The Jester King's pupils contracted as he dodged a dart thrown by Su Ruyan. Simultaneously, a swarm of paper dolls and ghost pets rushed over, mixed with netherfire. The Jester King jumped straight up, twisting his body midair a second time to dodge an ice spear shot by Cao Yakshuan. At the same time, his hands danced, slicing through all the paper dolls and slitting the throats of several ghost pets. This sequence of moves was incredibly dazzling, worthy of a perfect score if graded. Wang Yajai, thinking the Jester King would attack the backline, immediately stepped in front of the women, raising her shield. The Jester King chuckled softly, his pointed shoe tapping the shield as he flipped back, his gaze landing on Su Lang, the blood grudge holder. Then he saw a sight that made his blood pressure skyrocket. Su Lang kicked the unicycle, sending it flying to the other end of the corridor. Motherf. Although the Jester King didn't speak, Su Lang could read those words from his violently surging emotions. The Jester King landed. Cao Yakshuan charged forward, a wave of ultimate frost energy spreading out to engulf him. Facing the Jester King, Su Lang's blood-red blade also came slashing down. Magic box! The Jester King sprang up again like a coil, a magic box appearing in his hands facing Su Lang and Cao Yakshuan below. The magic box spewed forth a torrent of darts, throwing knives and other projectiles. Su Lang didn't retreat but advanced instead. Before the projectiles fully activated, he slashed at the Jester King's heel. This was the first time the Jester King had suffered damage since his appearance. Yet this single strike caused his eyes to widen dramatically, blood vessels bursting in his pupils. This blood-red blade wasn't the Blood Pelican blade, but the Spirit Awakened Butcher's Cleaver sold by Kirby. Giant Blade of Agony already Spirit Awakened. Type Weapon. Level 6. Lethality 250. Durability 180-180. Effect 1 Excruciating Pain. Pain caused by the giant blade is multiplied tenfold. Effect 2 Spirit Awakening Shared Suffering. The wielder is also affected by the excruciating pain effect. Decomposition yields. Core of Agony X1, Blood's Cursed Grudge X1, Blood Iron X23. Upgrade condition 1350 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Pain binds us together. The giant blade of agony merely grazed the Jester King's heel, but because it was imbued with blood soul energy, it was exceptionally sharp, carving a huge gash. It also carried the paralyzing and burning effects of Hidden Dragon Transformation. These two types of pain were also multiplied tenfold, as they were attached to the giant blade. The Jester King let out a sharp cry, toppling to the ground, trying to roll away to create distance. But at that moment, a flood of bats poured from the blood bat nest on the ceiling, swarming the Jester King and tearing at him wildly, completely disrupting his bizarre dodging ability. Su Lang gripped the giant blade, slashing rapidly. The Heart of Slaughter could even immunize against pain. Damn, that's strong. This was the most comprehensive crowd control immunity skill Su Lang had ever seen, bar none. Cao Yakshuan and the others were also having a field day. Frost attacks, hidden weapon attacks, soul-based attacks were continuously unleashed upon the Jester King. Ever seen a group of rowdy youths in a brawl? This scene was pretty much the same. The only thing missing was stomping on him, received the righteous beatdown, killed Jester King, obtained 100,000 points. The Jester King was dead in a very straightforward manner. All his hat tricks, magic cloths, and magic fire hoops were utterly useless under the gang-up beating. Indeed, the lack of minions is the weakness of these bosses. Cao Yakshuan cheered. Su Lang, you're so brilliant. Of course, Tongqi shared in the glory. Try to resolve all the bosses within an hour. I'm in a hurry to get back to sleep, Su Lang said with a laugh. This was his most genuine thought. Nothing, absolutely nothing, could delay him from lying flat. At the same time, he felt a bit disappointed. In order to kill the Jester King quickly this time, he didn't get to see several of its skills, which was somewhat regrettable. The next second, he no longer felt any regret because he picked up 7 top-tier drops. Fatal Throwing Knife. Type Hidden Weapons. Level 8. Lethality 815. Durability 80/80. Effect 1's Fatal. The throwing knife will automatically veer towards the target's vital points. Effect 2 Combination Flight. When 3 throwing knives attack a target simultaneously, one is guaranteed to hit. Decomposition yields. 1/1,000,000th of Fate Power X1, White Steel X8. Upgrade condition, 4,500 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Bullseye. There were 3 fatal throwing knives in total, considered a set of equipment, but they could also be held by different players. A gorgeous golden nectar. Type Curio. Level 7. Effect, applying the nectar will grant the user an extremely flexible body and control over every micro-expression. Introduction. The exclusive formula of the Fantasy Circus, only bestowed by the Ringmaster to core members. With this, even if the Ringmaster wants me to make an Ahegao face, I can do it. Upgrade conditions. 2,300 Nightmare Coins. What a great items. Su Lang's heart pounded wildly. This was absolutely a good item that could be upgraded. If used on Su Ruyan, the effect would be invincible. Su Ruyan already had a honey-colored, voluptuous figure, adding extreme flexibility to that. He really didn't dare to imagine, it would be lewd beyond measure. The comfort level would absolutely skyrocket. Grandmaster level throwing passive skill. Type Skill Scroll. Level 10. Effect grants you extraordinary throwing skills. enabling even a paper playing card to have the ability to cut through gold and jade. Upgrade conditions. 9,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, the pinnacle of skill only geniuses can reach. It was genuinely surprising and delightful that the level 8 Jester King dropped the level 10 Grandmaster level throwing skill. Moreover, the difference in Nightmare Coins required to upgrade between skills was getting larger and larger. Both were level 10 skills, but the Nightmare Coins required to upgrade Blood Contract Ultimate Frost Energy was 3 times that of Grandmaster level throwing. The Magic Fire Hoop active skill. Type skill scroll. Level 8. Effect summons 2 fire hoops, allowing passage from one to the other with a maximum distance of 12 meters between the 2 hoops. Upgrade conditions. 2,100 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, I'm here, I'm there, hit me if you can, hahaha. Jester King Summoning Card. Type one-time use items. Level 8. Effect. Summons a Jester King at its peak for a duration of 3 minutes. Summoned creature attributes. 80 Constitution, 71 Spirit. Summoned creature skills. Magic Fire Hoop, Magic Box, Hat Trick, Grandmaster level throwing, flexible and gorgeous body, super intuition. Upgrade conditions. 4,300 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, Anthony is the most popular star of the circus. Besides the above 5 drops, there was one more special item, information slip. Type item. Content. Collect 10 summoning cards to combine into Fantasy Wonder Night. Introduction, this kind of thing has no level, cannot be decomposed or upgraded, just look at it and that's it. Ruyan, this is for you. After collecting all the drops, Su Lang handed the Grandmaster level throwing scroll and the 3 throwing knives to Su Ruyan. The Jester King was an assassination-type monster, and its drops were very suitable for Su Ruyan. This wave is called the Great Enhancement of Su Ruyan. MHM, Su Ruyan didn't refuse. Su Lang then learned the Magic Fire Hoop skill and placed the Golden Nectar and the Jester King summoning card into his backpack. These 2 items needed to be stored properly. One concerned comfort level, the other concerned the Fantasy Wonder Night. The latter was likely something of sequence 1 level, given the extreme difficulty of collecting the set. The drop rate of these mechanic monsters is so high, I really hope we keep encountering them in the future. What a shame that unicycle didn't drop. Hell no. Let's go to the next floor. Su Lang's ranking on the points leaderboard shot straight to the top, claiming the throne. This change was quickly discovered and spread wildly in the chat room. Only a few minutes had passed since Su Lang and his group killed the Jester King and divided the loot, yet the chat room was already filled with the names of Su Lang and the girls like Cao Yakshuan. 22 Zhao Liang. At Su Lang, at Su Lang, at Su Lang, Lang daddy save me, I'm really about to break down. 33 Zhang Dahai. At Su Lang, at Cao Yakshuan, Lang Ji Yajai save us, please come down quickly. 179 Yun Yun. At Zhu Lang, big boss, have you come downstairs yet? Come deal with senior sister Red Butterfly quickly, she definitely has a lot of money on her. 159 Zheng Kai. At Zhu Lang, Lang Ji come quickly. 130 Hichi. At Zhu Lang, the pharaoh mummy has started moving. Its attack mechanic is triggered by making sound, even inside the dorm rooms isn't safe. Please let us know if you're coming to cooperate. 95 Zhou Shen. At Zhu Lang, just tell me what you need. I have high-level healing items and high-level food here. I beg you come down quickly, Pumpkin Head Jack has started attacking. Besides these familiar floor leaders and big shots, countless mid and low-level players were also calling out Su Lang's name. Things like beheading for fun or being a super unorthodox player. At this moment, even if Su Lang wasn't beheading others, but beheading his own little brother, countless people would still beg for Su Lang to come over. Lang Ji killed the Jester King, the good times are coming. The door of Dorm 180 swung open, and Wu Hui's trio rushed out. At the same time, many other female players emerged from their rooms, heading towards the 9th floor. After the optimization of the Mad King building, assisting in combat also gave a small amount of points. If they didn't want to be eliminated in the end, they definitely had to go help. In Dorm 10, Qi Zai's face was calm, but a flicker of annoyed, dark lightning danced in her eyes. She was no longer the top one of this round of the game. The popularity she had meticulously accumulated earlier with her confident, strategic hold was completely washed away. Without the prestige of being number 1, how could she command all the floors? The Grim Reaper of Rest Time, the savior of game time. Su Yuan's face was flushed as he exclaimed with emotion. Lang Ji is truly amazing. Qi Zai's gaze subtly shifted towards Su Yuan, her thoughts churning. This kid, there's something off about him. 9th floor, a woman with long black hair in a pure black school uniform skirt wandered through the hallway. She held a pitch-black giant scythe, dragging it along the ground and sparking. A terrifying aura of corruption permeating the corridor, oppressing the players inside the rooms, making their hearts tremble with fear. Junior sister, you'll get bullied at school. Give your money to your senior sister. Let senior sister keep it safe for you. Senior sister Red Butterfly stopped in front of dorm 179, staring at the peephole. Yun Yun's scalp went numb. From behind the door she asked, how much do you want? Not much, just give me all the copper coins you have on you. Senior sister Red Butterfly smiled, her pretty pale face full of eerie expression. Silence fell inside the room for a moment before a reply came. Fine. Senior sister Red Butterfly's combat power was terrifyingly high. If you didn't give her money, the door would be broken down very soon. Besides, attacking senior sister Red Butterfly with a turret would also provoke her attack. The reason was you hurt her, so you needed to apologize with compensation. The door opened. Yun Yun and her roommates, faces dark, handed over all their copper coins to senior sister Red Butterfly. Just as they were about to close the door, a giant scythe blocked it. Junior sister, aren't you going to invite senior sister in for a visit? Isn't that a bit too rude? Senior sister Red Butterfly giggled. What to do now? Yun Yun was utterly helpless. The two sides faced off for a moment, then Yun Yun's group suddenly launched an attack on senior sister Red Butterfly. Senior sister Red Butterfly's eyes flashed with madness. Instead of retreating, she advanced, forcefully withstanding the attacks. With a horizontal sweep of her giant scythe, she grievously wounded Yun Yun and the others. Yun Yun, as the floor leader, was no weakling. She could fight a level 7 boss, but level 8 was truly beyond her. Even with the door between them, she was afraid it would be broken down. Now, without the dorm's protection, they were like lambs waiting for slaughter. Ha ha ha, you all must die. Senior sister Red Butterfly strode forward, raising her giant scythe high. Yun Yun retreated, a level 7 talisman appearing in her hand, unsure if it could block senior sister Red Butterfly. At that moment, senior sister Red Butterfly's movements suddenly froze, her heart pounding wildly. This was the feeling of excitement. There was premium-grade delicious food approaching this place. She turned around, abandoning the kill on Yun Yun and the others. What happened? Yun Yun was puzzled. Then suddenly her pupils contracted as she stared at Su Lang and his group, who had flashed into view at the doorway. Heaven sent reinforcements. You are mine, blood grudge holder. Before senior sister Red Butterfly could finish her blabbering, the typewriter-like sound rang out. It was the long-awaited twin Colt Vipers. A rain of bullets shot towards senior sister Red Butterfly. At the same time, dense ice spears, netherfire, and a large number of disposable items flew over as if they were free. The entrance hall seemed to explode with colorful fireworks. 10 seconds later, Su Lang sent a fire dragon scorching in, burning senior sister Red Butterfly's body. Zah. Senior sister Red Butterfly screamed madly, the sound waves causing intense shockwaves in the surrounding space. However, she was now lying on the ground, covered in blood, already on the verge of death. Truly worthy of a level 8 boss, so damn tenacious. Su Lang waited for the sound waves to pass, then raised the blood pelican blade and chopped at senior sister Red Butterfly. What happened next was rather bloody. Su Lang raised the blade, chopping senior sister Red Butterfly into mincemeat as if she were pork. No choice, this one was too tenacious, having some kind of recovery skill. Killed senior sister Red Butterfly, gained 100,000 points. Senior sister Red Butterfly died, her blessing disappeared, and everyone's wallets were saved. Yun Yun was dumbfounded. She never expected the senior sister Red Butterfly who had crushed them to be overwhelmed and killed by a barrage of damage just like that. Although the attack methods of Su Lang's group weren't high-level, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Each of them was like a small gunpowder storehouse, so damn rich. Hurry and clean up, let's go to the next floor. Su Lang took out a bottle of soul-soothing liquid and drank it. Senior sister Red Butterfly's shriek had caused him some spirit damage. There was physical damage too, but his recovery ability was strong, so he didn't need to worry about it. Su Ruyan stepped forward, retrieved the fatal throwing knives, then picked up the dropped items. Thank you, a tenant said thanks, but their body was backing away. Senior sister Red Butterfly's blood splatter was everywhere, and Su Lang's group stood in this crimson world. You're welcome, Cao Yakshuan's lips curled up. Is this what it feels like to be a hero of justice? Not bad at all. Cao Yakshuan had always felt that everyone in Dorm 200 were good people, holding the front line in the dormitory game, solving most of the crises. Premium-grade equipment. Su Lang took the giant scythe from Su Ruyan and handed it to Tong Qi. This equipment suits you. This giant scythe would boost the holder's spirit, and also inflict area damage based on the intensity of the spirit attribute. Okay, Tong Qi took the giant scythe, but her gaze was fixed intently on a black crystal in Su Ruyan's hand. A remnant soul of a vengeful spirit resided inside. Without a doubt, it was Senior Sister Red Butterflies. You want it? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. I feel so hungry, Tong Chi swallowed. Su Lang's expression turned strange. He gave Su Ruyan a meaningful look. Su Ruyan handed the black crystal to Tong Chi, who then prepared to eat it in one bite. Don't. A startled cry rang out. The dead Senior Sister Red Butterfly actually reappeared, floating in the air nearby. Senior Sister Red Butterfly was a special vengeful spirit. After death, she became a pure ethereal form residing within this black crystal. As long as you don't harm my vessel, I'll do anything you ask. Senior Sister Red Butterfly said pitifully. Tong Chi's eyes lit up. Really? Oh yes. What I will. Several minutes later, Senior Sister Red Butterfly became Tong Chi's ghost pet. This new vessel is even better. Maybe it can help me recover to my peak condition. Senior Sister Red Butterfly was overjoyed, her voice coming from the ghost control bells. Let's go. Su Lang casually stored Senior Sister Red Butterfly's disposable summoning card. If this summoning card wasn't useful to keep, he'd quite like to try summoning her. Then he'd have two Senior Sister Red Butterflies. Wait a moment, Tong Chi said, then swallowed the black crystal in one bite, patted her ample chest. Comfortable. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Tong Chi sent a message in the Dorm 200 small group chat. Tong Chi. Eating this seems to be good for my sequence. Everyone understood. Su Lang, how many copper coins did Senior Sister Red Butterfly drop? Cao Yakshuan asked. Over 1 million. Gasp, so many. Su Lang's group from Dorm 200 left. Yun Yun opened her mouth but didn't dare ask Su Lang to return the money. In the corridor, it was noisy and chaotic. Senior Sister Red Butterfly died too quickly. Wu Hui and her group hadn't managed to get points and were getting anxious. Su Lang originally thought that was the case, but when he came out, he found it wasn't so. The Morning Lady was actually right there in the 9th floor corridor. The 8th floor boss was the Morning Lady, and her blessing was forbidding sound in the corridor, having a certain silencing effect. If you forcibly made sound, she would target you. The Morning Lady had two forms. One form's main ability was curses, lowering players' defense. The other form's main ability was close combat with very strong strength but limitedly so. After Su Lang's group joined the battle, the Morning Lady was dead not long after. Killed Morning Lady gained 100,000 points. The Morning Lady's curse disappeared. The sounds in the corridor immediately became clamorous, and the sounds of doors being broken down on other floors could also be heard. Su Lang even heard someone shouting his name loudly, as if calling for Ultraman Tiga. However, no matter how much they shouted, Su Lang still needed to digest the spoils before leaving. He could be reckless, but not brainlessly reckless. The Morning Lady dropped a set of beautiful level 8 clothes that could increase charm. Calling it clothes isn't quite right because it was a set of sexy lingerie. If other players killed a boss and got this drop, they'd definitely cry out in misfortune, but Su Lang happily stored it away. Besides that, the Morning Lady also dropped a disposable item that could cast a curse on a target, lowering defense. And then there was the disposable summoning card. To be honest, the drop rate was a bit low. 7th floor, the Pharaoh Mummy encounters the righteous heavenly soldiers. The Pharaoh Mummy is an undead-type monster, difficult to harm with ordinary physical attacks. Fortunately, the main DPS Su Lang's physical attacks are anything but ordinary. The Butcher Sequence and Hidden Dragon Transformation both grant him mixed damage properties. Killed Pharaoh Mummy gained 100,000 points. Haha, it's dead, Wu Hui laughed heartily. Following Lang Ji is just too awesome. Dorm 180's points soared to 2nd place on the leaderboard. With Wu Hui and her crew joining in, it's no longer just a simple case of righteous ganging up. The scene has become downright brutal. Cao Yakshuan, Wang Yazhai, and the other girls were also very happy. To be honest, this battle with Wu Hui and her group involved was a bit chaotic, but the people from Dorm 200 coordinated with incredible synergy, pulling off several brilliant combos. This gave them all a feeling of adrenaline surging through their veins. The newly appointed floor leader of the 7th floor is named Floating Life Play, and he has taken He Chi under his wing. At this moment, he stared at Su Lang standing in the center of the crowd, his eyes flickering incessantly. The dorm survival game has never been short of ruthless people like Su Lang, but someone this ruthless. Floating Life Play was seeing it for the first time. He definitely has secrets on him and big ones at that. The 6th floor, Pumpkinhead Jack's expression was grave. After learning of the Pharaoh Mummy's death, the players on the 6th floor proactively came out of their rooms to fight him. This united front allowed him to kill quite a few players. He is a boss skilled at area of effect attacks and isn't afraid of being swarmed. However, the consecutive deaths of 4 bosses still left him feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Pumpkin bombs. Pumpkin missile. Pumpkin chain explosion. Seeing players peeking out into the hallway, Pumpkin Headjack, with great foresight, immediately unleashed a barrage of skills, blowing the players into disarray. Yet this also left him in a brief cooldown period, allowing other players to seize the opportunity and unleash their attacks. The tide had already turned overwhelmingly against the boss. Even if everyone from Dorm 200 disappeared, the players were confident they could win. Consequently, Su Lang and his group seemingly became unwelcome guests there to snatch resources. Su Lang stood tall in the corridor, sensing more malice directed at him than before. And this filled him with immense excitement. Only insects wouldn't attract covetous glances. Kill, Su Lang roared, his murderous aura shaking hearts and souls, sending a chill down the spines of all the players. Su Lang, wielding the giant blade of agony, swiftly charged to the front of Pumpkin Headjack. Magic-type bosses fear close quarters assault the most. And this is Su Lang's forte. It's no exaggeration to say he could solo this magic-type boss. The giant blade danced wildly like a storm of blood. Many players who had been thinking of sneakily getting a few hits in on Su Lang dismissed the idea at that moment. Not only is Su Lang's individual strength formidable, but he also has Cao Yaxuan and the others. They were providing cover on the sidelines. There wasn't even a chance to go up and steal the kill. Just mooching some points was already the limit of what they could do. Naturally, this left those ambitious players resentful, but there was nothing they could do. Pumpkinhead Jack died. The Pumpkinhead split clean down the middle. The temperature in the dormitory building returned to normal. 5th floor. A burly man with a blood-stained shirt walked out from a player's dorm room. He wore a white hockey mask on his face and held a cleaver in his hand. Flicking his wrist, he tossed aside the head he was holding. He glanced upstairs as if seeing Su Lang through the ceiling, then walked over to the stairwell entrance in silence and sat down, seemingly waiting for something. Time flowed like water, quietly passing. A series of footsteps disrupted the calm. The moment Pumpkinhead Jack died, the players rushed frantically to the 5th floor, wanting to farm a few more points. Why is someone sitting here? A player was somewhat bewildered. The next second his pupils contracted as he recognized this as the 5th floor boss, the Butcher. But it was a bit too late. The Butcher stood up. His cleaver, reeking of blood, swept upwards from below, slicing the player's body clean in half. A one-hit kill, sliced through even with his armor. Some players who refused to believe the hype came up to fight head-on, only to be slaughtered by the Butcher. Yes, slaughtered just like butchering livestock. The Butcher stood right at the stairwell entrance, blocking and killing players, forcing them back into the stairwell through sheer slaughter. Idiot, look over here. A group of players charged over from the other end of the corridor. One player took the lead, moving along the ceiling like a gecko, raising his hand to release wind blades that struck the Butcher's back. Seeing the Butcher turn around, he still wasn't satisfied and continued releasing wind blades. I've got hundreds of brothers behind me. I can fight or retreat as I please. What have you got to fight me with? The Butcher turned his head to look at this player, red light flickering in his eyes. This player, for some reason, lost his grip and actually fell straight down. The Butcher walked forward unhurriedly and with 2 or 3 swings of his cleaver chopped the player, who was racing the King of Hell for first place in a sprint, into several pieces. Seeing this, the other players surprisingly didn't show fear either. Instead, they all unleashed long-range attacks. Crossbow bolts, throwing darts, skill-based and elemental-based attacks were all unleashed upon the Butcher. The Butcher remained silent. Silent as he advanced, silent as he swung his cleaver. Among the attacks launched by the players were items like fishing nets and stun grenades meant to hinder him, but they were all either sliced apart by the cleaver or smashed through by the Butcher's own body. Finally, at a certain moment, the Butcher charged into the midst of the player formation, his cleaver drawing overlapping blood-red afterimages. He seemed like a killing machine that knew no pain, no fatigue, only slaughter. The attacks players landed on him felt like a gentle breeze brushing his face, causing no hindrance to his slaughter, giving people the feeling that attacks were completely ineffective against him. This guy, can he even be killed? Players fell one by one, until at a certain point they finally broke. Shouting, they fled back to the stairwell steps. The Butcher didn't give chase. He just stood there in place, white vapor puffing from his nostrils due to his heavy breathing, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. On the 5th floor, players watched from both ends of the corridor. No one dared to make a move anymore. Their courage had been completely shattered. Suddenly, the players at the right end of the corridor scattered as a group of people walked down from the 6th floor. It was Su Lang and the others. Su Lang's gaze met the Butcher's from afar, his own pupils equally crimson. This was the boss he had been looking forward to the most this game cycle, bar none, Butcher. Type monster. Level 8. Skills. Monster physique, crimson fierce eyes. Introduction: before killing his entire family, Tom had always been a quiet, good kid. Butcher Tom, the second possessor of the Butcher sequence, once elevated the Butcher sequence to the true spirit level. After slaughtering 100 Blood Mist residents in the Nightmare Amusement Park, he was sold to the dormitory building by the park's owner, Sequence Encyclopedia. The new Butcher meets the old. One is a monster, the other is a player. Doesn't that just scream destiny? Su Lang said to Su Ruyan and the others, let me handle him alone. The Butcher only has 2 skills, pitifully few. All right, Su Ruyan nodded. Su Lang brandished his blood-colored blade and suddenly broke into a sprint. The Butcher did the same. All the players held their breath, clang tilde. Their weapons clashed, striking sparks. A shockwave of force swept outward, crashing against the walls like a tornado. Su Lang's figure was forced back as he dissipated the impact force. The Butcher roared lowly, unusually excited. Fire come! Su Lang's palm tingled with numbness as a fire dragon surged forth, wrapping around the Butcher in a fiery embrace. The Butcher charged out of the flames, glanced around and looked up at the ceiling. The giant blade descended from the sky, with Su Lang following right behind. Weapons clashed again, but the Butcher didn't yield an inch, even blocking Su Lang's full force strike with apparent ease. Damn it, can't beat him in a straight fight. Su Lang cursed inwardly. Close combat primarily relies on stats, with technique being secondary, unlike spellcasting, which relies on mechanics. Right now, his stats were clearly a notch lower, plus there was the Butcher's terrifying lethality. Thinking this, brothers, no need to talk about chivalry with this kind of evil boss, come fight alongside me. Su Lang shouted, casually tossing out a potion bottle. It contained the Mourning Lady's tears. The vial exploded on the Butcher's chest, drastically lowering his defense. Hearing Su Lang's command, Cao Yakshuan and the others swarmed over. Su Ruyan shot out 3 throwing daggers, landing the first heavy blow on the Butcher. Cao Yakshuan and the other women also unleashed their techniques one after another, all of them vicious moves. Charge! Zheng Kai howled like a wolf, roaring as he rushed forward. After the Mad King Dormitory's iteration, the corridor was like a small platform, providing enough space for a group assault. Many veteran players' faces flushed with excitement. Although they had been mixing in damage during the previous boss fight, they hadn't been able to really cut loose. But now that Su Lang had given the word, they wouldn't hold back. Some players who had newly arrived at the Mad King Dormitory were dumbfounded. Are you all blind to the severed corpses littering the ground, and you just charge in like that? Floating Life Play stood in the stairwell, watching this scene from afar, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Lang held very high prestige in the hearts of these veteran players. If he were just a pure killing star, it would be easier to handle. With the situation like this, probably quite a few players were Su Lang's eyes and ears. If he really plotted something, he'd be reported in a heartbeat. Tricky. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. A survival player who doesn't want to be a dorm owner isn't a good player. While Floating Life Play's thoughts were churning, the trend on the other side had already become clear. The Butcher began to fall into a disadvantage. Previously, the Butcher had wreaked havoc mainly because no one could withstand a single exchange. But now, with Su Lang holding the front line and dozens of players eagerly launching attacks, if the Butcher could still turn the tables, then this game really shouldn't be played. Su Lang had landed quite a few slashes on the Butcher, but he was also wounded, blood flowing incessantly. Although Butcher Tom no longer possessed the Butcher sequence, he seemed to retain some sequence-related abilities, with crowd control immunity being one of them. The giant blade of agony slashed into him, making him roar in rage, but it didn't incapacitate him. End the fight quickly, heal myself, and then sleep. Su Lang hardened his resolve, circulating his true chi at full force. Blood-colored mist steamed from the giant blade. The Butcher bore many wounds, with 2 blade cuts on his neck, both inflicted by Su Lang. Finally, this time, Su Lang once again struck the Butcher's neck. A perfectly good head went flying. Su Lang was drenched in blood, his entire body coated in plasma. Suddenly, an attack, intentional or not, struck Su Lang. Su Lang turned to look, his eyes even more crimson than Butcher Tom's. One Butcher fell, another Butcher rose. A thin, small player felt his scalp go numb and hurriedly apologized. It wasn't on purpose. With 6th sense, wouldn't I know if you were intentional or not? Su Lang charged over, just like when Butcher Tom had charged into the player ranks earlier, only with even greater explosive force and faster speed. The players panicked. Like dark clouds pierced by sunlight, they instantly split into 2 sides, practically wanting to crush the walls with their backs. The thin player was quickly caught up with. Swish swish, 2 slashes later, he was cut into several segments. Su Lang somewhat understood why Butcher Tom wore a mask. Blood is sticky stuff that smears all over your face. Su Lang wiped his face and turned to leave. Wu Huihui performed body looting on the thin player, deciding to hand over the spoils to Wang Yazhai and the others later. Although Su Lang might look down on these things, spoils are spoils and should be returned to their rightful owner. Su Lang. Cao Yaxuan hurried over, using a healing item on Su Lang. Sherry also came over, casting a healing spell to treat Su Lang's injuries. With both treatments, Su Lang's wounds quickly closed. By this time, Su Lang had also gained an understanding of the butcher's dropped items. Cleaver. Level. Blade. Type weapon. Lethality 920. Durability 780-780. Effect 1 Sturdy. Durability depletion rate is greatly reduced. Effect 2 Fearful Deterrence. Easier to instill fear and the illusion of death in living beings. Decomposition yields Steel X10, Blood Rust X5. Upgrade condition 5,000 Nightmare Coins. Description: an unremarkable cleaver that gains some sentience only because Butcher Tom killed too many people. Crimson Fierce Gaze active skill. Type skill scroll. Level 8. Effect intimidate the target. The stronger the killing intent, the better the effect. Upgrade condition 3,200 Nightmare Coins. Description: gaze into my crimson eyes. Crimson Prayer Book. Type item. Level. Effect unknown. Description: suspected to be the origin of Butcher Tom's monstrous body. Before death, Butcher Tom would never fall, even while slumbering. The Crimson Prayer Book was a somewhat peculiar single-page red sheet of paper. Twisted, curved characters written on it stated, "The Crimson World, the Crimson King sits high upon his throne, overlooking all things. Recite this text to receive the Crimson King's blessing." Su Lang learned Crimson Fierce Gaze and stored the Cleaver, Crimson Prayer Book, and Summon card into his backpack. The Crimson Prayer Book was interesting, but using it seemed to carry some variables, so it could be set aside for now. The most urgent matter now was to deal with the other bosses. First floor. Upon learning of the butcher's death, Qi Zai's expression turned somewhat ugly. Her current ranking wasn't even in the top 10. Her face clouded over for a moment before her gaze fell upon the glutton snoring loudly in the corridor. They still hadn't found the glutton's weakness. Should she attempt a forced assault? She hesitated. Just then, the glutton woke up. The players standing in attendance immediately began feeding it. The glutton accepted everything offered, though its favorite seemed to be meat. Whenever it ate a chicken leg or pork, a look of bliss would appear on its large face. Qi's eye stared at the glutton, her pupils suddenly contracting. Stop feeding it. After the glutton awoke, its body became even larger. It wasn't that noticeable when it was lying down before. This looks like the rhythm of evolution. An 8th level glutton is terrifying enough once it evolves to the 9th level or some other form. Thinking this, Qi's Zai's breathing immediately hitched. The two players, hearing Qi's Zai speak, paused their actions for a moment. Woo-wah, woo-wah. The glutton slapped its big belly, its small eyes gleaming with ferocity. If it can't have a full meal every time, then it doesn't mind having one big feast. The two players felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly continued to feed it. The food was quickly all fed. However, this time the glutton didn't fall asleep after eating its fill. Instead, it continued to slap its belly, its beady eyes fixed unblinkingly on the two players. Su Lang fought his way down from above, arriving at the 2nd floor. At this moment, very few residents remained on the 2nd floor. And this was only because other players had invested in potential stocks like Zhao Liang and Zhang Dahai. Otherwise, they would have been finished too. The Headless Knight was too strong. Even a 6th level door couldn't withstand a few spear thrusts, and its speed was incredibly fast to boot. Seeing a player descending from upstairs, the Black Warhorse instantly turned, doubled back mid-course, and leaped over the obstacles set up by the players. The Headless Knight leaned forward, its spear poised for a thrust. From within the corridor, a bloody figure charged out. The Headless Knight's armor trembled and hummed, as if chuckling in a low growl. With a dozen or so meters between them, Su Lang suddenly leaped into the air, flying towards it. Zhao Liang opened his door, saw the warhorse's swishing tail, and also saw Su Lang soaring through the air. In that split second, the Headless Knight raised its spear forward, clashing with the cleaver in Su Lang's hand. The cleaver slid down along the spear shaft, delivering a slash directly onto the Headless Knight's breastplate. The warhorse dragged the Headless Knight a long distance away. Its rider on its back crashed to the ground, falling off the horse. This scene stunned everyone present. The Headless Knight was absolutely not a magic-type boss. On the contrary, its defense was extremely strong. Such a boss was actually killed with a single slash. How is this possible? Zhao Liang stood frozen in place, looking at Su Lang, who had turned to glance at the warhorse, his back facing him, then looking at that blood-tinged, sinister cleaver. He suddenly shivered as if that slash had cut him instead. The warhorse let out a mournful whinny, continued its charge, opened its large mouth as if to bite Su Lang in a big gulp, fast as a black lightning bolt. Within his sixth sense, the warhorse was weeping in sorrow, truly a fine horse. In that fleeting moment, the instant life and death were decided. Su Lang turned sideways, holding the blade horizontally to block. The warhorse split apart from its chest, shattered bones and severed limbs spraying across the corridor like a bloody painting from hell. Su Lang had originally intended to behead the horse but felt it was a bit troublesome, so he slacked off a little. That's how modern youth are. If they can charge their phone while lying sideways, they absolutely won't bother moving the charger. The headless knight's death was too clean, too abrupt. All the players were stunned on the spot, unsure if they were lamenting not getting to leech points or being shocked by Su Lang's monstrous growth. Clearly, Su Lang wasn't this strong before. I am not his match. In the crowd, Jai Ren clenched his fists tightly, his heart unable to calm down. He had transferred dorms to break through and obtain the top player title. Yet after arriving here, he saw no hope of obtaining the top player title. He took a deep breath and headed towards the first floor without a word. Truly admirable, Li Xuan sighed in admiration. Li Wenwen, though not strong in combat, was also by Li Xuan's side. He couldn't rest easy leaving his precious daughter in the dorm room. What if Li Wenwen was tricked by someone and opened the door? However, his daughter was already an adult, not a child. Li Wenwen gazed at Su Lang, feeling her face grow hot, her heart fluttering with infatuation. So handsome, so strong, and with so many women, a playful, charming heartbreaker. Every trait is a trump card. Sometimes the danger a man carries can be incredibly attractive. Women often have this thought, I don't want what others don't want, what everyone is fighting for must be good. Su Lang lowered his gaze to look at the cleaver. An 8th level weapon, its base stats were solid. Paired with the blood soul enhancement, it gave a feeling of invincibility. Sequence ability 3 Killing Karma. For every living being slain, that being's killing karma is converted into the blood soul's sharpness. Current increase, 300 sharpness. Of these 300 points of sharpness, 100 were provided by the butcher. One could only say the legacy left by the old-timer was quite rich. The warhorse's drop was a heart belonging to the ingredient type. If cooked well, it could increase a player's attributes. The headless knight's drop was simpler. A set of battle armor with 5 components, gloves, arm guards, leg guards, war boots, and a breastplate. Su Lang didn't linger. After drinking a functional beverage, he headed to the first floor. When Jai Ren came down, he saw Kui Zai and her group walking the ghost. The glutton was very tanky and had strong output. Its only shortcoming was its short legs. Don't come over, Kui Zai glanced back at Jai Ren and said coldly. Jai Ren, a former soldier, had strong observational skills. He wasn't swayed by Kui Zai's words, nor did he rashly step forward. After observing for a while and noticing the glutton's condition had deteriorated significantly, he rubbed his wrists, preparing to step forward and snatch the kill. Stop him, Kui Zai shouted in a low voice, charging towards the glutton. Su Yuan and the other first-floor players immediately turned to block Jai Ren. The first-floor players had paid a great price to wear the glutton down to this state. They absolutely couldn't give up so easily. Scram if you don't want to die, Jai Ren sneered, about to stride forward when his steps suddenly halted. Su Yuan and the others found it strange. Was this reckless brute not going to act? It wasn't that he wasn't going to act, but there was no need to act anymore. Su Lang had already appeared in the first-floor corridor. Kui Zai's corridor was on the left, Su Lang's corridor was on the right, and the glutton was in the middle of the corridor. Both players were charging towards the glutton. Taking a deep breath, Kui Zai's speed suddenly exploded. A metallic sheen covered her wrist, her sharp pupils constricted, reflecting the glutton's terrifying form. The next second, a black shadow leaped over the glutton, darting right in front of her, holding a blood-red cleaver. Kui Zai narrowed her eyes and threw a punch at the cleaver. This was suicide, bang. At the critical moment, Su Lang kicked out, his foot squarely hitting Kui Zai's abdomen, sending her flying over 10 meters away. Kui Zai spat blood, her fierce gaze fixed on Su Lang as if asking why. Why not attack the glutton? Given the glutton's current state, Su Lang should be able to kill it with one strike. The glutton didn't care about all these human complexities. It opened its big mouth wide, intending to swallow Su Lang whole. Snapatilda. Without even turning his head, Su Lang raised his hand and snapped his fingers, his spiritual energy surging forth in response. A ring of fire materialized out of thin air. The glutton plunged headfirst into it and emerged from another ring of fire 10 meters away. So cool, Cao Yaxuan jumped up, shouting loudly. In that instant, who knows how many young ladies' hearts fluttered wildly. Su Lang really wasn't trying to show off, he just snapped his fingers subconsciously. Can't be helped. When you're this handsome, even taking a shit is art. Hurry, catch him. Fat Bear don't even think about runnings. Su Ruyan threw out a landing net and snaring the glutton. A group of ghost pets also pounced forward like tigers and wolves, pinning the glutton down. The glutton blinked its small eyes in confusion, actually looking somewhat endearingly silly. At this, Zai's gaze grew even more puzzled. The other players were also filled with confusion. If you're not killing it, are you keeping it for the new year? Under the players' bewildered gazes, the glutton was imprisoned by Su Lang and his group, then packed up and taken upstairs. What are you all planning to do? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and asked. To keep the game going on forever. Cao Yakshuan's eyebrows danced with excitement as she thought for a moment and said, "You'd better go buy more food from the supermarket now, otherwise food prices will become very high later." Dorm 200 had already stockpiled food when finalizing the plan to capture the boss, but they hadn't hoarded too much or engaged in any speculative practices. Su Lang simply couldn't be bothered with that small amount of copper coins anymore. Moreover, if they really went overboard, it wouldn't be much different from robbery. Might as well just rob people then, at least that could add a bit of attribute to the blood soul. But that would also mean there'd be no dormitory ecosystem to speak of, easily leading to collapse. Upon hearing this, the players had varied reactions. Brother Lang and Sister Yo are awesome, what a genius idea, how come I never thought of that? Damn Big New, come with me to the supermarket quick. Hahaha, maybe the dorm game really can be stalled. I hope so, I really hope so. Some players went upstairs, jumped from the second floor corridor to the plaza outside, and headed to the supermarket to buy food. Another portion of players fell into ecstatic joy, their hearts filled with shock. The glutton's blessing was perverted, but it was just hunger. If they thought of some methods, created some self-sustaining cycles or something, they might be able to overcome it. After all, the dorm survival game had seeds and soil that accelerated seed growth. If they could really make the dorm game stall. Thinking of this, many players shuddered and volunteered to carry the glutton upstairs. Su Lang naturally refused such requests. What if they accidentally injured the glutton? The glutton was tied inside an iron cage, its limbs all pierced through by thick chains, its condition very poor. If some brain-dead player really killed the glutton now, even their entire family's lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. This ridiculous idea will absolutely not succeed. Zai watched Su Lang and his group go upstairs, her lips pressed tightly together. She knew Su Lang had held back earlier. With Su Lang's explosive power and strength, even an ordinary longsword would cause considerable damage, let alone that clearly eerie-looking cleaver. If her fist had really collided with that cleaver back then, she would have been in grave danger. However, this didn't mean Zai felt grateful to Su Lang. Zai was a true child of heaven. Even among the genius-filled second-generation rich kids of the Chinese region, she stood out uniquely. Since childhood, she had been exceptionally outstanding in foreign schools, leaving others far behind. It couldn't even be described as a crane standing among chickens. She was more like a phoenix perched on a parasol tree branch. After entering the dorm survival game, she similarly dared to strive to be first, never falling behind others. Today's humiliation was the first time in her life. The bustling, lively scene around Su Lang formed a stark contrast with the obscurity around her. "I will trample you under my feet one day." Zai withdrew her gaze, her foot in the long black leather boot grinding slightly, as if stepping on Su Lang's face. This round's monster defensive battle was considered over. Many dorm owners who should have made the rankings didn't. Instead, some daring little nobodies who fought desperately during the chaos came to the forefront. This really proved that saying, as long as you live, the dorm game will give you a chance to become king. You guys, do you think those ordinary players within the top 10 might get hunted by players ranked below them? Su Xiaomeng, now the information lookout for the dormitory building, saw the ranking information and suddenly voiced this whimsical thought. "Don't know?" Su Lang directly killed the conversation, quickening his pace. The iron cage was held above his head, the glutton wailing and struggling. Honestly, it was a bit scary. Carrying a demonic version of a baby dragon on your head would make anyone a bit nervous. The group quickly returned to the 10th floor. With a clang, the iron cage was placed outside dorm 200's door. "Brother Lang, what do we do now?" Tongqi asked. "If we put it inside the dorm, wouldn't it be too dangerous? But leaving it outside seems even less safe." Wang Yajai glanced at Su Lang and said, "Although some people fear Brother Lang, there's no guarantee someone might take a desperate risk." Su Lang thought for a moment and decided, lock it in the study, then set up an alarm system. There weren't any other methods at the moment. After the iron cage was placed in the study, Su Lang and the others set up obstacles and an alarm system in the hallway. Besides that, there were also 10 ghost pets guarding it. Now it's settled. The few of them sat in the living room, not taking inventory of supplies but focusing entirely on the study. Apart from ghostly howls and screams, the glutton didn't pull any new tricks. At the same time, the dormitory building didn't seem to have any reaction to this either. Seems like it might work. Tong Chi's eyes sparkled. Cao Yakshuan and the other women exchanged glances, all smiling. Su Lang, go take a bath quickly, Cao Yakshuan urged. Together, Su Lang scooped up Cao Yakshuan in his arms. Half an hour later, Su Lang and the 6 women emerged from the bathroom. Mainly because time was limited, so Su Lang had all 6 women bathe together. That's right. Su Lang, wearing a loose bathrobe, was just about to take out the spoils when the doorbell rang from the entrance. Luo Lin stood outside dorm 200, a slight trace of anxiety in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. A moment later, the door opened. Is there something? Su Ruyan leaned against the door frame, hands supporting it, and asked. I'd like to extract a little biological sample from the glutton. Luo Lin walked into the room, saw Su Lang sitting cross-legged on the sofa and her cheeks inexplicably flushed. So big. I heard what you all said earlier. Su Lang looked at Luo Lin and chuckled lightly. Do you have some ideas about the glutton? M.H.M., Luo Lin nodded. I want to see if I can combine the glutton's cell tissue to create something new. 2 minutes later, a ghost pet penetrated the wall and entered the living room, handing a syringe to Luo Lin. Thank you, Luo Lin expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. After all, if you achieve any results, I'll definitely want to share too. Su Lang scanned Luo Lin up and down, instinctively checking her information. Name. Luo Lin's. Experience 1 cycle in progress. Dorm number 20 tenants. Comfort level 96. Can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 96%. His tilde. How did her comfort level increase by 6 points? Su Lang was secretly astonished. When he checked before, Luo Lin only had 90 comfort level. Luo Lin wasn't wearing any charm-boosting clothing. If anything had changed about her appearance, it was that she looked cleaner and more plain than before, the scholarly anti-vibe stronger. But that shouldn't be enough to increase comfort level by 6 points. This could only mean one situation. Su Lang's own mindset had changed, his view of Luo Lin had improved. She's one of us now, of course I'd feel closer to her. Definitely not because I've been playing more wildly, getting more perverted lately. Su Lang steadied his mind and said to Luo Lin nonchalantly, don't just bury yourself in research all the time. When you have time, bring Tao Tao over to play more often. Luo Lin's heart skipped a beat, sensing an emotion that made her inexplicably nervous. She replied, okay. Luo Lin left. Neither Tong Chi, Cao Yakshuan, nor the other girls noticed anything, only Su Ruyan detected a trace of a subtle atmosphere. After all, she was much older and knew all too well how broad a man's tastes could be. Speaking of which, this round of the game couldn't just be stalled. The dorm should be welcoming a new member soon, right? Regarding newcomers, Su Ruyan actually had no objections. On the contrary, she thought having another helper was a good thing. If that person were Luo Lin, she wouldn't mind either, at least it was someone familiar. From beginning to end, she never harbored the notion of monopolizing Su Lang. That was far too unrealistic. All 10 bosses emerged around 5 a.m., and now it was just past 7 a.m., leaving just enough time to take stock of the supplies. Before that, Su Lang turned on the radio. There weren't many people online today, just 100-ton King, Heavy Armor Maniac, and Midnight Fierce Zero. Even though the main host, Rainy Night Blade, wasn't there, Su Lang, operating on the principle of you never know unless you try, still shared the events of this round. 100-ton King, 666 boss, you're amazing, you actually tied up the boss. Midnight Fierce Zero, your move is something else. The people in your dorm building really cooperate with you. Trying that in our dorm building would definitely not fly. What do you think? Is this feasible? Can we stall the game here? Su Lang's voice carried a heavy tone. This matter was very important. He hoped to get some answers. Heavy Armor Maniac's rough and unrestrained voice immediately chimed in. Are you saying that by farming gold in a mobile game, you could bankrupt Tencent? Su Lang's mouth twitched. This Heavy Armor Maniac really didn't hold back when speaking. However, his reputation within the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society wasn't bad. The reason was, although his words were blunt, he was a reliable person who didn't beat around the bush. Heavy Armor Maniac, the dorm building's antivirus system will definitely activate, it's just a matter of when. Midnight Fierce Zero, I think so too. 100-ton King, I disagree. Didn't you all say that anything can happen in the dorm survival game? What if Zero Number actually succeeds? This time, Heavy Armor Maniac didn't mock him but fell silent instead. After a moment he said, that's also possible, a 1 in 10,000 chance. After exiting the radio, Su Lang began taking stock of the supplies. The items dropped by the Jester King and the others were quite good, But Su Lang was no longer the inexperienced rookie he once was. Only a handful of things caught his eye. After all, Su Lang and the others' power systems were already established. They would only take items within their personal systems. Some items looked powerful, but they didn't even have much value for fusion. Since fusion attempts were limited, Su Lang didn't want to waste them carelessly. Fear Incarnation Passive Skill. Type Skill Scroll. Level 8. Upgrade Condition 3,800 Nightmare Coins. Description: an aura-type skill that can instill fear in the weak-willed. This item dropped from the Fear Strawman. Su Lang planned to fuse it with Crimson Fierce Gaze. Pharaoh's Slumber Active Skill. Type Skill Scroll. Level 8. Upgrade Condition 4,500 Nightmare Coins. Description: actively enter a deep slumber, boosting spirit attribute and repairing the body. This was a cultivation skill. Su Lang wanted to see if it could be fused with the Taiyi Golden Flower Secret Record. Mad Flame Active Skill. Type Skill Scroll. Level 9. Upgrade Condition 8,000 Nightmare Coins. Description: once Mad Flame is ignited, it cannot be extinguished. A fire element skill. Su Lang definitely wanted to keep this one as he had already collected a whole bunch of fire element skills. Pumpkinhead. Type Equipment. Level 8. Durability 1/1. Effect 1 Explosion. When durability drops to 0, causes a large explosion dealing blast damage within a 10-meter radius. Effect 2 Indestructible. Damage below 500 is immunized. Decomposition yields Pumpkinhead Jack's Essence X1, Paranormal Pumpkin Fragment X5. Upgrade Condition 4,200 Nightmare Coins. The indestructible effect was extremely top tier. If it could be fused with equipment, it could directly forge a divine artifact. After taking stock of the supplies, it was time for the point grinding session. Every time after grinding points, Su Ruyan would feel a bit tired. But this time she felt a sense of not having had enough. Looking at the man's profile, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and images of Su Lang's heroic demeanor today flashed in her mind. This man was really handsome. Sleep was definitely out of the question. There was still a glutton in the study, she had to keep an eye on it. She wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep. Apart from the thick-skinned Sherry and the calm-minded Wang Yajai, the other girls were all awake. The girls soon started chatting in private messages and eventually created a small group chat. Cao Yakshuan, Ruyan, you were so hot just now. Cao Yakshuan came out swinging right from the start, expressing her thoughts directly. Zhu Ruyan want to learn. Tong Chi little Meng is still in the group. Su Zio Meng didn't make a sound. Actually, she felt her sister's moves earlier were quite nice to look at, and Su Lang seemed to like them a lot. She kind of wanted to learn, Zhu Ruyan. Since it's already like that, no need to be shy, right, little Meng? Zhu Zio Meng, Cao Yakshuan Tusk, even pure little Meng has been tainted by the dark mud. Zhu Ruyan, as if you're clean. The girls chatted and chatted, the conversation getting wilder, and they only slept halfway through the night. Base Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 782%, 8-hour production output 1058 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 1487. After waking up, Su Lang glanced at the point grinding harvest and hurriedly got out of bed. His stomach was growling incessantly. If it weren't for the nightmare bed's sleep-inducing effect, he would have woken up from hunger midway. At this moment, Su Lang felt he could eat an entire cow. Su Lang picked up items with high satiety and started devouring them. He ate over 5,000 copper coins worth of supplies before finally stopping. Tossing away the empty soda bottle, Su Lang let out a satisfied burp and began checking the chat room and private messages. Everything was proceeding normally, no unexpected situations had arisen. If there was anything to mention, it was that some people had fought over food. Really brings back memories, Su Lang sighed, thinking of the first round of the game when he lured Tong Chi upstairs with just a bit of bread crust. Food and water would always be humanity's most important survival supplies, followed by warmth and medical items. Not long after, Su Ruyan and the others woke up one by one. The first thing the girls did upon waking was also to start eating. As time passed, Su Lang lay back down on the nightmare bed once more. Fusion time tilde. There was no rush to increase combat power right now. It was better to use fusion opportunities on things that could snowball. The characteristics of Pharaoh's Slumber were far inferior to the Taiyi Golden Flower Secret Record, but its level was high enough. I hope I don't get scammed. Nightmare Sequence, I'm really counting on you. Su Lang didn't pray to any gods or Buddhas. The Nightmare Sequence was his real, reliable power. The Tei Golden Flower Secret Record and Pharaoh's Slumber were extracted from the skill slots and then converged together. After a few moments, a shiny new skill appeared, making Su Lang beam with joy. Tei Golden Flower Secret Record. Type passive skill. Level 6. Effect 1 Inner Lights. Introspection increases spirit attribute. Effect 2 Light follows events. 24-hour automatic cultivation. Cultivation effect doubles during sleep. Effect 3 Heavenly Hearts. Using Inner Light will additionally generate Tei True Chi. This True Chi can enhance skills and physical fitness. Currently 7 portions of Tei True Chi are stored. Effect 4 Cultivate Body and Spirit. When Constitution attribute reaches 50 points, Spirit attribute reaches 50 points, and Tei True Chi reaches 50 portions, the body will be imbued with Golden Flower, obtaining half-immortal body. Upgrade conditions. 2100 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, cultivate both body and spirit, not falling into dualistic methods. The name of the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record hasn't changed, and its level has increased by 2. And upgrading it again actually only requires 2100 Nightmare Coins. Normally, for the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record to naturally reach level 5, the second upgrade would probably cost around 2000 Nightmare Coins, but now going from level 6 to 7 only requires 2000 Nightmare Coins. It's a bit puffed up, isn't it? But that's not important. What's important is that Tei True Chi can now enhance all skills, including attributes. Damn, the feeling of cultivating immortality is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't the spiritual energy in fantasy works just like this? It can both release spells and strengthen the body. Su Lang's mind was filled with wild thoughts. To gather 50 portions of Tei True Chi in one go, he hadn't really used it much, so he didn't know the specific effects. It probably won't be weak. After all, the True Chi from Qianlong transformation without a prefix was already so strong, the Tei True Chi with a prefix must have even more explosive effects. Should I fuse these two skills together next time, they should be quite compatible. Su Lang thought it over left and right, feeling this was very feasible. Although it's a bit of a pity not to cultivate two cultivation techniques together, if it can improve the quality of the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record, then he's willing to do it. After all, the potential of the Tei Golden Flower Secret Record is right there. With this in mind, Su Lang didn't exit the fusion dream but instead opened his personal information. Player, Su Lang. Experience. Fourth period in progress. Door number 200 Dorm Owners. Attributes Constitution 80 Spirit 44. Skills Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire Mad Fire Crimson Fierce Gaze Fear Incarnation Tei Golden Flower Secret Record Electromagnetic Force. Backpack 2025s. Cleaver Blood Pelican Blade Pumpkin Head. Funds Copper Coins 3.29 million, Silver Coins 101, Gold Coins 0. A strange fellow had sneaked into the skills column. Electromagnetic Force. This was the high-level superpower Su Lang awakened after using the brilliant Golden Revolution. At the time, he was in a hurry and didn't study it properly, so now was the perfect time to delve into it. Electromagnetic Force Superpower. Type Active Skill. Level 7. Effect Control Electromagnetic Force. Upgrade Condition 3400 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Temperature, Light and Shadow, Radiations, Metal. Electric Currents, Magnetic Field. These are all my domain. A level 6 item awakened a level 7 superpower, and it came with so many attached attributes. The upgrade cost-effectiveness of the Evolution Serum was absolutely maxed out. This skill is a bit complicated. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and a small amount of static electricity suddenly appeared on his palm. Electromagnetic force is a skill that requires study, otherwise it might even backfire. Actually, when he first saw this skill, Su Lang was extremely excited. Mastering one of the 4 fundamental forces, just thinking about it is insanely awesome. But there's a problem here, and that's the upper limit. Theoretically, humans can even create water, but they can only spit saliva at people and can't become the true Lord of Water virtue. A level 7 skill can't make Su Lord Magneto. But what about level 10, 20, or 30? Wouldn't that raise the upper limit? It's the same old saying, Su Lang isn't afraid of items or skills having low levels. As long as they have potential, he can try to strengthen or fuse them. Inside the fusion dream, sparks flew from Su Lang's body one moment, lightning crackled the next, and from time to time he would summon a phantom cleaver to slash and hack around wildly. Su Lang had discovered long ago that in the fusion dream he could simulate some things. Now was the perfect time to use it as a testing ground. This should also count as developing the nightmare sequence, right? He just didn't know if the nightmare sequence had terms like obscurity, initial awakening, true spirit, and awakening. Developing electromagnetic force required earth-shattering wisdom. Su Lang tinkered for several hours and only managed to figure out a way to release voltage. There was basically no micromanagement to speak of, focusing purely on the principle of brute force overcoming everything. While eating instant noodles, Su Lang asked, "So, have any supplies refreshed at the supply points in the dormitory building?" No, Wang Yajai shook her head, a trace of worry between her brows. This round of the game seemed to be truly stuck here. The supermarket has plenty of food, it should last for a while. Cao Yakshuan chimed in. I remember there seem to be several players whose dorms are cultivation dorms, right? Su Lang asked. There are 7, Tong Chi nodded. After the Mad King building was optimized, the dorm names were all written on the door numbers, impossible to hide. For example, Su Lang's was number 200 Advanced Apartment. That's a bit few, Su Lang sighed and shook his head. Long-duration games are just too rare, which leads to these self-sustaining dorms being rare as well. Some games are very time-consuming, lasting 1 or 2 months at a time. By then, oxygen, water, and food could all become scarce resources under the game rules. Cultivation dorms, as representatives of self-sustaining dorms, are specifically designed to conquer this type of game, and they can usually cultivate some high-value plants for sale. No helping it, Zhu Li shrugged and said, there are still too many low-level dorms, but it'll be better after this round. 50 dorms will upgrade together then. I actually hope this round of the game stays stuck here forever, Tong Chi imagined aloud. That way we could live a normal life. But wouldn't many people die due to food shortages then? Zhu Li asked. But we would survive, Tong Chi smiled. Cao Yakshuan glanced sideways. Tong Chi had changed a lot. After the meal, the ghost pets went to check on the glutton's condition and found that the glutton's condition was somewhat poor. Specifically, he had gotten a bit thinner. To prevent him from starving to death, Su Lang had Tong Chi feed him some leftover scraps. Tilde so flavorful, the glutton was overjoyed. Time flew by and soon it was dawn. Yesterday's point grinding wasn't perfect, many items hadn't been used. Su Lang took out the gorgeous golden nectar and used it on Cao Yakshuan, Tong Chi, and Su Ruyan, saving a little bit at the end for upgrading seeds. There was no other way, there was only this much gorgeous golden nectar. And the effect of this level 7 curio was truly astonishing. The comfort level of the 3 women increased by 10 points each. And during the point grinding, Tong Chi's comfort level increased a bit more, giving her a feeling like a dynamic superhero. Su Lang simply gave her that set of morning lady's outfit. This was even more incredible. Her comfort level skyrocketed all the way to 141 points, surpassing the top-ranked Cao Yakshuan. Invincible. Tong Chi had also turned the tables and become the boss. Base Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 823%, total 8-hour production 1107 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 2594. There were over 2,000 Nightmare Coins in the account, enough to upgrade the gorgeous golden nectar once, but Su Lang didn't do it. After all, upgrading the Nightmare Bed again would only require 10,000 Nightmare Coins. Today, Wang Yajai woke up earlier than Su Lang. She looked at Su Lang and said softly, Su Lang, Li Xuan and the others posted a diet plan in the chat room. Do you want to take a look? Send it to me, Su Lang nodded. With Wang Yajai's meticulous personality, she would definitely have saved something like this. Immediately, Wang Yajai sent over a diet plan, which included a series of specific calculation tables and a note at the end. To achieve self-sufficiency, the current dormitory population needs to be reduced by 2/3. No need to pay attention to it, Su Lang shook his head. He had already stockpiled some seeds and soil. If a real famine broke out, he could just upgrade coolly. By then, controlling the food distribution rights for the entire building, he could achieve peaceful evolution, turning the Mad King building into his own dream kingdom. Wang Yajai didn't know Su Lang's thoughts. Hearing him say this, her heart immediately tightened. Su Lang was still Su Lang after all. He hadn't become merciful just because he was wealthy. Unlike Cao Yakshuan, Wang Yajai clearly knew how many players hated Dorm 200. Conversely, almost all dormitories feared Dorm 200. Therefore, Wang Yajai had never placed herself in the position of a righteous character. Hearing Su Lang say this now, her gaze turned even colder. If someone really came to kill the glutton out of hunger, she would not hesitate to act. In the fusion dream, Su Lang's eyes sparkled, his evil and Lushan's claw reaching towards the Taiyi Golden Flower secret record and the Hidden Dragon transformation. Skill fusion was different from facility fusion. There was no primary or secondary distinction. Fusion meant fusion with no room for regret. The Taiyi Golden Flower secret record and the Hidden Dragon transformation fused. A moment later, a brand new skill appeared, Golden Core Technique. Type Special Skill. Level 7. Effect 1 Golden Flower Inner Light. Introspect your own body, irrigating essence, energy, and spirit with the life golden flower, simultaneously increasing constitution, spirit attribute, and innate true chi. Currently possesses 5 portions of innate true chi. Constitution increased by 0 points, spirit increased by 0 points. Effect 2 Innate Divine Treasures. Innate true chi refines the body, opening the body's divine treasures. Bone and sinew divine treasures are open, constitution plus 40. 5 viscera divine treasures are not open. 6 bowels divine treasures are not open. Brain domain divine treasures are not open. Attributes increased by this skill are permanent. Effect 3 Golden Core Holy Fetus. When all divine treasures are open, the Golden Core technique automatically upgrades to level 10 Pure Yang Immortal Seeking Technique, and the human immortal body is obtained. Effect 4 Not Falling into Death's Void. As long as the soul is not completely destroyed, it will always reside within the body. The body may die, but the spirit does not. Effect 5 Feasting on Mist and Light. As long as you are alive, temperature and light will provide you with life energy. Upgrade condition 20,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction Using the human body as the furnace cauldron and light as the firewood, creating an indestructible golden core. Holy crap! Seeing the introduction of the golden core technique, Su Lang was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his skin. This was really hitting the jackpot. The compatibility between the Tei Golden Flower secret record and the Hidden Dragon transformation was off the charts. Not only did it level up on the spot, but the effects were absolutely explosive. The first 3 effects are similar to the Dao, the last 2 are like protective arts. Not falling into death's void gives me the ability to avoid death, and feasting on mist and light can let me recover from the brink and revive from death. So damn awesome. Too bad I probably won't get much use out of it. Since entering the dorm survival game, I don't seem to have encountered any real life-or-death calamities. I'm still too cautious. Su Lang sighed, looking up at the sky. Last-minute breakthroughs were never his style anyway. For a developmental nightmare sequence, there's no need to play the headstrong game with others. Numerical values explain everything. My trait of doubled training effect during sleep seems to have been washed away. Maybe it merged with not falling into death's void. Anyway, it's gone. Su Lang didn't have strong feelings about this. A level 7 golden core technique requiring 20,000 nightmare coins to upgrade, this was probably the limit for level 7 skills. There couldn't be a skill more top tier than this. Given that, there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The struggle for food was becoming increasingly intense. After infighting within floors subsided, players began organizing within their own floors to target other floors. In 3 days, Su Lang's personal attributes had made significant progress. Effect 1 Golden Flower Inner Light. Introspect your own body, irrigating essence, energy, and spirit with the life golden flower, simultaneously increasing constitution and spirit attribute as well as innate true chi. Currently possesses 12 portions of innate true chi. Constitution increased by 6 points, spirit increased by 6 points. Although the Golden Core technique didn't increase constitution as insanely fast as the extreme training method, the benefit was that it increased both constitution and spirit simultaneously. Comparing them, the Golden Core technique left the extreme training method in the dust by who knows how many streets. And compared to the improvement in personal attributes, Su Lang's combat power had improved even more. Mainly because of his current main weapon, Legendary Blood Pelican Demon Blade Spirit Awakened. Type Long Blade. Level 8. Lethality 1200. Durability 800. Effect 1 Bloodthirst. Slaughtering living beings increases lethality and durability. When durability is below 700, it is used to restore durability, keeping the long blade in optimal condition at all times. Currently increased lethality. 0 points durability, 0 points. Effect 2 Demon Blade. Hitting an enemy causes difficult to heal true damage and tenfold pain sensation. Attacked enemies will generate immense fear. Effect 3 Legendary Weapon Master. Damage against weapons and armor increased by 50%. Special effect Spirit Awakening Pelican's Devour. Attacking a dying enemy triggers an instant death effect. Revival items are ineffective. Decomposition yields. Soul Devouring Grinding Iron X10, Bloodthirst Demon Crystal X3, Power of Agony X1, Blood Pelican True Spirit X1. Upgrade condition 18,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. I bring pain, slaughter, destruction. This was the product of the Blood Pelican blade fusing with the cleaver and the giant blade of agony. Because the Blood Pelican blade's characteristics were stronger, it remained the main body, but its effects were now worlds apart from before. With this Blood Pelican demon blade, Su Lang felt he could fight two of his former selves. For players, having good equipment is sometimes more important than having a complete skill system. As the saying goes, numerical values explain everything. With the legendary weapon master effect, Su Lang could sever a level 6 weapon with just one slash. He had never heard of legendary equipment before, including in the Blood Mist Mutual Aid Society. Legendary and Spirit Awakened equipment probably both belong to the rare equipment category, but the Blood Pelican Demon Blade happened to have both characteristics, making it rare among the rare. Su Lang hadn't used today's fusion opportunity yet. He planned to use it to further strengthen the Blood Pelican Demon Blade. The reason was simple. He had just acquired a level 7 blade from Li Xuan yesterday. With anticipation, Su Lang entered the fusion dream. Then less than 5 minutes later he came out, his face dark. The fusion failed. It wasn't exactly a failure, but the fusion effect was poor. The equipment effects decreased instead of increasing. Su Lang actively gave up on that level 7 blade, letting it turn into nightmare essence. Phew, it's fine. As long as the game time stops, this place is my paradise. Su Lang took a deep breath and said to Tong Chi, go feed the glutton some more food. Don't let him starve to death. The glutton might become the new point grinding pal. Time passed in a blur, and another 3 days went by. Bloody incidents frequently occurred among the players, and conflicts also erupted between floor leaders. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be surprising if catastrophic events like years of great famine, people eating each other, happened. Basic Nightmare Coins 120, conversion rate 823%, total production in 8 hours. 1107 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 9236. Just a little more and I can upgrade the Nightmare Bed to level 4. After getting up, Su Lang ate something, then went back to sleep, entering the fusion dream. He spent his time studying electromagnetic force while waiting for the fusion cooldown. At this very moment, Su Lang's appearance was exceptionally imposing and terrifying. A full set of face-covering battle armor was fitted on his body. The pitch-black armor surface shimmered with a ghostly light, seemingly capable of withstanding waves and flames without budging. Ghostly profound armor. Type set helmet, visor, chestplate, pauldrons, greaves, war boots, belt. Level 8. Durability 800/800. Defense high. Effect 1 enhancement. Constitution attribute +18, spirit attribute +5, mobility -1. Effect 2 Jade armor. All physical damage received will be fully offset by durability. Effect 3 Blade reversal. Defense against sword and blade type attacks is greatly increased. Effect 4 Ghostly siphon. Unleashes a powerful suction force, cooldown 10 seconds. Decomposition yields. Ghostly Nether Iron X10, Netherworld Ghost Chi X5. Upgrade condition 4800 Nightmare Coins. Introduction. He comes from the Netherworld. The Ghostly Profound Armor's defense rating is high. Perhaps because defensive gear's numerical values are harder to quantify, the Mad King Dormitory building's evaluation standard for the Ghostly Profound Armor had also changed. The Dormitory game actually doesn't have a truly defined scoring system. Sometimes it even changes with the player's perception, like the introductions. The Ghostly Profound Armor is the product of fusing the Blackfish Scale Armor, the Jade Burial Suit, and the Centaur Armor. To be honest, just looking at the Nightmare Coins required for the upgrade shows this equipment isn't particularly overpowered. This couldn't be helped. None of these pieces of equipment were particularly well matched. Being able to retain the Jade Armor effect already left Su Lang quite satisfied. In terms of equipment, I've hit a ceiling. I put out so much food yesterday, but no one brought out equipment that satisfied me. Su Lang's thoughts shifted, and he looked at the fusion list. The fusion cooldown had ended. Immediately, Su Lang chose Skill Fusion. Crimson Fierce Gaze and Fear Incarnation's attributes were very compatible, but Su Lang also wanted to fuse Crimson Fierce Gaze with Bullet Time since the latter two were both related to eyes. After much deliberation, Su Lang still fused Crimson Fierce Gaze with Fear Incarnation. Crimson Fierce Gaze. Type active skill. Level 8. Effect greatly increases the user's aura. Those gazed upon will experience instinctive fear. Upgrade condition 3700 Nightmare Coins. Introduction, death and fear are the gifts I bestow upon you. His tilde this Crimson Fierce Gaze's trait is a bit too strong. It actually swallowed Fear Incarnation whole, not even changing its name. Could its origin be related to that so-called Crimson King? Su Lang was secretly astonished. Right at that moment, the dormitory broadcast sounded, startling him so much he directly exited the fusion dream. Dormitory broadcast, a special situation has occurred in this round of the game. All surviving players are directly granted victory. To compensate players, some facilities of the Mad King building will open early. And a special facility, Glutton Trash Can, has been added to the 10th floor. Congratulations to everyone for completing all challenges of the Mad King Dormitory Building's 4th phase game. The Mad King Dormitory Building's 5th phase game will descend 7 days from now. Rewards will be distributed one by one based on the points leaderboard ranking in 10 minutes. This ranking bears the dorm owner's name, but is actually the total points accumulated by the dorm owner and their tenants. Damn your mother, Su Lang cursed loudly. This is too much, the dormitory building can't handle losing, Cao Yakshuan said angrily. I thought we could stall for at least a few more months, Tong Chi said dejectedly. Wang Yajai and the other women also sighed. Simultaneously, the chat room exploded with activity. 49 Zhu Yan, holy shit, the game was forced to end. 88 Cao Bin, it's finally over, I was almost starving to death. 180 Nai Zaya Aju. This dormitory building only thinks about how to make us play games. It's addicted to games, needs electrotherapy. 33 Yi Fan, another cycle in 7 days, when will this ever end? 33 Zhang Dahai. At Yi Fan, don't lose hearts. 66 Jai Ren, Dorm 66, Dorm 67, Dorm 68 recruiting 10 new tenants. Those with strong individual combat power come. While Su Lang and the others were reading the chat room messages, a commotion of chickens flying and dogs jumping came from the study. The glutton charged out from the study, head down, and slammed straight into the main door. Bang. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Su Lang and the others watched the glutton banging its head against the wall, completely dumbfounded. I thought the glutton was dead, Tong Chi exclaimed in surprise. Su Lang frowned, stepped forward, and opened the door. After the glutton rushed out of the dorm, it ran to the left-hand side corner, and then immediately exploded. Its flesh and blood coalesced in midair, then seemed to be forcibly kneaded by an invisible giant hand into a trash can, placed right there in the corner, quite eerie. Glutton Trash Can. Type Public Facility. Effect 1, Public Facility. As a public facility of the Mad King Dormitory Building, the Glutton Trash Can cannot be moved. Effect 2, Accelerated Digestion. Corpses piled up on the 10th floor will disappear more quickly. Effect 3, Trash Can. All garbage can be thrown into the Glutton Trash Can for recycling, providing a certain amount of monetary feedback for that garbage. Introduction. A poor wretch being punished by being turned into a trash can. There were quite a few people in the 10th floor corridor who all witnessed this scene and immediately began discussing it. Su Lang walked to the Glutton Trash Can. He didn't throw away garbage, but instead bent down to pick up the 2 items dropped after the glutton's death. One of the drops was the glutton's summon card, the other was something like a belly band. Glutton's napkin. Type, Facility Curio. Level, Effect, when this napkin is integrated into spatial facilities like a storage room, dungeon, wine cabinet, etc., it can add the Eat Whatever You Want effect to that facility. Eat whatever you want. All dormitory members can open this facility anytime, anywhere to retrieve or store items. Introduction, want potato chips, want biscuits, want double skim milk, just ask if you'll buy it for me or not. If you don't buy it, I'm gonna get angry, tildes the glutton. A facility curio. When Su Lang saw the level was a string of question marks, he knew this thing wasn't ordinary, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. Unfortunately, it can't be upgraded. If it could be upgraded, perhaps people could return to the dorm through this handy thing even when outside. Su Lang, the glutton, turned into a trash can. Cao Yakshuan peeked out from behind Su Lang. Feels a bit cute, Tong Chi laughed. Hearing this, the ghost child immediately looked at the glutton trash can, its little brow slightly furrowed. Let's try throwing something in, Su Ruyan said, taking out a bottle of yogurt and tossing it into the glutton trash can. Ding dong tilde sour and sweet yogurt, value 20 copper coins. The glutton trash can vibrated, then spat out 20 copper coins. Kind of a ripoff, this bottle of yogurt would sell for at least 40 copper coins in the supermarket, Su Ruyan commented. Su Lang chuckled wryly. With the dormitory building's stinginess, how could they possibly give us a facility to make big money? Couldn't even hold out for 6 days. The Mad King dormitory building is truly the little brother among little brothers. That's true, Su Ruyan nodded. This public facility has no level and no durability. Let me see if I can destroy it. Su Lang suddenly raised his leg, preparing to attack. Cao Yakshuan and the others all stepped back a bit. The next second, Su Lang kicked the glutton trash can, producing a dull asterisk thud. Wah wah wah, I want to eat yogurt, I don't want to eat a whip kick. The glutton trash can let out the muffled voice of the glutton. Not a budge. Su Lang ignored the glutton trash can and spoke to himself. It is, after all, a product of the dormitory building. Su Ruyan stroked her chin. Su Lang deeply agreed, while a surge of fighting spirit welled up in his heart. In his view, it was mainly because his stats weren't high enough. If his stats were high enough, he could punch through the dormitory building, let alone a glutton trash can. He still had a long way to go before becoming the building daddy. Being a dorm owner just sounded so-so. Su Lang wanted to be the building daddy, the daddy of the dormitory building. Of course, he couldn't say this thought out loud, otherwise it would be both Chunabiu and lacking self-awareness, inviting ridicule. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Congratulations to player Su Lang and his tenants for becoming the top player. Rewards are as follows. Dorm upgrade count x1, core facilities x1, exclusive items x7, exclusive gold coin compensation coupon x1, free attributes plus 20. Congratulations to Wu Hui and her tenants for becoming the second player. Rewards are as follows. Dorm upgrade count x1, rare items x7, free attributes plus 15. Congratulations to Zio Yan and his tenants for becoming the third player. Rewards are as follows. Dorm upgrade count x1, rare items x5, free attributes plus 14. Congratulations to Zhu Heng and his tenants for becoming the fourth player. Rewards are as follows. Dorm upgrade count x1, rare items x3, free attributes plus 13. Congratulations to Zhai Ren and his tenants for becoming the fifth player. Rewards are as follows. Dorm upgrade count x1, rare items x1, free attributes plus 13. In this round's game rewards, the top 50 dorm owners all received the opportunity to upgrade their dorms. Additionally, the backpack upgrade rewards were completely cut. Su Lang's backpack was stuck at 5x5, meaning it could only hold 25 items. According to veteran players, this thing getting cut was inevitable, as backpacks could sometimes be quite buggy. Sherry sighed, I didn't expect Zhai Ren to still be alive. Teacher Sherry, you should occasionally pay attention to information like the leaderboards too. Cao Yaxuan teased. Every player in the dormitory building cannot be underestimated. Wang Yazhai said seriously. Su Lang nodded, makes sense. Zhai Ren had survived even after being targeted by the Morning Lady. Although in front of the current Su Lang, the Morning Lady was just something to be killed in one slash. But it couldn't be denied, Zhai Ren truly had some skill. While they were talking, they had already returned to the dorm. The exclusive items for the 7 of them were all level 8, and much stronger than ordinary level 8 items, though they were marked as unusable by others. Su Lang's exclusive item was a ghost/skill scroll. Cao Yaxuan's was an ice mage robe. Tong Chi's was a ring that increased spiritual energy. Wang Yazhai's was a 9 secret sword technique skill scroll. Sherry's was a group heal skill scroll. Su Ruyan's was a pair of silent shoes, and Su Zio Meng's was a pair of puppet gloves. Among them, Su Zio Meng's puppet gloves were the most special, capable of reflecting enemy attacks. If exclusive items weren't unusable by others, Su Lang would definitely have taken them to fuse. It's worth mentioning that exclusive items would level up as the game progressed, and by 2 levels. After the 5th game round, exclusive items would reach level 10. After the 6th round, they'd reach level 12 and so on. The 7 of them fiddled around for a while, then prepared to allocate their stats, but were distracted by the commotion outside. Many new facilities had appeared inside the Mad King dormitory building. Drink machine. Type, public facility. Effect 1, public facility. As a public facility of the Mad King dormitory building, the drink machine cannot be moved. Effect 2, drink sales. Drinks inside the drink machine can be purchased with money. Goods will also automatically refresh during game periods. Introduction, an ordinary drink machine. It contains good stuff that can quickly restore spirit or stamina. It's just a bit pricey. There was one drink machine on each floor from the 10th floor up, some on the left, some on the right. The items sold by this thing were slightly more expensive than the price supermarket, but it was very convenient. Sometimes time was life. With 10 drink machines, the Mad King building's ecosystem was undoubtedly improved. Besides, the supermarket had also changed a lot, adding many new features, including but not limited to an arcade, lottery games, and more. And there was even a golden gashapon machine. Hearing there was a golden gashapon machine, Su Lang couldn't care less about allocating stats anymore. He took Cao Yaxuan and the others straight to the supermarket. Big Brother Dahai, what are you going to play this time? A familiar place with familiar people, a group of players waited here for Zhang Dahai. However, this time Zhang Dahai passed by the lottery machines without entering. Big Brother Dahai, where are you going? The players hurriedly followed Zhang Dahai. I heard there's basketball shooting and fishing games. We plan to go play. Yifan, walking beside Zhang Dahai, said with animated expressions. All right, I'll lead the way. Immediately, a lackey stepped forward to lead the way. Zhang Dahai was generous. The junk he drew before would always be given to these bystanders. I just love this feeling of being popular. Zhang Dahai felt satisfied. Just then, he suddenly noticed the popularity was dispersing, and dispersing at an extremely fast rate. Zhang Dahai quickly turned around and then spotted Su Lang's group. The six beauties were like stars, dazzling and eye-catching, but the players didn't dare look directly, only because they feared meeting Su Lang's gaze. For some reason, they felt Su Lang had a terrifying aura about him, as if he carried blood and slaughter with him. Someone accidentally made eye contact with Su Lang and almost pissed himself, his mind involuntarily recalling the image of Su Lang and the butcher slashing at each other, covered in blood, and that one rumor that had spread. The savior during game time, the god of death during rest time. And wasn't this freaking rest time right now? If Su Lang blocked the supermarket entrance and started killing now, absolutely no player would find it strange. That would be completely freaking normal. Before, people still called me Langji, now no one even calls me Langji anymore. Sigh, I'm actually really approachable. Su Lang sighed inwardly, then said to Zhang Dahai, Dahai, I heard a golden lottery machine appeared here. The supermarket had expanded massively. Without someone leading the way, it really wasn't easy to find the place. Zhang Dahai wasn't afraid of Su Lang. Instead, he felt the latter was even more imposing than before. He smiled and said, yes, but I just got here too. I don't know where it is. Hearing this, Su Lang scanned the bystander players. One player felt Su Lang's gaze was like a blade, scraping painfully against his cheeks. He hurriedly said, I know. Led by this player, Su Lang's group arrived at the spot. The golden gashapon machines were placed in the arcade, and there were 3 of them. They were the Golden Equipment Gashapon Machine, the Golden Skill Gashapon Machine, and the Guardian Spirit Gashapon Machine. Su Lang's eyes lit up, staring fixedly at the Guardian Spirit Gashapon Machine. He took out a glittering golden scroll. Exclusive gold coin compensation coupon can be used in the supermarket to offset the cost of 1 gold coin. Langji, what is that? Zhang Dahai stared at the compensation coupon in Su Lang's hand, unable to hide his shock. A compensation coupon, Su Lang replied casually, striding towards the gashapon machine. A compensation coupon. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai and the surrounding players were even more astonished. Is that the one from the top player reward? Compensation coupon feels a bit odd. Doesn't seem like a proper reward, more like compensation the dorm building gave for forcibly ending the game. But why does only Langji have one? Don't forget, where was the glutton back then? And we got compensation too, didn't the facility open early? That's true too. The function of the compensation coupon was already known to Tong Chi and the others earlier. Now seeing the 3 gashapon machines, they all walked over with great interest. Su Lang, are you going to play the Guardian Spirit Gashapon machine? Cao Yakshuan looked left and right, feeling the equipment and skill gashapon machines weren't bad either. These 2 machines dispensed exclusive equipment and exclusive skills, which were very powerful and came in 3 grades, legendary, epic, and mythical. This was quite interesting. Even among exclusive skills, there were distinctions of high and low. Not me playing, Su Lang shook his head, looking at Tong Chi. Tong Chi is the one playing. Amazing. Tong Chi was a bit confused. Cao Yakshuan and the other girls looked at Tong Chi, immediately thinking of her luck emperor-level luck. Some things you just have to believe. Gold coins were not like silver coins or copper coins. At this stage of the game, they absolutely belonged to the super special category of items. It wasn't a question of rarity, but that there was only this one. Back when using silver coins, Su Lang could let the girls have a go, but now Tong Chi absolutely had to take the stage. Then I'll give it a try. Tong Chi felt the pressure was quite high, but she took a deep breath and accepted the compensation coupon. The surrounding onlookers immediately grew tense, their breathing becoming rapid. In this utterly bleak dorm survival game where it's either you kill me or I kill you, watching the big shots gamble was truly one of the few entertainments available. Forget about them, even Zhang Dahai, Su Lang, Cao Yakshuan, and the others were equally nervous. Were tilde. Tong Chi pulled the lever, and the multicolored guardian spirit eggs inside the gashapon machine immediately began jumping up and down, creating dazzling lights and shadows that were quite beautiful. Here it comes, someone whispered, and then all the surrounding players let out low exclamations. So thrilling, I'm more nervous now than during game time. Luck Emperor Tong can definitely do it, one pull to get the soul. Appear golden myths. Oh my god, what's happening here? The Guardian Spirit Gashapon machine, can you actually draw guardian spirits? Holy crap, are the capsules inside all guardian spirits? Time ticked by and other players began gathering around. Seeing that nothing had come out for a while, Tong Chi's heart also grew uneasy. Could there be a thank you for your patronage result? If it really was like that, even with her good temper, she'd curse the dorm building. Su Lang held Tong Chi's small fist and gave a light smile. Tong Chi felt reassured and was about to say something when, at that moment, a small golden ball rolled out from the gashapon machine. Immediately after, a golden waterfall erupted from this egg, illuminating all directions. Ha ha ha, Su Lang laughed heartily, hugged Tong Chi and gave her a kiss. Tong Chi, well done. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. It really came out. Golden light, that's a mythical grade. My god, a mythical guardian spirit. Our dorm building doesn't even have a second dorm guardian spirit yet, right? The great demon king Su Lang actually has two now. Some players, shocked beyond measure, spoke without thinking and called out Su Lang's nickname. Su Lang didn't mind, patting Tong Chi's shoulder and signaling her to go get the guardian spirit egg. Tong Chi hurriedly picked up the guardian spirit egg, opened the shell, and found inside a young child with hair hanging down, wearing Taoist robes. The child's skin was fair with a rosy tint, exceptionally cute. Its eyes were closed, assuming a meditation posture. Tong Chi shared the information with Su Lang, Cao Yakshuan, and the others. River Mouth Child. Type Guardian Spirit. Level 5. Vitality 500. Skills. Serene in action, merge with the light and dust, hear the way at dawn. Upgrade condition, 2500 nightmare coins. Introduction, a young Taoist child who loves serenity and incense offerings, with no interest whatsoever in fighting and killing. Serene in action. Monsters will not attack a young Taoist child who practices serene in action. Merge with the light and dust. The young Taoist child gently waves a horsetail whisk, hiding the bound dorm room for 3 minutes. Hear the way at dawns. If one hears the way in the morning, one can die content in the evening. The young Taoist child's skills have no cooldown restrictions and can be cast continuously until its vitality is exhausted. This little guy isn't an attack-type guardian spirit. Cao Yakshuan poked the river mouth child's cheek and said, "Doesn't this clash a bit with our style?" "No, it fits perfectly," Su Lang said with a smile, taking the river mouth child. "Being in the dorm survival game, we are always short on life-preserving methods." Counting carefully, his life-preserving methods were already ridiculously numerous. An ordinary elite player having one life-saving item was considered having face. But Su Lang had 3 chances to avoid death, 1 substitute strawman, and the golden core technique. As long as he wasn't instantly annihilated soul and spirit, Su Lang could come back to life, but he still felt it wasn't enough. Haha, this defense is invincible. Used well, it's more useful than most attacks, Cao Yakshuan laughed. And look at the hear the way at dawn skill. If the little Taoist child gets damage skills later, it would be no different from a turret. Right? Even though he has no interest in fighting and killing now, he might become a martial god in the later stages, just like Erlang Shen, Su Ruyan chimed in. Hear the way at dawn. It really looked like a skill only a combat-focused guardian spirit would possess. Tong Chi, you're amazing, Wang Yajai looked at Tong Chi and praised. It's just good luck, Tong Chi said, somewhat embarrassed. That's also a skill, Su Xiaomeng spoke up softly, her voice gentle. Hearing the conversation among the 7, the surrounding players felt unbearably itchy. Just what were the stats of this mythical guardian spirit? However, even if they wanted to ask, they didn't dare. Now that they had calmed down, many secretly regretted getting so close to Su Lang. Lang Ji, Sister Tong's luck is just too incredible, Zhang Dahai scratched the back of his head, his face full of envy as he spoke. A virtuous helper like Tong Chi was truly hard to come by. Not only was she the possessor of the sequence ghost controller profession, but she also had such amazing luck. Hee, just little Tong's regular operation. Su Lang chuckled lightly. Tong Chi immediately felt a wave of embarrassment. Looking at the surrounding players, Su Lang suddenly felt inspired, remembering Zhang Dahai's carefree demeanor. He said, "I'm in a good mood today. I'll just give all these 100,000 copper coins to you all." As he spoke, he extracted 100,000 copper coins and scattered them in all directions. In an instant, it was like flowers scattering from a heavenly maiden. The players went crazy, charging towards these copper coins. The copper coins Su Lang threw out, some were stacks of 100 coins, some were stacks of 1,000 coins. This was a characteristic of the dormitory game's copper coins. Multiple coins could be stacked together. All the players went to grab the copper coins. Seeing that Zhang Dahai didn't go, Su Lang asked, "Dahai, do you still have something?" "MHM," Zhang Dahai nodded, extending an invitation. "Lang Ji, can we get together later?" Su Lang replied, "Sure." Zhang Dahai was immediately overjoyed. Lang Ji really trusts me. Does this mean I've made it into Lang Ji's inner circle? Next, Su Lang and his group went to browse the supermarket. This time, the supermarket refresh didn't have any over-the-top items. The highest level item was level 8, so Su Lang bought the most expensive and also the most cost-effective skills and equipment. Besides that, this time, more than 10 cultivation techniques appeared unprecedentedly. Su Lang bought all the cultivation techniques that Su Ruyan and the others had their eyes on in one go. The cultivation skills for Su Ruyan and the others all increased basic attributes. Only Su Xiaomeng's telekinesis cultivation method was somewhat special, similar to the Green Lotus Qi cultivation technique, boosting energy beyond numerical values. Of course, Su Lang also bought a cultivation method that increased numerical values for Su Xiaomeng. The reason was none other than having money, being extravagant. Actually, ordinary players generally don't consider cultivation techniques much. It's not that they're short-sighted, but they can only consider the immediate present. Ordinary players are busy almost all day long. How could they stay at home every day like Su Lang and his group? After buying the skills, everyone went to buy equipment. The previous Frost Ghost set, after one round of the game, was already looking a bit inadequate. Tong Chi and the others picked and chose, all upgrading their gear. At the same time, they spent nearly a small million copper coins. With more people, raising them is expensive too. Actually, the Frost Ghost set could barely be used. But then again, money sitting around is just sitting around. Just keep enough for the facilities each round. Su Lang thought with a rather pained heart. He didn't know if the dormitory building would issue exclusive items in the future. If all skills and equipment were exclusive, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Next, Su Lang and his group went to the facilities area, but they just looked around and didn't rashly make purchases. This facility fusion thing needed careful consideration. Blindly fusing things randomly could easily lead to brain overload, wasting fusion opportunities for nothing. After getting a clear idea in his mind, Su Lang went to the lifestyle section. Buy, and buy only the best and most expensive. Su Lang and his group directly took over the fitting rooms. If he wasn't afraid of making noise, Su Lang really wanted to try the comfort level boost effect on the spot. After purchasing the clothing, the copper coins took another big hit. The surplus from upgrading the nightmare bed should be enough to upgrade the zombie summoning card again. Once Luo Lin's money printing machine starts running, the economic pressure won't be this big. As the head of the household, Su Lang's pressure was immense. After leaving the supermarket, the 7 of them weren't in a hurry to go home. Instead, they went to the laboratory building. Before, upgrading the dormitory had a time limit. Now, it doesn't. If you could hold back, you could even accumulate 2 chances and use them together. So Su Lang and the others' time also became more leisurely. After Su Lang and the 7 of them swept through the laboratory building and returned home, Cao Yakshuan urged Su Lang to upgrade the dormitory. The advanced apartment was only a bit over 100 square meters. Living with 7 people was a bit cramped. Okay, let's upgrade now. Su Lang snapped back from his private messages and nodded repeatedly. He had just been looking to see which girls wanted to move into dorm 200. The pretty girls in the dormitory building were all eagerly waiting, among them even some who had boyfriends or husbands. When Cao Yakshuan and the others walked out of the supermarket wearing high-end clothing, they were like phoenixes. Other women were so jealous they could burn through their skulls. This dormitory upgrade didn't offer many options. It just upgraded directly. Advanced apartment upgraded to luxury apartment. Total area expanded to 200 square meters. Tenant count +1, turret placement slots +2. New facilities added. Luxury ceiling, ventilation system, natural temperature regulation system, enclosed luxury sofa, balcony, independent shower room, independent toilet room, bathroom vanity, coffee table, shadow wood cabinets, Calicut white marble slab. Dorm 200 underwent a massive transformation. All the walls were replaced with Calicut white marble slabs, refreshing, clean, and luxurious. Cao Yakshuan and the others were overjoyed, rushing around to check out every area. This time, the dormitory building was generous for once. The bathroom vanity had self-cleaning bathrobes and slippers. Although the level wasn't high, they were free after all. Besides that, there were also small items like carpets, wall lamps, small sofas, and chairs. Su Lang was a bit disappointed. The luxury dormitory didn't add an extra tenant but increased the number of turret placement slots. But after all, upgrading the dormitory was a good thing. He didn't pull a long face. After walking around with Cao Yakshuan and the others, he started selecting core facilities. The reason for selecting so early was to see if he could find another economical core facility. In the end, there was neither a gold-silver mine nor a generator. Helpless, Su Lang finally chose a standard, middle-of-the-road air conditioner. In the future, if they encountered environment-based games again, Dorm 200 could handle them more calmly. Moreover, once the air conditioner's level was high, it could be used to freeze monsters outside the door. Su Lang, give me money quickly. Cao Yakshuan suddenly started shouting excitedly. What's wrong? Su Lang asked. A functional card has appeared on the trading network. It's the Queen of Clubs. It's being auctioned right now. Cao Yakshuan said urgently. Hearing this, Su Lang's pupils contracted. He quickly opened the trading network and found the hottest item, Queen of Clubs. Type item. Level unknowns. Effect, summon a relative or friend from the original world. Description. Through life and death, our bond runs deep into the soul. Is that all? Su Lang was greatly disappointed. Su Lang, please buy it for me. Cao Yakshuan looked at Su Lang, her big eyes watery, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Su Lang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Su Ruyan and the others, then said to Cao Yakshuan, you want to use the Queen of Clubs. If my parents really come, I'll let them live with Sister Lin and the others. Cao Yakshuan replied. Su Lang frowned. Have you thought it through? This is the Mad King building, not a tourist area. Your parents might die in the next round of the game. The thoughts that had just risen in Su Ruyan and the other women were immediately extinguished. Cao Yakshuan was speechless. She opened her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Lang suddenly smiled. Since they're all family, then it's fine to die together. The whole family reunited, quite nice. Pause. What are you saying, Su Lang? Cao Yakshuan hurriedly covered Su Lang's mouth. An hour later, the Queen of Clubs was bought by Su Lang at the highest price. Everyone's level of longing for their family is different. Su Lang used to watch survival shows where people often gave up the competition because they missed their families. Although Su Lang couldn't understand it, he respected it. Anyway, if something really happened, it wouldn't be his relatives dying. Anyway, those two old folks don't have many good years left. If they come, they come. Cao Yakshuan held the Queen of Clubs, hesitated for a long time, then gritted her teeth and used it. The Queen of Clubs transformed into a hazy, shimmering light. A human figure appeared within it, then with an asterisk plop asterisk fell to the ground. Xiao Lu, why is it you? Cao Yakshuan looked at the silver-haired woman lying on the ground, greatly shocked. The silver-haired woman had landed face first. She was covered in blood. Her injuries looked like they were caused by sharp blades, densely packed wounds that looked somewhat terrifying. Sister Yakshuan, is she your friend? She seems like she's about to die, Tong Chi said hesitantly. Quick, save her. Cao Yakshuan looked at Sherry, her tone filled with extreme urgency. Sherry hurriedly crouched down and began healing the silver-haired woman. She now had 2 healing skills, 1 area of effect and 1 single target, and the 2 could even be stacked, making the healing effect extremely powerful. This wouldn't be that close girlfriend of yours, would it? Su Lang asked. As the goddess of Clear Sky University, Cao Yakshuan's every move attracted attention, including that close girlfriend of hers who occasionally visited the campus. Silver short hair Zhenlu. She was also said to be a young lady from a wealthy family, her father being the CEO of a multinational trading company. Yes, Cao Yakshuan was frantic with worry, murmuring, how did little Lu end up like this? After Zhen Lu's condition improved somewhat, Cao Yakshuan helped her up and placed her on the sofa. About a minute later, Zhen Lu regained consciousness, painfully opening her eyes. Her pupils were pure like the first snow of early winter. Her gaze was dazed for a moment, but after clearly seeing Cao Yakshuan's face, she said in astonishment, Yakshuan, what are you doing here? Don't speak yet, Sherry said dutifully, opening a can of energy drink. Was this really how you treated a patient? Zhen Lu felt speechless inside, but licking her dry lips, she drank it anyway. Before the energy drink had even formally entered her stomach and been absorbed by her intestines, she felt her brain cells become several times more active. What kind of drink is this? Zhen Lu reached out a blood-stained hand, took the drink, and saw it was labeled Black Bull Energy Drink. Her expression immediately froze. Knockoff drinks from small workshops really went all out with the ingredients. Was she drinking adrenaline? Never mind that for now, little Lu. Tell us, how did you get these injuries? Cao Yakshuan asked. I was attacked by an arm-blade monster, Zhen Lu sighed, her voice light and ethereal like a white deer in the mountains. What arm-blade monster? Cao Yakshuan didn't understand. Zhen Lu also seemed puzzled. The monsters in the blood mist, of course. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. What did you say? Su Ruyan pressed urgently, her eyes suddenly sharp as daggers. Zhen Lu leaned back, squinting as she met Su Ruyan's gaze, her face full of vigilance. She clearly wasn't an ordinary person either. After all, the gap between ordinary people and players was huge. When mental and physical attributes were high, they naturally suppressed ordinary people. Murderous intent, malice, these mental concepts could even solidify into something tangible enough to harm. Unless the gap was simply too vast, to the point where you couldn't even sense the other party's danger, life would instinctively avoid things that posed a threat. Little Lu, don't be afraid. Everyone here is on our side, Cao Yakshuan reassured her. Zhenlu nodded, calmly glanced at everyone present and began to slowly recount. About a month ago, the blood mist suddenly descended upon the entire world, forming various secret realms. At first, the blood mist's secret realms were only open to those in power, because they contained things that transcended the mundane. Later, more and more blood mist secret realms appeared, gradually becoming uncontrollable, infesting almost 1% of the planet's surface. Humanity began using weapons of mass destruction to clear the blood mist and the monsters within, but this backfired. The blood mist went completely berserk, rapidly expanding, and many urban areas fell. Human civilization was in peril. Zhen Lu took a deep look at Cao Yakshuan and said, "That's everything I know. Now it's your turn to talk." Yakshuan Clear Sky University was one of the initial landing points for the blood mist back then. Uncle Cao even sent people to rescue you at the time, but everyone who went never returned. So we are at Clear Sky University right now, aren't we? Why am I here? You don't seem surprised by my appearance at all. Cao Yakshuan hadn't yet recovered from the shock and was about to answer instinctively when Su Lang spoke. "Tell us, what kind of supernatural power do you possess?" Su Lang looked at Zhen Lu, his gaze very calm. This was the first time Su Lang had spoken, but it gave Zhen Lu immense psychological pressure. Zhen Lu had actually been secretly observing Su Lang, the only male present. Now being questioned, her heart tightened and she answered truthfully, transforming into beasts, similar to a druid in games. "So you are a sequence holder," Su Lang pressed further. Zhen Lu pursed her thin lips and remained silent. "Sequence A, Sequence B, Sequence C, Sequence D." Su Lang stared into Zhen Lu's eyes, listening to her heartbeat. He spoke rapidly, like an interrogation without torture instruments. "Looks like it's Sequence D. What's with this person? Can he read minds?" Zhen Lu's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly she was extremely tense. "Is it D120 Illusion Master or D27 Sorcerer?" Su Lang trailed off here. In the sequence encyclopedia, only these two sequences matched transforming into beasts, so he couldn't continue, nor did he need to. Right now, applying pressure on Zhen Lu was all that mattered. "Just who are you?" Zhen Lu looked back at Su Lang, her face tense. "Su Lang, owner of Dorm 200 in the Mad King building," Su Lang answered, then said, "You haven't answered my question yet." Zhen Lu took a deep breath. "It's D9 Beast Spirit Envoy." Su Lang gave a slight nod. She wasn't lying. Actually, interrogating Zhen Lu wasn't primarily to get an answer, but to implant an image of his authority into her mind. He had to start grinding points in a few hours. "It's urgent. Name Zhen Lu. Comfort level 95s. Zhen Lu was extremely beautiful, with exquisite facial features, a delicate nose as straight and fair as carved jade and small cherry-like lips. "Stop scaring little Lu," Cao Yakshuan chided Su Lang, then turned to Zhen Lu. "Su Lang is a good person, don't be afraid." If other players in the Mad King building heard this, they'd probably have a stroke on the spot. Who in the entire Mad King building wasn't afraid of Su Lang? As long as Su Lang remained alive for a day, they lived in constant fear, terrified of being slaughtered. Well, that only applied to Su Lang during rest periods. "Doesn't seem like it," Zhen Lu thought to herself, but nodded on the surface. "I really never imagined our world would also be invaded by the blood mist," Su Ruyan said, somewhat dejected. She still had many relatives and friends in the real world. "You guys, do you think one day our family members might turn into monsters and come attack the dorm building?" Sherry suddenly wondered aloud. Su Xiaomeng twitched at the corner of her mouth and replied, "Teacher Sherry, please don't say that, that's too grim." In Dorm 200, Sherry was the one with the loosest tongue. Cao Yakshan was deeply worried and asked Zhen Lu, "Are my parents doing okay?" "Yes, Uncle Cao and your younger brother are in a safe zone," Zhen Lu nodded. Su Lang had Tong Chi pour several cups of coffee. "Tell us more about the real world. You have the concept of sequences, so you must know quite a bit of information." The blood mist world was indeed bizarre, but the 5 major nations weren't pushovers either. After over a month of interaction, they had actually gleaned some information. To summarize in one sentence, the blood mist world is a world forged from despair and blood, containing many civilization ruins and terrifying creatures. Without exception, all these creatures harbor the utmost malice toward living beings. Many cities in our country have been submerged by the blood mist, with the survival rate of the populace being less than 1%, Zhen Lu sighed. Su Lang took a sip of coffee, fell silent for a moment, then said to Cao Yakshuan and the others, "Don't worry too much. As long as we survive well, we will uncover the truth of the blood mist world one day." Later on, the dormitory building definitely won't lack items that can resurrect people. So even if your family members really died, it doesn't matter. Although we don't know who our opponent is, if we want to keep winning, we must stay at the table. Su Lang wasn't very good at comforting people. That line, even if your family died, it doesn't matter, felt very cold, chillingly realistic. Cao Yaxuan and the others all fell silent. Lang Ji is right, as long as we survive there is hope. Tong Chi suddenly clenched her fist, cheering herself up. MHM, Cao Yaxuan took a deep breath, trying her best not to think about her parents. Don't worry about your father and the others. Maybe their situation is even better than ours. After all, we are inside the secret realm, Zhen Lu comforted. She still didn't have much concept of the dormitory building. Su Lang said to Cao Yaxuan, Yaxuan, take Zhen Lu to take a bath, and by the way, tell her about the dorm survival game. Okay. Cao Yaxuan and Zhen Lu went to bathe, while Su Lang and Tong Chi came outside the dorm room to bind the river mouth child. After the binding was complete, a shrine pedestal automatically appeared beneath the river mouth child's feet. He stood on one side of the golden pillar jade-toed door, with the ghost child on the other side. At the same time, his eyes also opened, curiously observing this world. His gaze paused on the magnificent golden pillar jade-toed door, then looked at the ghost child and finally settled on Su Lang. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then closed his eyes again as if meditating and cultivating. Guardian spirits all have upgrade paths, and the river mouth child's upgrade path seems to be meditation and absorbing offerings. In other words, the river mouth child can level up automatically. A mythical grade guardian spirit is truly extraordinary. The ghost child was very curious about the new colleague. Seeing the other close his eyes, it couldn't help but stomp its foot in annoyance. Seeing this, Su Lang chuckled softly, took out a soul item and fed the ghost child. Then, he inserted 3 sticks of incense into the river mouth child's shrine. The arrival of a new resident also brought some miscellaneous new items. These 2 items were what he bought on the trading network. The river mouth child opened his eyelids, gave Su Lang a very serene nod, then closed his eyes again. He's quite polite, huh? Tong Chi laughed. After saying this, she saw the ghost child nodding repeatedly at her and couldn't help but giggle. Right at that moment, the door next to them opened, and Luo Lin and her daughter peeked out. Su Lang, would you like to come to my place for a bit? Luo Lin smoothed her hair and then said, my dorm has been upgraded. Dorm 199 was called the biochemical dorm, equipped with a small laboratory inside. The upgrade options and rewards provided by the dormitory building weren't completely random. They changed based on certain real-world factors. This dorm was perfectly suited for Luo Lin. Luo Lin showed Su Lang around and said, with this laboratory, the possibility of me mass-producing evolution serums is even greater. Even without zombie gene samples, I'm confident I can develop an evolution serum. So you want to cut ties with me? Su Lang asked. No, 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 Luo Lin was startled. Su Lang was a golden thigh you couldn't just hug whenever you wanted. How could she possibly sever the connection? She quickly waved her hands, saying, it's just that this dorm consumes too much money. I want some copper coins. Su Lang understood, so you want me to invest in you. Luo Lin nodded. Su Lang shook his head. I won't invest in you. Luo Lin was surprised. Su Lang wasn't someone so short-sighted. We are already one entity, one team, Su Lang laughed. Luo Lin. So you're just spending money on your own assets, huh? Well, being completely taken advantage of is fine too. This way the connection with Su Lang is even tighter, and the level of protection is stronger. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony with you from now on, Luo Lin smoothed her hair again. Su Lang's gaze swept over Luo Lin's cool, elegant face and evasive eyes, finally landing inconspicuously on her fair collarbone. When a woman pays extra attention to her appearance and grooming while interacting with you. Su Lang shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind, and said, is there anything else? Yes, a smile appeared on Luo Lin's face. I've already deciphered some of the secrets of the glutton cells. Later, I might be able to create zombies with related characteristics. Su Lang said in surprise, your dorm can also produce troops. Luo Lin blinked, taking several seconds to understand what produce troops meant. After all, she was an older auntie not too familiar with these terms. More or less, I want to create a zombie army to guard the dorm, Luo Lin nodded. It's just that corpse-type items are too scarce. We might need to focus on collecting them later. Okay, I'll help you collect them, Su Lang smiled. Luo Lin immediately smiled too and even asked Su Lang and the other if they wanted to stay for dinner. Su Lang politely declined directly. There were still people at home. Before leaving, he didn't forget to buy a pack of snacks for Tao Tao on the trading network. Things like favorability still need to be nurtured. Thank you, Uncle. Tao Tao's voice was very sweet. When Su Lang and Tong Chi returned to dorm 200, they didn't see Cao Yaxuan and Zhen Lu. Are they still bathing? Su Lang raised an eyebrow and asked. Su Xiaomeng shook her head. They're in the secondary bedroom. Su Lang walked towards the secondary bedroom. Su Ruyan stopped her meditation. Wang Yazhai also stopped practicing her sword. The girls looked at each other, their gazes colliding as if sparks could fly. They quickly huddled together, whispering and murmuring. What do you think? Is Lang Ji also going to make Zhen Lu become our tenant? Tong Chi said with a thoughtful expression, the flames of gossip burning fiercely in her heart. Very likely, Su Ruyan's eyes flickered. I think it's definite, Su Xiaomeng joined the conversation. It's just that I feel Sister Zhen Lu is a bit wary, it might not succeed and there might even be conflict. Sherry stroked her chin. Forcing it, I think, isn't good. It's not conducive to our unity. What if a mole slipped into the team? That would be a huge problem. A betrayal at a critical moment, no one could withstand that. I don't think that will happen. Can't Lang Ji handle a mere druid? Tong Chi was inexplicably confident. Anyway, she had great faith in Su Lang's methods. All the favorable conditions were in place. Timing referred to the dorm survival game. Geographical advantage referred to Zhen Lu being in dorm 200, and human harmony referred to Cao Yaxuan. Tong Chi believed Cao Yaxuan would cooperate with Su Lang. Cao Yaxuan knew how difficult it was to survive in the Mad King building. Not wanting her close friend to ascend to heaven in the next round, she would definitely try to persuade her. Hearing this, the other girls all felt it made sense. Su Lang was exceptionally fast, accurate, and ruthless in this regard, almost always succeeding immediately. This was also unavoidable. Who told it concerned nightmare coins? Basic nightmare coins 120, conversion rate 10%, A tower total production 1332 nightmare coins. Total nightmare coins 10,568. This time at the supermarket, Su Lang practically bought out all the most expensive clothing. Tong Chi's comfort level rose to 147 points, Cao Yaxuan's to 144 points, Su Ruyan's to 138 points, Wang Yazhai's to 134 points, Sherry's to 131 points, and Su Xiaomeng's to 128 points. It seems that charm also has diminishing returns. The level 8 clothing provided a huge boost to Su Xiaomeng and the others, but gave a relatively smaller bonus to Tong Chi and the rest who already had very high comfort levels. As for the newcomer Zhen Lu, her comfort level shot straight up from 95 points to 128 points, matching Su Xiaomeng's. With further development later, it might increase a bit more. Zhen Lu was a newcomer, yet Su Lang acted a bit heartless. After waking up, he went straight to the study. As usual, after catching up on the True Ancestor's diary, he started reading miscellaneous books. Now that he didn't need to cultivate, he could only kill time with these. Books in the dorm survival game sometimes fetch sky-high prices, but most of the time they are very cheap. Cao Yaxuan and Sherry are also quite enthusiastic about collecting them, so there are many books in the study. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lang heard the sounds of cooking coming from outside and left the study. Glancing towards the kitchen, Su Lang said to Tong Chi, who was meditating cross-legged on the sofa, "I'm going to sleep a bit more. You guys eat, no need to wake me up." "Okay," Tong Chi nodded. Su Lang walked towards the nightmare bed, but his steps suddenly paused. He asked, "How is Senior Sister Red Butterfly's condition now? How long until she has a physical form?" Before Tong Chi could speak, Senior Sister Red Butterfly flew out from the ghost control bells at the former's waist, her eyes shining as she said, "Feed me Ghost Chi, I can recover faster." Senior Sister Red Butterfly was only focused on her happiness and didn't notice the gleam in Su Lang's eyes. Once she has a physical form, Senior Sister Red Butterfly should have a comfort level too, right? Senior Sister Red Butterfly's looks are undeniably top-notch, somewhat resembling Fuyu, giving off that untouchable, high-altitude flower vibe. Her phoenix eyes curve inward and tilt outward, exuding a bewitching charm within their eerie aura. Tong Chi, from now on, gives Senior Sister Red Butterfly a share of any soul-type items we purchase too, Su Lang said. Hearing this, Tong Chi happily agreed. The growth of her ghost pets is her own growth. Actually, she has always wanted to cultivate a systematic team of ghost pets, nurturing and upgrading them within the ghost control bells, rather than just using whichever one has the highest level like now. Zhen Lu was sleeping in a daze, her pure and delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Not long ago, she had experienced a life-and-death situation. After entering the dorm survival game, she experienced another one. "It's fine, it's just like getting a shot." That's what Cao Yaxuan had said to her at the time. This shot nearly knocked her out cold. She's officially scared of needles now. Just then, Zhen Lu sensed rustling movements. She glanced sideways and saw it was Su Lang. Jolting awake, she slid straight from the head of the bed to the foot of it. Now you can't do anything to me, can you? Su Lang originally hadn't had any ideas. He just wanted to come over, scare Zhen Lu away, and then upgrade the nightmare bed. However, at this moment, looking at the pristine white jade-like feet right before his eyes, he fell into deep thought. Are you doing this on purpose or by accident? As soon as Zhen Lu got off the bed, she dashed towards the bathroom like a startled fawn. Midway, her foot slipped and she almost fell. Su Lang pretended to rest with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was upgrading the nightmare bed. The luxurious nightmare bed rapidly transformed, becoming larger in dimension, even more luxurious and plush, exuding an air of nobility. Nightmare coins minus 10,000. Please select one of the following nightmare traits and make your choice within 1 minute. 2. Simulation. 3. Curses. 4. Epitaphs. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 locked. These options are interesting, they don't start from 1, 2, 3. When in doubt, pick the longest ones. And the later something appears, the more powerful it should be, right? Su Lang didn't overthink it and chose Epitaph. Luxurious nightmare bed permanently bound. Type facility. Level 4. Durability. Comfort level 80 can increase nightmare coin conversion rate by 80%. Effect 1 sleep. The Nightmare Lord gains 20 nightmare coins for every full hour of sleep, limited to 8 hours per day. Effect 2 adaptive. The bedding automatically cleans itself and adjusts temperature according to the user's body temperature, creating the optimal sleep temperature for each individual. Effect 3 permanent. Cannot be decomposed or detected. If damaged, the Nightmare Lord can summon it again. Nightmare Trait Fusion, fuse all things within dreams. Gains 2 fusion opportunities every 24 hours. Nightmare Trait Epitaph. When you and all tenants die, resurrect collectively once and restore the dormitory and all facilities. You can freely set the resurrection time. Exclusive upgrade requirement, 30,000 nightmare coins. Introduction. Nightmare Lord Death and Rebirths. Holy crap, did I just draw a Get Out of Death free card? Su Lang's eyes snapped open, filled with shock and delight. This is true resurrection of the dead and a collective one at that. This freely customizable resurrection time is also super broken. Su Lang thought it over and wrote down a rule for the epitaph: resurrect after 7 days. Generally, one cycle of the dorm survival game is 7 days. If dorm 200 were to be wiped out one day, then there would be no point in playing this game cycle. The dramatic act of using the resurrection authority on the spot to fight back is better left to warriors with rewind abilities. The fusion opportunities actually increased by 1. So, as the nightmare bed upgrades, will the number of epitaph resurrections also increase? Su Lang's smile turned somewhat wicked. Su Lang, the big bed upgraded again, huh? Cao Yakshuan trotted over holding a bowl of wontons. Yeah, the cleaning power is stronger, want to give it a try? Su Lang suppressed his smile and asked, glancing sideways. No way, Cao Yakshuan snorted, then scooped up a wonton with a spoon and fed it to Su Lang. These wontons are delicious, pure level 6 deliciousness bonus wontons. Su Lang took a bite. It was so fresh it felt like his eyebrows were about to fall off. He took the bowl and drank down the soup and wontons in one go, not even afraid of the heat. All right, don't disturb my sleep. Su Lang let out a satisfied burp and lay back down on the bed. Lost my beloved, all is in ruins. Cao Yakshuan looked at the empty large porcelain bowl on the verge of tears. Cao Yakshuan slunk away, feeling indignant, deciding she would never disturb Su Lang's sleep again. In the fusion dream, Su Lang hesitated slightly before fusing the Croak wallet and the wealth ring. Currently, the only items that seemed capable of snowballing were these 2 little trinkets. The supermarket hadn't refreshed any true chi system items this time, so he didn't dare use other skills to compromise the purity of the golden core technique. As for fusing other cultivation skills, Su Lang had considered that too, but he was prompted while trying to learn one. Golden core technique is incompatible with XX. This didn't disappoint Su Lang because it meant the golden core technique possessed a uniqueness no less than that of a blood contract skill. It also made him look forward even more to the day he could fuse 2 blood contract skills. Wealthy Croak. Type Curio. Level 8. Effect 1 Magnet. Automatically picks up gold, silver, and copper coins within a 3-meter radius. Effect 2 Wealth Luck. Automatically increases the holder's luck with wealth. Upgrade condition 7,000 nightmare coins. Introduction: the Wealthy Croak will bring you good fortune. It takes effect simply by being placed in your backpack. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The compatibility between the Croak wallet and the wealth ring is exceptional. You have created a brand new curio. Fuse Refuse. Refusing the fusion will cause the Croak Croak wallet to transform into one portion of nightmare essence, settling within the beautiful dream. Naturally, Su Lang couldn't refuse an exceptional level fusion. Wealth luck, that probably means something. Su Lang looked at the small, glittering golden pouch in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting. The wealth ring's original upgrade condition was only 4,500 nightmare coins. Now it was 7,000. That was the best proof it had become stronger. He had one more fusion opportunity left, which Su Lang used to fuse fire element skills. With this stat allocation, there's absolutely no issue. Killing bosses feels so good. I think so too. Haha, our stat allocation strategy back then was right. Stat allocation, will I get attribute points too if I survive the next round of the game? Of course. But Zio Lu, your current attributes aren't weak either. 17 points in Constitution, 30 points in Spirit. Cao Yakshuan and the others were discussing stat allocation. When they saw Su Lang approaching, they immediately quieted down. A normal sequence holder shouldn't gain this many attribute points, right? Did you have some special encounter outside? Su Lang walked over and sat in the main seat, asking casually. Zhen Lu curled her toes, a blush appearing on her face. However, she lifted her delicate neck slightly and said, "There's a type of fruit in the blood mist world that's beneficial to the human body if eaten." I ate some. Su Lang nodded and asked, "Have you thought about your own stat allocation strategy?" 1 point Constitution, 2 points Spirit. Zhen Lu had already prepared her answer. My Beast Spirit Envoy ability heavily relies on the Spirit attribute. Zhen Lu adapted to the dorm survival game very quickly. After all, the current real world wasn't exactly peaceful either. One death could mean an entire city perishing. Compared to that, the dormitory building felt more like a paradise. Let's spar later to get familiar with each other's combat styles, Su Lang suggested. None of the women objected, they even seemed a bit fired up. Although under Su Lang's authority, they didn't have a culture of internal conflict. No one wanted to fall behind when it came to ranking combat strength. Little Meng, what about you? Have you decided on your stat allocation strategy? Su Lang looked at Su Xiaomeng. Su Ruyan answered for Su Xiaomeng, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. Although psychic powers can be released remotely, the consumption is too high. It's best to use them by attaching them to the body for attacks, so close quarters combat ability is very important. Little Meng, what do you say? Su Lang stared into Su Xiaomeng's eyes, fully respecting the opinion of the person involved. That's what I think too, Su Xiaomeng replied. In that case, we'll buy some martial combat skills later to use in combination, Su Lang said with a smile. Su Xiaomeng's eyes lit up and she nodded. Seeing the stat allocation discussion coming to an end, Sherry quickly raised her hand. Lang, I want to specialize in the spirit attribute. Because Sherry had a blood contract skill, she initially allocated points with a 2-to-1 ratio. But she didn't seem to like close quarters combat much. Moreover, the copper coins given to her were all used to buy life skills, like language proficiency, ancient text deciphering, and so on. Okay, Su Lang nodded in agreement. Sherry wanted to take the support route. Support-type players generally don't require much resources, and sometimes they can have surprisingly good effects. Don't think the dorm survival game is some nice guy. There are plenty of puzzle and riddle-type games designed specifically to mess with players who only stack combat power. Of course, Su Lang's family wasn't too afraid. Even if they provoked a mechanic monster, they could still kill it by force. Great, thank you, Sherry was very happy. Next, everyone allocated their stats and their strength suddenly increased by another large margin. Equipment upgraded, skills upgraded, base attributes upgraded, they could completely obliterate their former selves. Although only one game cycle had passed, describing the difference as night and day wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone, I need to announce something. Su Lang clapped his hands, attracting the women's attention, then placed 2 letters on the table. One was the Netherworld Invitation, its pure black cover exuding a chilling aura. The other was also an invitation. Its cover theme was a circus with an orange-yellow full moon hanging in the night sky. Fantasy Wonder Night Invitation. Type item. Effect, enter a mysterious realm in ethereal form. Does not result in true death. Restriction, maximum of 3 people. Introduction, dear honored guest, the fantasy circus is about to begin. We sincerely invite you to come and watch the performance. 10 boss summon cards fused into just this one thing. Whether it was a trap or not, Su Lang didn't know. Su Lang, regarding this Netherworld invitation, let's wait until the 6th cycle to use it, or better yet, never use it at all. Cao Yakshuan couldn't bear to look closely at the Netherworld invitation. That ghost official back then had left her with quite a bit of psychological trauma. Sometimes not taking risks is the biggest risk, Su Lang said seriously. With the epitaph, there's nothing to fear. I agree with that point. Being overly cautious might keep us safe temporarily, but it leaves us in perpetual danger. Wang Yajai gently wiped her longsword and said softly. The sheathed longsword in her hand was level 8, and she liked it very much. Zhenlu looked at Su Lang and Wang Yajai with increased respect. With these two leading, this dormitory was destined not to be too cowardly. If I really asked you all to go now, you wouldn't be willing either. Cao Yaxuan rolled her eyes. That's true too, Su Lang chuckled and put away the netherworld invitation. Combining firmness with flexibility is also good. Zhen Lu looked at Su Lang with even more respect. She had to respect him, his height was right there. What about this one then? Cao Yaxuan pointed at the Fantasy Wonder Night invitation. What do you all think? Although Su Lang had already made a decision in his heart, he still wanted to hear everyone's thoughts. We can use it, but on the final day, Wang Yajai was the first to state her position. The final day would be when everyone's strength was at its peak. During this round's rest period, level 8 items would likely be refreshed, and new residents would probably arrive, bringing new vitality. That makes sense. The Fantasy Wonder Night definitely isn't ordinary. There might even be sequence-level treasures inside. Su Ruyan nodded, completely agreeing. But in the dorm survival game, immediate combat power is most important. If they waited until they became 10th or 9th cycle players to go, they might not even care about the things inside anymore. Su Lang silently raised Wang Yajai's rating in his mind, because Wang Yajai's thoughts aligned with his own. At the same time, Wang Yajai was also someone who dared to take responsibility. In the future, she might be able to stand on her own. The plan was thus finalized. I have something to do, I'm going out for a bit, Su Lang said finally. The women all found it a bit strange, but no one asked further. Seeing Su Lang leave, Cao Yaxuan's eyes darted around. She quickly followed and pressed her ear against the door. Su Lang wouldn't be going to Aunt Luo's place to visit, would he? Su Lang was indeed going out to visit, but not to Luo Lin's place. He was going to Zhang Dahai's place. This was something the two had agreed upon in private messages. Zhang Dahai was waiting right at the 9th floor stairwell entrance. Seeing Su Lang approach, he immediately broke into a smile. Lang Ji, you're here. Su Lang was a bit surprised. How long have you been waiting? Not long. Mainly, I had nothing else to do anyway. Zhang Dahai habitually scratched his round, bald head. Su Lang felt Zhang Dahai was quite adept at social interactions. Let's talk more once we get to your place. All right, Zhang Dahai nodded. Their footsteps were light and quick. When they reached the 7th floor, they happened to run into a group of people. It's Lang Ji. Floating Life Play's eyebrows lifted slightly as he said with a smile. Su Lang looked directly at Floating Life Play, sensing the faint malice drifting off the other person. His fingers twitched as if playing the piano and he smiled. Quite rare, everyone else avoids me yet you come to greet me. Even though there was malice, he still wouldn't draw his blade. After all, within the entire dormitory building, there were many people who harbored ill will towards him. He just didn't know how much bloodshed Floating Life Play had on his hands. He hoped he was bad enough, rotten enough, vicious enough. Haha, Langji is the savior of our Mad King building. I only have respect for you. Floating Life Play's red lips curved into a smile, his face beaming with radiant amusement. Floating Life Play had an Adam's apple, a slender and lean build, skin as pale as milk. The expressions he made with his eyes and brows were exaggerated, giving him a comedic actor's sense of drama, while also carrying a certain feminine softness. HMPH, well, if you find any good stuff during your floor sweeps in the future, remember to bring it to me first for a look, Su Lang said casually. Of course, no problem. Floating Life Play's smile remained unchanged. Are you guys planning to go upstairs? Zhang Dahai asked. MHM, Floating Life Play nodded. My brothers and I picked up some trash, planning to go recycle it at the Glutton. Even though the Glutton trash can had its formal name, players were still used to calling it the Glutton. Su Lang headed down the stairs, and Floating Life Play and the others automatically made way. However, Su Lang didn't go directly to the 6th floor. Instead, he stopped in the 7th floor corridor. He instinctively scanned the current state of the 7th floor dormitory. The overall strength of the 7th floor was decent. There were quite a few dormitories above level 2. Does Langji have any instructions? Floating Life Play took the initiative to ask. Su Lang shook his head, stepped over to the guardrail and looked out at the open ground outside the building. What are they doing over there? On the open ground outside the dormitory building, a group of people had formed a circle. 2 teams were fighting within it. They're fighting for the floor leader position. That guy with the buzz cut is Zio Yan and that one is Zhou Shen. Floating Life Play walked over, sighing with emotion. A rare fair duel. Zio Yan and Zhou Shen already knew each other. Probably didn't want things to get too ugly either. Zhang Dahai chimed in. Su Lang's interest was piqued. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the 2nd floor anymore and simply watched. The dorm survival game was all about perverse development, cruel yet full of surprises. Last round, Xiao Yan achieved the excellent result of being the third player, already giving him the capital to compete for floor leader. It only takes one game round for a rising star to potentially become yesterday's news, and a nobody from yesterday can, in the blink of an eye, become a powerhouse beyond reach. Sometimes it doesn't even take a full game round. For example, if Su Lang died, others could come lick his pack and instantly get rich. Let's go. After watching for a few minutes, Su Lang turned to leave. Not watching anymore? Zhang Dahai asked. Zhou Shen has already lost, Su Lang replied. Zhang Dahai immediately felt admiration. In terms of discerning eyes and combat experience, there probably weren't many in the Mad King building who were richer than Lang Ji. Seeing Su Lang leave, floating life play seemed to lose interest. He led the players towards the 10th floor, appearing uninterested in the fight outside, or perhaps having similarly deduced the outcome. 1 minute later, news of Xiao Yan becoming the floor leader spread in the chat room. Dorm 33. As soon as Zhang Dahai opened the door, a rich, thick aroma of hot pot wafted over. Su Lang couldn't help but take a deep sniff, instantly feeling a bit hungry. Pretty good, your dorm's prototype is taking shape too, Su Lang said with a smile. He had just seen at the entrance that Zhang Dahai's dormitory was named Fortune Feast Residence. Just hearing it, you knew it was a food-themed dorm. I think in this game, operations and economy are most important, so I wanted to make some food to sell. Zhang Dahai smiled. Also, Xiaofen is from Sichuan Chongqing, really skilled at cooking. Made any money? Su Lang asked casually. It's just getting started. Before Zhang Dahai could finish, a tall figure enveloped the two of them. Su Lang, you're here. Wu Huihui stared at Su Lang, utterly thrilled. Su Lang's mouth twitched, almost turning around to leave. Zhang Dahai said he had invited some friends this time, but he didn't say he invited Wu Huihui. Huihui, you're here too, Su Lang nodded. Wu Huihui rubbed her hands together. Come in, I've been waiting for you for ages. Su Lang, what do you mean you've been waiting for me for ages? A strong feeling of being delivered right to the doorstep. I want to cooperate with Sister Hui later, Zhang Dahai said, looking at Su Lang. Wu Huihui's main territory was the cafeteria, often spawning ingredients. Su Lang nodded, addressing Wu Huihui. Did Xiao Zhu and the others not come? They came, they're inside, Wu Huihui replied. Su Lang walked into the main hall all the way to the dining room. His eyes fell upon 7 people seated around the hot pot. They were Nai Xia Aju, Wang Tingting, Li Xuan, Li Wenwen, Zhu Yan, and a somewhat lonely-looking Tang Zi. Lang Ji, Nai Xia Aju's eyes lit up. Lang Ji seems to have gotten even more handsome. Su Lang, come sit quickly. Wang Tingting stood up and moved a chair for Su Lang. Li Wenwen's lips moved. She also wanted to ask Su Lang to sit over here. Fortune Feast Residence had a rather unique layout, with the dining room and kitchen taking up over half the space. Su Lang walked over and sat down. Yi Fan came out of the kitchen carrying a huge basin of egg-fried rice. He was wearing an apron. Seeing Su Lang, his eyes brightened. Lang Ji, you're here. Sorry to keep you waiting, Su Lang nodded. Haha, you came just in time, I just finished up, Yi Fan laughed heartily. Although Zhang Dahai was the organizer of this gathering, there was another main initiator. That was Li Xuan. He didn't explicitly mention forming an alliance, just said he had a business deal to discuss. But Zhang Dahai had privately told Su Lang that Li Xuan probably wanted to establish some interest-based ties. Players were used to speaking bluntly and getting straight to the point. After asking around and finding no one wanted to drink, Li Xuan poured some drinks and said, "The main reason I called everyone here today is for Wenwen's sake. You should all know that during the 3rd game round, Wenwen obtained a sequence. And this sequence belongs to the forging system, beneficial to the entire Mad King building. But the interests involved are too great. I'm afraid I can't protect it alone, so I asked Dahai to invite you, Su Lang, and Huihui over." Su Lang stroked his chin and suddenly asked, "Is Tang Zi already one of your people?" "Just working for me, that's all," Li Xuan replied. Tang Zi looked slightly embarrassed. "Yes, I'm planning to settle down next to Dorm 49 if I can't withstand this round of turmoil." In the last game cycle, he basically hadn't developed much at all. And soon, new residents would be arriving. At that time, there might be 8th cycle players, and he wasn't sure he could hold out. Even if 8th cycle players were slackers, they'd still be quite strong. If any had earned the top player title before, they'd be proper high-level players for sure. "Pretty good," Su Lang said noncommittally. Zhang Dahai spoke up at this point. "Lang Ji, too many people have died on our 2nd floor. Just the new residents alone will make up 80 to 90% of the population. If someone tries to manage the 2nd floor with a militarized approach, ordering Xiaofen to go die or take hits or something, I definitely won't agree." At that time, I might have to trouble you, Lang Ji, to back me up and hold the scene. Of course, I'll provide compensation. I won't let you help for free, Lang Ji. The situation on the second floor was turbulent. He was usually outside anyway, so it didn't affect him much. He was just worried about something happening at his headquarters. Yi Fan was immediately quite moved. Zhang Dahai was too good to him, making him feel he couldn't possibly repay such kindness. Su Lang didn't say anything like no need for money or similar phrases. That would only make people feel he was cheap. With a faint nod, he simply said, all right. Thank you, Lang Ji, Zhang Dahai said happily. Ha ha ha, everyone drink. Drinks, bottoms up. Li Xuan laughed heartily twice and raised his cup. After everyone clinked glasses, the conversation returned to the main topic. Wenwen, show everyone the sequence information, Li Xuan said, looking at Li Wenwen. Okay, Li Wenwen nodded, staring at Su Lang as she shared the sequence information. Blacksmith. Sequence level C77. Sequence ability 1 Blacksmith, doubles the effect of forging type skills. Sequence ability 2 Fire Tempering. Releases tempering fire to strengthen equipment. Sequence ability 3 Facility Artisan. Creates sockets on attack and defense facilities for embedding enchantment gems. Sequence ability 4 Divine Weapon Refinement. Failed equipment enhancements produce forging essence. Blacksmiths can use forging essence to increase the success rate of fire tempering and protect equipment from damage. Such a standard forging type sequence, Wu Huihui exclaimed in surprise. Li Xuan smiled confidently, well, the name says it all. A smile graced Li Wenwen's delicate, pretty face when she suddenly received a friend notification. Seeing it was a friend request from Su Lang, her heart leaped with joy, and she immediately accepted it. Zhu Lang, did you share that divine weapon refinement ability with the others too? Li Wenwen, no, I only shared it with you. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Looking at Li Wenwen's starry-eyed fangirl-like gaze, he understood. When he saw the divine weapon refinement skill, he had thought that if it were him, he definitely wouldn't share that piece of information. Li Xuan shouldn't be that careless, right? Well, turns out it wasn't that Li Xuan was careless, but that Li Wenwen was too much of a love-struck airhead. If this were back in his days as a keyboard warrior online, Su Lang would have definitely complained something like tax avoidance causing brain drain, good fetal preservation techniques. But since the girl was showing it specifically to him, this was clearly a pure good girl. Uncle Wen, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Dahai swallowed hard. He had been collecting information about sequences and knew there were many types. Among them, forging-type sequences were a particularly special kind. These sequences usually had little killing power but were extremely premium and generally possessed both enhancement and socketing abilities. Many players had seen that sequence encyclopedia of Kirby's. Back then, some people even plagiarized it and resold it secondhand on the trading network, but it gradually became worthless. Zhu Yan, being able to join Uncle Wen's dorm is really your lucky break, Nizaya Aju said with a look of emotion, gazing at Zhu Yan. It was said that forging sequences could make a ton of money. Ha ha ha, Zhu Yan couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ah, it's not all good news either, Li Xuan sighed with a bitter smile. I really have no confidence against those newly arrived 8th cycle players. When a sequence holder dies, there's a chance the sequence will drop. Holding a heavy weapon but not using it is no different from throwing away a golden opportunity to snowball. Still playing the pig in the dormitory building at this point would mean you're truly a pig, but revealing it, he genuinely had no solid ground to stand on. It is indeed very dangerous. Even if no one is thinking of snatching the sequence, there will definitely be people wanting Li Wenwen to work as forced labor, Yi Fan spoke up. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, Li Xuan nodded, staring at Su Lang. Su Lang, what do you think? Everyone involuntarily looked at Su Lang. The hot pot bubbled and steamed. The atmosphere at the scene became somewhat subtle. How much of the profit are you planning to give me? Su Lang pondered briefly before speaking frankly. Haha, easy to discuss. Li Xuan's face brightened, and he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. After observing Su Lang for so long, he had discerned one of Su Lang's characteristics. That was, Su Lang wasn't the type to undermine the overall interests of the dormitory building. This was also why he dared to take the risk and arrange this meeting with Su Lang. Otherwise, before Su Lang died, he would never have let Li Wenwen step into the spotlight. With Lang Ji as a protective umbrella, no one would dare touch Wenwen, Wu Huihui said with a smile. Tang Zi looked at Su Lang, his eyes full of envy. This was what it meant to be a local tiger. If he could have such prestige one day, he'd be willing to have wives and concubines like clouds, even willing to seek immortality. 30% of the net profit. Li Xuan held up 3 fingers. Su Lang shook his head in reply, 50%. Li Shuan agreed readily. Deal. 50% it is then. When encountering danger during game time later, Su Lang should provide support too, right? In this dorm survival game, surviving is more important than anything. If this were back in his days as a keyboard warrior online, Su Lang would have definitely mocked something like tax avoidance causing brain drain, good fetal preservation techniques. Not yet. It'll change according to the game's progress, Li Xuan replied. If players are rich, charge more. If they're poor, charge less. How are the effects? Su Lang asked. Li Xuan replied, Wenwen is a C-grade sequence. The success rate for socketing and enhancing is very high. It's just that no enchantment gems have appeared in Mad King building yet, so let's not discuss that for now. This is my +7 enhanced spear. Take a look. As he spoke, Li Xuan flipped his hand and took out a spear, sharing part of its information. Meteorite Cold Iron Spear +7. Type Spear. Level 8. Lethality. 680 plus 238. Zhu Yan being able to join Uncle Wen's dorm is really your lucky break. Nizai Aju said with a look of emotion, gazing at Zhu Yan. Li Xuan explained, each enhancement increases the equipment's base attributes by 5%. However, after reaching +7, there's a chance of enhancement failure. Wenwen can currently perform 20 enhancements a day. Too many times will harm her body. Only by using very high-level recovery items can her condition be restored. Hearing this, Wu Hui drew a sharp breath. 20 times a day, 10,000 copper coins per time. That's 200,000 earned in a single day. Zhu Yan flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. We plan to auction off the enhancement slots. This is good, maximizing benefits, Wu Hui laughed. Nizai Aju poked Wu Hui and whispered, Sister Hui, don't you need any enhancements? Li Xuan smiled faintly and said, Hee, if any of you have enhancement needs, you can all come over. Then thank you, Uncle Wen. Nizai Aju's face lit up with joy as she spoke sincerely. Su Lang glanced at Nizai Aju expressionlessly. This kid, what a great helper. No need to thank me, we're all on the same side, Li Xuan replied. Since that's the case, then enhance mine first. I'll provide the high-level recovery items. Su Lang didn't stand on ceremony at all. Enhancing 7 times could increase base attributes by 35%. That was too tempting. The Blood Pelican Demon Blade wasn't just strong in effects, its base stats were equally monstrous. Okay, Li Wenwen agreed immediately. Li Xuan felt a bit of a headache. This daughter of his was a bit too outgoing. But there was nothing he could do about it. Su Lang's current level of good looks was astonishing even to a middle-aged man like him, let alone a young girl. Moreover, Su Lang's strength was this formidable, excellent in both looks and power, and top-tier in both aspects. Next, Su Lang handed the Blood Pelican Demon Blade to Li Wenwen. Such high attributes, and these effects are so rare. Surprise flashed in Li Wenwen's eyes as she exclaimed repeatedly. The original lethality was almost double that of the Meteorite Cold Iron Spear, and the durability was more than double. The effects were also something she had never seen before, extremely rare. Wu Hui and the others were itching with curiosity, but didn't ask further. Tempering fire materialized in Li Wenwen's hand as she began enhancing the Blood Pelican Demon Blade. Enhancement wasn't just a flash of light and then done, it required some time. After about 10 minutes, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade was enhanced to +7. Done. Li Wenwen handed the Blood Pelican Demon Blade to Su Lang, a thin layer of sweat on her smooth forehead and her small face flushed. Thank you. When Su Lang took the Demon Blade, his hand brushed against Li Wenwen's. The latter's face instantly turned even redder and her heartbeat seemed to speed up. A girl with Li Wenwen's personality was perhaps even rarer in this dorm survival game than the Blood Pelican Demon Blade. Rest for a bit first. I'll give you the armor to enhance later. Su Lang smiled and handed Li Wenwen a can of coffee. Okay, Li Wenwen nodded. Seeing this, Li Xuan's heart gave a sudden, inexplicable lurch and he frowned slightly in confusion. Something just felt off. At that moment, Wang Tingting exclaimed, Lang Ji, Uncle Wen, another sequence holder has appeared. Hu Tangzi quickly asked. Qi Zai, Wang Tingting replied. Su Lang's expression changed as he said gravely, she shouldn't have obtained a sequence in the last game round, otherwise she wouldn't have been that weak. Most likely obtained at the very end of the game time, Li Xuan said solemnly. I've never heard of anyone obtaining a sequence during rest time. That would be too absurd. How rare were sequences? In most dormitory buildings, several game rounds might not produce one, let alone during rest time. Zhu Yan took a deep breath, saying with shock, this is too crazy. It seems like the Mad King building really has a sequence appearing every single game round. It really is a treasure trove of a building. Tang Zi's heart pounded. A treasure trove building, more like a hell building, rewards often came with risks. Although this rule wasn't absolute, it was particularly applicable in the dorm survival game. First floor. Zai's palm transformed into a miniature machine gun, sweeping fire at several players clad in armor. These players who had clashed with her were the new residents who had migrated to the Mad King building during this round's rest time. One of the dorm owners among them was even an 8-cycle veteran player. Submit or die, Zai looked down arrogantly at the several severely wounded, near-death players. The feeling of brutally dominating veteran players was still quite satisfying. There were quite a few onlookers around, all now silent as cicadas in winter. After Kirby's arrival, information about sequences was no longer a secret. And ordinary skills couldn't turn someone's palm into a machine gun. The only thing capable of that was a sequence. Zai is so strong, it probably won't be easy for Lang Ji to subdue her. Su Yuan, providing support from the side, thought to himself. He knew a bit about the process of Zai obtaining her sequence, but he wasn't entirely sure, so he hadn't notified Su Lang. We surrender, the 8-cycle dorm owner hurriedly raised both hands. Zai smiled triumphantly, then her expression returned to calm as she tossed over a medicine bottle. Treat yourselves. These people had decent strength. She planned to completely subdue them. This was called combining kindness and authority. Fuck your mother, you damn bitch, the 8-cycle dorm owner roared, a small syringe suddenly appearing in his hand. After spinning it once, thousands of hair-thin silver needles shot out. Zai's expression remained unchanged. The surface of her body suddenly turned into silver steel, blocking all the attacks. This scene once again drew exclamations from those present. This guy's trump card definitely isn't weak, at least a level 9 item, right? This sequence ability has both offense and defense, so terrifying. Ship girl, hee my ship girl. Ratatatat tilde. Zai's palm transformed into a miniature machine gun again. After one sweep, she had killed all these new residents. Sister Zai, you have blood grudge on you now. Su Yuan's face changed dramatically. If Su Lang can have it, why can't I? Zai turned her head, sweeping a calm glance at Su Yuan. Su Yuan immediately shut his mouth. After this battle, it was unlikely anyone would easily provoke Zai again, but similarly her sequence would attract covetous eyes from some. Pictures and texts about Zai had already spread throughout the chat room. Everyone was speculating about what her sequence was and whether its sequence level was high or low. Mechanical-type sequences are generally quite strong, Li Xuan mused. The only shortcoming is lacking ghost-killing ability, but that can be compensated for with items. Strong is good, Tang Zi murmured. Now he had given up on rising up himself, somewhat similar to the old and weary Yi Fan. The last game round had been too grinding on morale. Even now, thinking about Pumpkinhead Jack's blessing still gave him lingering fear. The group chatted about this matter for a while longer. Li Wenwen had also rested enough and continued enhancing Su Lang's ghostly profound armor. When she saw the jade armor special effect of the ghostly profound armor, Li Wenwen was shocked again. With this jade armor effect, Su Lang essentially had no so-called weak points. Even the negative effects from jumping off a building could be offset by durability. She really wanted to see what Lang Ji looked like wearing this armor set. He must look very majestic. After finishing the meal, Su Lang, Li Xuan, and the others dispersed. Dorm 200, Dorm 180, Dorm 49, and Dorm 33 had essentially formed an alliance. Although this alliance was quite loose and lacked any formal treaty, as long as either Su Lang or Li Xuan remained alive, this alliance would not collapse. The two of them had their interests bound together. And Zhang Dahai and Wu Hui also wanted to join this alliance to better establish themselves amidst the turbulent waves of the Mad King building. After one wave of new residents came, another wave arrived, which surprisingly included an 8-cycle player. This quality made some players start to worry. After Su Lang returned home, he was immediately surrounded by Cao Yaxuan and the others. Cao Yaxuan kept sniffing with her nose, trying to detect the scent of another woman. Su Lang, what have you been doing? You smell so strongly of hot pot, Cao Yaxuan said with a frown. She had heard of using green oranges to cover up the smell of makeup, but never using hot pot to cover it up. Zhang Dahai invited me for a meal and Li Xuan was there too. Su Lang briefly explained the situation. After listening, all the women expressed their agreement. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't trivial either. But overall, having such a private group was definitely better than not having one. Next, everyone headed to the laboratory building for sparring practice. Although the dorm had leveled up, it still wasn't quite suitable for holding large-scale martial arts exercises. When everyone opened the door to leave, Tao Tao heard the commotion and also opened her dorm door, looking at Su Lang's group with eager eyes. Does Tao Tao want to come along? Tongqi asked with a cheerful smile. Everyone's sparring wouldn't be serious, so it didn't matter if Tao Tao watched. Tao Tao hugged her teddy bear, her eyes full of longing. Luo Lin bit her lip and said to Su Lang, "Can Tao Tao go?" "Would it be too much trouble?" "It won't," Su Lang decisively shook his head. Tao Tao was being raised as a goddaughter after all. Luo Lin patted Tao Tao's head and said, "I still have experiments to do. I'll entrust Tao Tao to your care." Tao Tao immediately broke into a happy smile and stepped over the threshold. Watching the group chat and laugh as they walked away, Luo Lin let out a sigh and turned back into her room. After Luo Lin entered her room, Su Lang glanced back. For Luo Lin to entrust Tao Tao to him, she already trusted him a great deal. All that feeding Tao Tao hadn't been in vain. Interests bound together plus emotional bonds, there was no relationship more solid than that. Several hours later, the sparring results were out. Cao Yaxuan, Wang Yazhai, Tong Qi, and Su Ruyan were in the first tier, giving off a Four Heavenly Kings vibe. Zhenlu, Sherry, and Su Xiaomeng were in another tier, with Zhenlu being the strongest among them. Su Lang could tell that Zhenlu was trying to hide her true abilities. Otherwise, she had the strength to rival Wang Yazhai and the others. The D9 sequence was no joke. A Beast Spirit Envoy could use the abilities of Beast Spirits and even transform into them. The Beast Spirits Zhenlu currently possessed were three: a white deer, a tiger, and an eagle. The white deer was for recovery, the tiger for offense, and the eagle allowed Zhenlu to gain flight capability. At a time when no other player had long-term flight ability, Zhenlu's ability to transform into an eagle seemed somewhat broken, though the duration was relatively short, only about 3 minutes. After the sparring session, everyone went to the supermarket to purchase skills for Su Xiaomeng and Zhenlu. Su Xiaomeng was suited for close combat skills. As for Zhenlu, most active skills weren't suitable. Using skills while transformed into a beast spirit could easily create openings. Passive skills, on the other hand, were quite fitting. After all, the Beast Spirit Envoy's own offensive methods were already quite diverse. While the 8 of them were shopping, many people noticed Zhenlu, a new face, and whispered among themselves, filled with envy and jealousy. Another great beauty, that great demon King Su Lang will die in bed one day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be drained. While shopping for skills, Su Lang also bought the materials for the storage room. After returning to the dorm, he began construction. Inside was a 30-square-meter space with warm pendant lights, display cabinets, and shelves. After Su Lang and the others busied themselves for a while, placing the main collectibles and items inside, they used the glutton's napkin. "Su Lang, open your backpack and look," Cao Yaxuan said happily. Su Lang opened his backpack and found several extra rows of slots next to his backpack slots, all containing items from the storage room. "So convenient." Tongqi stood outside the storage room, focused her mind, and a prop from inside appeared in her hand. "I feel this is even better than the backpack. Now we don't have to argue about who carries the healing items anymore." Su Ruyan, wearing sleepwear, pressed her honey-colored thighs together, looking very pleased. Su Lang, acting as if he had an auto-aim hack, swept a glance but afraid of being caught by the anti-cheat system, quickly looked away and calmly said, "Let's use the storage room for valuable items from now on. Anyway, we don't have many miscellaneous items left now." Dorm 200 used to have a lot of miscellaneous items. But ever since Su Lang became wealthy, those items would be sold at low prices in auctions and quickly snapped up. "So good," Su Ruyan smiled with pursed lips, her heart filled with a strong sense of pride. Her man was truly capable. What other player could have such good facilities? The day passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Base Nightmare Coins 160. Conversion rate 10%. 8-hour total production 1776 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 2344. With over 1900 Nightmare Coins, it should be enough to upgrade the zombie summoning card. Su Lang immediately got out of bed to wash up and began upgrading the zombie summoning card while in the bathroom. Nightmare Coins. Nightmare Coins minus 150. Nightmare Coins minus 340. Nightmare Coins minus 700. Tyrant Summoning Card. Type Permanent Items. Level 5. Effect. Summons a tyrant to attack enemies, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. Summoned creature attributes, 55 Constitution, 5 Spirit. Summoned creature skills, Mutant Claw, Overlimit Healing. Upgrade conditions, 1500 Nightmare Coins. Description: the tyrant, a milestone masterpiece in the Biochemical Vanguard series. Fears neither life nor death, possesses strong execution capability, and can operate heavy firepower weapons. The tyrant summoning card flashed, and a humanoid monster 2.3 meters tall appeared in the bathroom. It had pale skin and bulging muscles. Although it presented a terrifying image of a bald, muscular man, its exposed crotch lacked any gender characteristics. What terrifying life force! Su Lang's spiritual sense conveyed a faint sense of danger, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. The next second, Su Lang drew his blade and severed the tyrant's arm with one slash. The tyrant grunted, looked down at its bleeding severed arm, then turned its gaze back to Su Lang, seemingly awaiting orders. This kid is a bit introverted. Su Lang clicked his tongue and simply waited. Several minutes passed and the tyrant's severed arm showed no signs of recovery. The weighting of the blood pelican demon blade is still too high. Su Lang shook his head, flipped his hand, and cut the tyrant in half with another slash. The tyrant's spine broke, and strange internal organs spilled onto the floor with a splatter. A few breaths later, it dissipated along with its blood. Su Lang checked the blood soul and bloodthirst attributes and found neither had increased, feeling somewhat disappointed. After leaving the bathroom, Su Lang explained the matter of the zombie summoning card and then prepared to go find Luo Lin. Cao Yakshuan and Tong Chi followed along. Just as they stepped out of the dorm door, Cao Yakshuan suddenly stopped, looked back at the ceiling and said, "Wait, I have an idea." "What is it?" Su Lang asked, puzzled. "Su Lang, do you think the blood bats would grow if they ate the tyrant's flesh?" Cao Yakshuan stared at the blood bat nest, her eyes shining brightly. Several tens of minutes later, a king-level blood bat spread its wings in the sky. Su Lang looked at Cao Yakshuan in astonishment. Could this be the legendary genius, blood bat nest? Effect 1: Swarming blood bats. Produces 30 level 4 blood bats every 10 minutes, with a maximum of 60 blood bats existing simultaneously. When injured and without an attack target, blood bats will automatically return to the nest to heal. Effect 2: King. Blood bats can absorb enemy blood to evolve, molting into level 7 king-level blood bats. The blood bat nest didn't specify that the upgrades were only temporary. In other words, the real way to play with the blood bat nest was to upgrade all the blood bats to level 7. However, this was difficult because Su Lang had previously tried feeding it corpses, but the effect was poor. But the tyrant was like a natural palace of flesh. Losing a little blood, it recovered in no time. Damn, I knew the dorm building could exploit bugs. Su Lang's mouth curved into a mad grin. This is thanks to our intelligence and wisdom. How can you call it exploiting a bug? Cao Yakshuan said seriously. Tong Chi watched from the side, feeling that Cao Yakshuan and Su Lang shared similar expressions at certain times. Keep good men company and you shall be of the number. Keep bad men company and you shall be ruined. Let's talk about upgrading the blood bats later. For now, let's go find Luo Lin. The evolution serum is the most important thing. Su Lang steadied his mind and spoke. A tyrant-level zombie sample already had the qualification to produce the Golden Revolution. Once Tong Chi and the others used the Golden Revolution, their comfort level would skyrocket again. Ding dong tilde. The doorbell rang and soon the door to dorm 199 opened. It was Tao Tao who opened the door. "It's Tao Tao, where's your mom?" Tong Chi bent down and asked. Huh? Seeing Su Lang and the other two, Tao Tao was very happy, but then she saw the terrifying-looking tyrant and her little face instantly turned pale. "This is on you, my bodyguard. Don't be scared, Tao Tao," Su Lang reassured her. Tao Tao took a small breath. The tyrant actually became Uncle Lang's bodyguard. Uncle Lang is so amazing. Seeing her frightened expression, Su Lang smiled, bent down, and picked her up. Tao Tao felt much better. Remembering Tong Chi's question, she furrowed her little brows, looking troubled. "Mommy is still doing experiments." Mommy was always doing experiments before, spending very, very little time with her. Now it seemed like they were back to that state again. "Is that so? Then shall we go find her?" Cao Yakshuan took out a plush toy and gave it to Tao Tao. "It's a little lamb plushie." Tao Tao was instantly delighted. When Tao Tao first came to the dorm building, she was very quiet and withdrawn, clinging to Luo Lin's leg like a koala. But now, after getting familiar with Tong Chi and the others, her lively and cheerful side had also emerged. When Su Lang and his group entered the room, Luo Lin had already heard the commotion and came out of the laboratory. Luo Lin spotted the tyrant at a glance, her expression showing surprise. Then she said, "Is this a monster summon card?" "Yes," Su Lang nodded. "Follow me inside." Luo Lin looked at the tyrant, her feelings very complex. The four of them entered the laboratory. Luo Lin extracted 2 tubes of the tyrant's blood, performed some operations, and then placed them into an instrument. This is the dorm's built-in biological catalysis facility. Producing 1 golden revolution takes 12 hours. Luo Lin explained. Su Lang found this somewhat unbelievable. Just 2 tubes of tyrant blood could produce a golden revolution. Was this the power of technology? For the first time, he felt that creation path players were a bit overpowered. First, make 7 golden revolutions. Then we'll also need some gene optimization serums and evolution serums. Su Lang pondered and spoke. The attribute-increasing effects of these three serums could stack together. Okay, Luo Lin nodded. Su Lang stared into Luo Lin's eyes and then asked, are you really unable to produce the demigod serum? No, Luo Lin shook her head in denial, but then, thinking of the wonders of the dorm survival game, added, unless the biochemical dorm has other developments later. Su Lang nodded. All right. After this, all the serums you produce will be given to little Meng. She'll be responsible for selling them. I'll upgrade the door and turret of Dorm 199 to ensure you can break into the top 50 in the next game cycle. Anyway, his Blood Grudge playstyle didn't lack for monsters. He could just let a few monsters reach Luo Lin during the next game cycle. Speaking of which, during this rest period, it seemed he hadn't farmed any Blood Grudge yet. But he wasn't in a hurry. In the dorm survival game, there simply couldn't be any obedient citizens. Everyone was a troublemaker at heart. Thank you for your trouble. Luo Lin smiled. This made her feel like she was back as a researcher in the lab. She didn't have to worry about anything, just focus on her research peacefully. Su Lang and his two companions came out of the dorm. Tao Tao was reluctant to see them go. Seeing her like this, Cao Yaxuan invited, Aunt Luo were about to have a meal. How about bringing Tao Tao along to eat? Hearing this, Tao Tao immediately turned to look at her mother, her eyes full of hope. Children love going to other people's houses to play the most. This, Luo Lin felt it was a bit inappropriate. Dorm 200 was where Su Lang and his female companions lived, if she went too. Let's go, Tongqi very decisively took Tao Tao's little hand and walked towards Dorm 200. Luo Lin had no choice but to follow. She had been busy with experiments, letting Tao Tao eat instant food. Going to Su Lang's place for a good meal to nourish her body was also quite nice. It was all for Tao Tao, it was fine. As soon as Su Lang returned home, he fell asleep. Fusion time tilde. In the fusion dream, Su Lang began fusing fire element skills. Madness Flame. Type active skill. Level 9. Effect 1 Fire Control. Control flames and be immune to fire damage. Effect 2 Madness. Once Madness Flame ignites, it is difficult to extinguish, and possesses the characteristic of burning on anything, including but not limited to steel, ice, rainwater. Effect 3 Shapeshifting. Madness Flame can transform into various shapes, and is easily controlled by spiritual will. Effect 4 Flame Explosion can rapidly increase the temperature of Madness Flame. Upgrade conditions. 15,000 Nightmare Coins. Introduction: want to join the Torch Festival, the kind that burns forever and is happy forever, ha 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 ha. After multiple fusions, this fire element skill seed was forcibly raised to level 9. It can burn on steel and water. Its combustion priority seems quite high. Su Lang secretly felt satisfied and casually condensed a set of equipment. A cluster of ghost-faced purple flames, frenzied and demonic, pounced on it, burning through it in 1 second. Haha, now I'm not lacking in large-scale destructive skills either. A purely offensive skill like Madness Flame has its attack power maxed out. Skills get more and more insane the higher they go. A level 9 skill is already this exaggerated. I really wonder how insane those level 15 or 16 skills are. No wonder veteran players are so confident when they come to Mad King building. The gap between new and old players is indeed huge. Su Lang didn't stay in the fusion dreamscape for too long before voices calling him to eat came from outside. The meals in Dorm 200 were always sumptuous. After all, this was one of the few pleasures in the dorm survival game. Having amassed such a substantial fortune, Su Lang naturally wouldn't shortchange himself. Tao Tao, having followed Luo Lin, truly hadn't lived a life of good food and drink on a daily basis. She was ravenous, devouring 3 large bowls of rice in a row. After eating until her little belly was round and full, she went to devour a slice of watermelon. Luo Lin looked at Tao Tao's noticeably protruding little belly, feeling both exasperated and amused, with a touch of heartache mixed in. She needed to pay more attention to Tao Tao's daily life from now on. No one could be allowed to suffer, least of all a child. Besides her cuteness, the reason Tong Chi and the others all liked Tao Tao so much was also because a child represented hope. In the dorm survival game, no newborns would ever be born. Su Lang had even specifically asked Rainy Night Blade about it before, partly because he was wondering whether protective measures were necessary, given the daily point grinding. Tao Tao no more, Luo Lin said with a wry smile, watching Tao Tao reach for another slice of watermelon. Tongqi glanced at Tao Tao's belly, covering her mouth as she laughed. Tao Tao, if you eat any more, your tummy will hurt. Tao Tao looked down a little embarrassed and pulled her shirt hem down. Her damp little hand incidentally smudged her clothes in the process, making Luo Lin's eyebrow twitch. After the meal, Tao Tao stayed behind to play in Dorm 200, while Luo Lin went home to conduct experiments. It wasn't until midnight that Su Lang finally escorted Tao Tao home. And so, a day passed just like that. In the middle, Su Lang also went to get a dose of Golden Revolution for Tong Chi to use. Rest period day 3. Base Nightmare Coins 160, conversion rate 1023%, A Tower production. 1796 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 4140. Rest period day 4. Base Nightmare Coins 160, conversion rate 1057%, A Tower production. 1851 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 5991. Rest period day 5. Base Nightmare Coins 160, conversion rate 1100%, A Tower production. 1920 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 7911. Rest period day 6. Base Nightmare Coins 160, conversion rate 1167%, A Tower production. 2027 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 9938. The comfort levels of the women were increasing every day. During these past few days, many new players had arrived at the Mad King building, bringing some new equipment and facility blueprints, and inevitably conflicts arose as well. Su Lang intervened to suppress the trouble several times. He didn't kill many people, only 17 in total. These players who dared to cause trouble all had considerable blood on their hands. Although there were only 17, both the Blood Soul and the Blood Pelican Demon Blade enjoyed a nice, substantial boost to their attributes. Li Wenwen's blacksmithing profession had been exposed, attracting a lot of covetous attention. If not for Su Lang, Li Xuan would have indeed found it very difficult to protect Li Wenwen. At the same time, the exclusive weapons possessed by Su Xiaomeng and others were also sent for reinforcement, elevating their strength to another level. Su Lang, are you going to lie down again? Cao Yaxuan asked, seeing Su Lang motionless. Su Lang nodded. Okay then, Cao Yaxuan shrugged and got out of bed. With a slightly solemn expression, Su Lang entered the fusion dreamscape. He had been fusing fire element skills all these days and had finally fused Madness Flame to its current strongest form. Although Madness Flame was still level 9, upgrading it again now required 23,000 Nightmare Coins. Currently, there were no more fire element skills he deemed worthy of fusion. In terms of individual strength, he had reached a point where no further progress was possible. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the facilities. Yesterday, he had bought 4 turrets, preparing for a big session today. Having experienced so many fusions, Su Lang was quite experienced with the process now. As long as he didn't fuse things recklessly and haphazardly, the results were generally positive. On something as important as turret facilities, Su Lang naturally wouldn't mess around. A turret with excellent attributes was soon fused. Micro Tri-Eye Machine Gun. Type Attack Facility. Level 8. Lethality 666. Durability 410 410s. Attack speed super fast. Machine gun ammo 100 copper coins per attack. Auto range 10 meters. Effect overheats. The Micro Tri-Eye machine gun enters an overheat state after operating for 30 seconds, slightly increasing lethality and rate of fire. Deconstruction yields. Steel Launcher X1, Micro Machine Gun Barrel X1, Machine Gun Ammo X3. Upgrade condition, 8,000 Nightmare Coins. Description, Ratatatatata tilde. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The compatibility between the flamethrower and the Micro Tri-Eye machine gun is excellent. The Micro Tri-Eye machine gun's attributes are slightly enhanced, and it gains a new effect. Fuse/reject. Rejecting the fusion will cause the flamethrower to transform into 6 portions of Nightmare Essence, settling within pleasant dreams. Only excellent compatibility. It gained an overheat effect, which is still pretty good. Su Lang rubbed his chin, fairly satisfied. After all, he couldn't expect every fusion to be outstanding or perfect. The market was only so big and goods were limited. Subsequently, Su Lang continued fusing, and the facilities to be fused were still the flamethrower and the Micro Tri-Eye machine gun. He planned to install 2 Micro Tri-Eye machine guns. The Blood Grudge playstyle required quick kills, and the Micro Tri-Eye machine gun's superfast rate of fire was very appealing. Su Lang got out of bed and went to the corridor. Seeing this, Su Xiaomeng followed him. Langji, are you going out? Su Xiaomeng asked. No, I'm going to install the turrets. Su Lang shook his head. Oh, I see. No wonder you bought so many turrets yesterday, Langji. Su Xiaomeng's eyes lit up. Currently, Dorm 200 had 4 turrets. The Void Splitter, the 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow, the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow, and the Blood Bat Nest. Among them, the 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow was level 5, the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow was level 6, The Void Splitter was level 6 and the Blood Bat Nest was level 7. The Blood Bat Nest's level was sufficiently high, and all the Blood Bats had been nurtured to King Tier. It would definitely be sufficient for the 5th round of the game. However, the other 3 turrets were starting to look a bit inadequate. The best approach now was to replace them. However, Su Lang did not do this. After installing 2 micro-tri-eye machine guns on the ceiling, he prepared to return to his dorm. Langji, aren't you going to replace the 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow and the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow? Su Xiaomeng remembered Su Lang had bought many high-level turrets. I'll deal with that tomorrow. Su Lang waved his hand, turned around, and went inside. Tomorrow would be the final day of the rest period day 7. Base Nightmare Coins 160, conversion rate 12-20%, A Tower production, 2112 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 12,050. I used to think earning 10,000 Nightmare Coins was difficult, but now I've broken past 10,000 so easily. Looking at the fruits of last night's labor, Su Lang felt very gratified inside. 12,000 Nightmare Coins were enough to upgrade the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door once. Although the Golden Pillar Jade Toad Door was only level 7, as long as he had money, its defensive power was limitless. And killing monsters could drop money. It was an infinite loop truly. After getting up and washing up, Su Lang went to the corridor, gazed at the red mist on the horizon, and then returned to his dorm. For some reason, he had a feeling of an impending storm, the wind filling the tower. The red mist even seemed several shades thicker than before. Returning to his room, Su Lang lay down on the bed, entered the Fusion Dreamscape, and selected Facility Fusion. It was time for the 2 old veterans, the 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow and the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow, to retire. Electromagnetic Rail Crossbow. Type Attack Facility. Level 8. Lethality 730. Durabilities 250-250. Attack speed very fast. Auto range 12 meters. Electromagnetic bolts 11800 copper coins per attack. Effect electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force can damage ethereal forms, and the arrows will embed into the enemy's body, causing electric shock and paralysis. Disassembly yields electromagnetic casing X5, electromagnetic launcher X1, electromagnetic bolt X1, high energy coating X1. Upgrade requirements 6600 Nightmare Coins. Description: can you street dance? If not, it's fine, one shot from my crossbow and you'll be dancing. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow and Electromagnetic Rail Crossbow compatibility is excellent. Attributes slightly increased and a brand new effect gained. Fuse. If you refuse, the Golden Eagle Wing Crossbow will become 6 Nightmare Essence, sinking into a pleasant dream. Fuse. Su Lang saw that the Electromagnetic Rail Crossbow also had mixed damage effects, and without hesitation he chose to fuse it. After the Nightmare Bed upgrade, facilities were reduced to 2 categories: core facilities and ordinary facilities. And as long as a facility is a finished product, even if it's not installed, it can be used as a core facility to fuse with an already installed facility. That core facility will then directly replace the installed one. This made things much more convenient. If one day a single facility no longer suits the current game, Su Lang could just swap it out. Phew, it actually worked. Su Lang exhaled a private sigh of relief. If this fusion had produced unsatisfactory results, it would have wasted a fusion opportunity. Next came the second fusion, Sunslaying Meteor Crossbow. Type: Attack Facility. Level 8. Lethality 3000. Durability 650-650. Attack speed extremely slow. Auto range 50 meters. Meteor bolts 118,000 copper coins per attack. Effect 1 long shot, capable of long-range strikes including but not limited to outside the dorm building. Effect 2 sniping. Locks onto a target after aiming, greatly increasing hit rate. Disassembly yields Carbon Steel X19, Elite Launcher X1, Elite Scope X1, Electromagnetic Bolt X1. Upgrade requirements 8100 Nightmare Coins. Description: the sun has fallen. Congratulations, Nightmare Lord. The 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow and Sunslaying Meteor Crossbow compatibility is perfect. Attributes greatly increased and a brand new effect gained. Fuse. If you refuse, the 1000-Jun Dragon Hunting Crossbow will become 3 Nightmare Essence, sinking into a pleasant dream. Holy crap, it came out perfect. Su Lang's eyes widened. Normally, turrets below level 10 would never exceed 1,000 in lethality. Heavy turrets like the sun-slaying meteor crossbow and the 1,000-Jun dragon-hunting crossbow were exceptions. But even as exceptions, they shouldn't be this much higher, 3,000 lethality. That's way stronger than 10 hits of 300 lethality. For many monsters with unbreakable defenses, high lethality can directly break defenses, while repeated minor damage only tickles. It's like the difference between punching someone in the chest and punching someone into their chest cavity. They're both crossbows and both are heavy turrets, so the compatibility should be this high. Su Lang could barely contain his joy. The sun-slaying meteor crossbow wasn't something that spawned in the supply market. An experienced player had sold it. Players rarely sold finished turrets, and the reason this level 8 turret was for sale was that the veteran player already had another heavy turret. Dorm 200, Tong Chi opened her eyes, finishing her cultivation. She exhaled lightly, causing a slight tremor that made her tall form seem like rolling mountain ridges, a beautiful ebb and flow. At that moment, she happened to glance at the turret on the wall. Her gaze froze, then she hurried over and discovered it had indeed changed. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise, looking toward the bed where Su Lang lay. Did the Golden Eagle Wing crossbow upgrade? But wasn't Lang Ji sleeping? Could the item upgrade effect not be one of Lang Ji's skills, but a hidden characteristic of Dorm 200? Tong Chi's thoughts surged, imagination running wild. Suddenly, the 1,000-Jun dragon-hunting crossbow's appearance changed too. It changed right before her eyes. What's going on? Did the dorm get haunted? Tong Chi panicked a little at this, thought it over, and decided to wake Su Lang. As she reached the bedside, Su Lang also happened to open his eyes. Their slightly anxious gazes met. What's up? Lang Ji, both turrets at home changed, Tong Chi said nervously. Without Su Lang opening permissions, she couldn't check the facility attributes, so she had no idea whether the changes were good or bad. That's a good thing, Su Lang smiled. Seeing that smile, Tong Chi immediately knew Su Lang had done it. She lightly patted him and, rarely scolding, exclaimed, "You scared me to death. I thought the dorm had ghosts." "Ghosts? Are you talking about me?" Accompanied by a coquettish laugh, senior sister Red Butterfly flew out from the ghost control bells. "Red Butterfly, your ghost form seems more solid now." Su Lang's first concern was always comfort level. He had to pay attention. Senior sister Red Butterfly's dress pattern looked clearer, less ethereal than before, and her body felt more tangible. "Ha ha ha, really?" Senior sister Red Butterfly covered her mouth and giggled. Su Lang nodded and said, "Your memories should have recovered a bit now, right? Tell us." At those words, Red Butterfly's expression stiffened, a flicker of fear appearing in her eyes, only to be replaced by coquettish laughter. She then laughed uproariously with the air of an eccentric aunt. "I think I was a student at Paradise Lost High School when alive. Then I was probably dismembered by some villain. Afterwards, I don't know how, I became an employee of the dorm survival game and started working for the game." Su Lang raised an eyebrow. "Working for the dorm survival game? Yeah, I should have participated in a game before, but I survived. I don't remember the details of that game." Senior sister Red Butterfly shook her head. "Red Butterfly, I didn't expect you to have raised a building," Tong Chi exclaimed. Senior sister Red Butterfly answered oddly, "No, I don't think so. That round of the game should have had many players who survived." Tong Chi was puzzled. If players won, could the monsters still be alive? Red Butterfly's expression went strange for a moment, then she tentatively said, "Monsters that won't attack your dorm building probably all died, right?" "Probably, yeah." "Anyway, no survivors." Tong Chi scratched her head. "Red Butterfly, I vaguely remember that in most games, monsters attacking buildings had time limits. Once the time elapsed, the monsters would retreat." Red Butterfly began. "Our dorm building has the same situation, but if you try to outlast it, no one can really hold on without dying, only killing works." Wang Yajai came over and interjected. "On the final day of the day and night ghost march, all monsters go berserk, clearly determined to kill players." "That's really crazy." Red Butterfly laughed awkwardly. Su Lang glanced sidelong at Red Butterfly. "The Mad King building isn't a normal dormitory, and this Red Butterfly isn't an ordinary turret. The name Paradise Lost High School itself didn't sound like a normal school. Maybe it's even a local school from the Red Mist world." "Su Lang, when are you going to Fantasy Wonder Night?" Wang Yajai looked at Su Lang and asked. The player slots for Fantasy Wonder Night had already been decided. They were Su Lang, Su Ruyan, and Tong Chi. Su Ruyan was the most experienced, Tong Chi had the strongest specialized ability against ghosts and monsters, and Su Lang had the strongest individual combat capability. Seeing Wang Yajai's eager and excited expression, Su Lang said, "Go call Ruyan and the others over. Next time there's an opportunity like this, we'll take you along." Although Wang Yajai's outward appearance was very scholarly and refined, She actually had a daring and adventurous nature. After practicing swordsmanship, this trait had become even more pronounced, with a sharp, vibrant energy radiating from her. Okay, Wang Yajai nodded and turned to go find them. Su Ruyan and the others were cultivating at the moment and might not necessarily check their private messages. A short while later, Su Ruyan, Zhen Lu, Sherry, and others had all gathered. The entire dorm 200 was present. However, only 3 of them were going on the expedition. You must bring back good stuff, Cao Yaxuan said reluctantly. Tongqi smiled and said, don't worry, we definitely won't come back empty-handed. We'll be back soon, Su Lang comforted. Cao Yaxuan stepped forward and hugged Su Lang. Su Lang also proactively hugged Sherry and the others, spreading the affection evenly. Afterwards, he took out the Fantasy Wonder Night invitation letter. Please input the names of the invitees. This Fantasy Wonder Night performance lasts 6 hours. If encountering danger in reality, you will be forcibly ejected from the viewing. Please ensure you are in a safe environment. During the viewing, the chat system, backpack, and storage room will be disabled. Items consumed during Fantasy Wonder Night will be deducted according to actual usage. Apart from the safety of the viewers' lives, the dormitory building is not responsible for any other financial management. During the viewing process, players can exit at any time and take away any gains from Fantasy Wonder Night. The backpack is disabled. Su Lang's brow furrowed slightly as he recounted the game prompt's content. After a brief discussion, everyone began sorting their items. The Blood Pelican Demon Blade didn't have a scabbard, so Su Lang wrapped it in cloth. Su Ruyan and Tong Qi brought disposable, powerful items and medicines. After about 10 minutes of preparation, Su Lang began inputting the names. Please confirm the viewing list. Su Lang, Su Ruyan, Tong Qi. Yes/no to start viewing immediately. As ding-dong tilde. The midnight bell tolled. The sound of camel bells, lion roars, and bustling noise instantly came alive. The circus tent tore open under an orange-yellow full moon. 2 Caucasian girls in long dresses pulled back the curtain, welcoming the queuing audience outside. Ha ha ha, the Mary sisters, so beautiful. Miss Mary, you are the most beautiful flower of the fantasy circus. I want to propose to you. I think the ringmaster would agree. You two Marys, quickly tell us what today's performance program includes. The audience wore attire similar to the Western early modern era, with hints of the steam era. Beside a horse-drawn carriage, Su Lang silently observed the scene. Tong Qi and Su Ruyan were on his left and right, and they had automatically changed into clothing fitting for this era. However, compared to the audience's clothes, the attire of Su Lang's trio was more refined. Just then, an old gentleman wearing a bowler hat and a striped costume walked over. Hello, my name is Wesright. You must be Mr. Su Lang. The old gentleman took off his hat and bowed, his attitude modest and polite. Name, Wesright. Type of level, skills, introduction, investor of the fantasy circus. Yes, Su Lang nodded. Su Ruyan sized up Wesright, her attitude composed. Tong Qi, however, was a little nervous. Although this round of the game carried no risk of death, the opportunity was precious after all, and she was afraid of wasting a ticket. That row upon row of question marks next to Wesright felt quite terrifying. Zufu has some temporary matters, so he asked me to receive you. Now let me take you to the VIP room, Wesright said with a smile. What is the ringmaster doing? Su Lang raised an eyebrow. Zufu is always busy. I don't know what he's busy with either, haha, Wesright chuckled evasively. The first piece of information was confirmed. The ringmaster mentioned in the Jester King's introduction was called Zufu. Su Lang nodded and said, then we'll trouble you. A small matter, Wesright smiled. Wesright didn't seem to be a talkative person. He hardly spoke along the way, quietly leading Su Lang's trio into the circus and to a VIP room located above the audience seating. This position offered a direct view of the stage and allowed them to see the audience entering and exiting below. The only drawback was the lack of one-way mirrors. Some audience members in the front rows could turn around and see the situation inside the VIP room, so it wasn't very private. After the 3 of them took their seats, Wesright looked around and complained, Zufu's hospitality for distinguished guests is too lacking. I'll go find you some black tea. Please go ahead, Su Lang smiled. How is he? After Wesright left, Su Lang immediately took out a slip of paper and wrote a line. Neat, particular, non-aggressive. Su Ruyan quickly wrote these words in response, concise and clear. She had a profiling skill used for daily life and capturing an enemy's psychology. This kind of skill was quite practical in this environment. Su Lang pondered, non-aggressive, that seemed impossible. It could only mean his attack conditions hadn't been triggered, so he wasn't showing aggression. Fantasy Wonder Night tickets were precious, even he didn't want to waste one. The viewing only lasted 6 hours. He needed to act quickly, couldn't be rash or reckless, but also couldn't waste time doing nothing. What's his consumption attitude like? Su Lang wrote and asked. Westright was an investor in Fantasy Wonder Night, so he should be quite interested in money. Strong desire to consume. Su Ruyan wrote back. Suddenly Su Lang's eyebrows lifted. He swiftly wrote the words break the ice and then put away the pen and paper. 3 seconds later, Westright opened the door and entered. Black tea is here, Tilda. Westright carried a tea tray with 3 cups of steaming hot black tea. Just as the old gentleman placed the tea tray down, his withered hand was grabbed by someone. Instantly, Wesright's expression turned strange as he looked up and met Su Lang's gaze. Mr. Wesright, why only 3 cups of tea? Don't you plan to stay? Su Lang asked with a frown. That's right, I have some matters to attend to later, Wesright nodded. In this fantasy circus, what could be more important than watching the performance? Su Lang said one sentence, then immediately added, moreover, I have some ideas about making money I'd like to discuss with you. Wesright immediately laughed, looking at Su Lang with the gaze one might give a young person, and said, making money, no one knows more about making money than I do. If you want to seek my advice, you can just say so. I don't mind having another junior enter the world of business. Although it might be a bit early for you. Su Ruyan cleared her throat softly and spoke up. Mr. Wesright, you might not know this, but Mr. Su Lang's nickname is Capital Immortal. Capital Immortal? What's that? A good thing that can squeeze oil out of a rock. Su Lang firmly gripped Wesright's hand, his sense of conviction incredibly strong. Wesright chuckled, took off his golden pocket watch and glanced at it, then said, young man, I can give you 3 minutes. Mr. Wesright, what do you think determines the value of an item? Su Lang leaned back tactically, staring at Wesright with profound meaning. Wesright pondered for a moment before replying, value lies in circulation. Anything that can circulate has value. Su Lang shook his head, his expression clearly stating you are completely wrong. Wesright's brows furrowed, looking somewhat displeased. Su Lang casually pulled out a piece of white paper and said, how much do you think this piece of paper is worth? At most 1 copper coin, Wesright replied. If you were to sell it, how much could you sell it for? Su Lang smiled. Of course, also 1 copper coin. Please sign it. Wesright did not take the pen Su Lang offered. Instead, he stared at the white paper deep in thought. After a few breaths, he seemed to have realized something, his eyes suddenly gleaming with sharp light. The value of an item is meaning. As long as the meaning is sufficient, people are willing to pay, even at a premium 10,000 times higher, someone will buy it, Su Lang laughed. This is also the essence of currency. Along the way, Wesright had been highly respected. This paper signed by him would at least increase in value tenfold. With some hype, the value would be limitless. Su Lang had experienced too many marketing tricks in the peaceful era and understood this play inside out. Interesting, interesting, truly interesting, Wesright roared with laughter. Su Lang smiled and said, Mr. Wesright, I wonder what your main business is. I can offer you financial advice. If you don't agree with this financial advice, I won't charge you any fee. Wesright's laughter didn't stop, gradually becoming wild, morbid, and chilling. His aura rapidly intensified, pressing down until the air emitted creaking sounds. Tong Chi's expression changed slightly, ready to release her ghosts. Su Ruyan was also preparing to take action. Right at that moment, all the lights in the entire circus instantly went out. The scene plunged into darkness. Tong Chi and Su Ruyan's faces changed drastically, their skills about to be unleashed the next second. Snap tilde asterisk. At the critical moment, Su Lang pressed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 women. In his sixth sense, Wesright's aura had become utterly terrifying, yet there was no malice. A single beam of light fell on the stage, illuminating a middle-aged male magician in a tailcoat standing within the cylindrical light, bowing in greeting. He first thanked the audience for coming to watch the performance, then began introducing the next 7 performance items. They were clown farce, hoop ballet, animal taming show, knife-throwing performance, challenge the impossible, flying trapeze, and acrobatics carnival. As he spoke, some faint lights gradually brightened, including the lights in the VIP room. Su Ruyan and Tong Chi also got a clear look at Wesright's appearance. Although he was no longer emitting that chilling laughter, it made the 2 women feel even more horrified. Large clumps of blackish-gray goose feathers emerged from Wesright's suit, and his face transformed into an avian-like appearance, with a sharp beak nearly 20 centimeters long. His gray eyes gleamed with cunning and shrewd light, a raven. A mothman, a demon, or some other monster, the 2 women didn't know how to describe the monster before them. The value of an item is meaning, that's an interesting perspective. Wesright took out a black crystal from his breast pocket and tossed it to Su Lang. This is a soul stone produced by my factory. Consider it my tuition fee to you. You are too kind. Su Lang chuckled as he caught the black crystal. He was remarkably unfazed by Westwright's transformation, treating it as if he were dreaming. Soulstone. Type item. Level 10. Description: a soul crystal. Can be used as food for ghosts and guardian spirits or as a raw material. Has diverse uses. After checking the information, Su Lang was inwardly astonished. This NPC, whose stats were all question marks, was indeed generous, casually giving out a level 10 item. Haha, I'm not some old fossil clinging to a high position. You are better than me, so I should pay tuition. Westwright chuckled. When he laughed, his gray feathers trembled lightly, shedding gray dust while reflecting a malicious and loathsome phosphorescent glow. Tong Chi and Su Ruyan felt nauseous, barely holding back from vomiting. This disgust came from a primal instinct, like seeing a humanoid moth fluttering right in front of you. You are too magnanimous. I am enlightened. Su Lang wore a look of admiration. Why did Westwright dress so splendidly if not to make people revere him? Seeing Su Lang's adoring expression, Westwright was indeed very pleased. He laughed heartily and said, "Young man, let's hear it. What positive effect can you have on my assets? Before that, I need to understand what core assets you have, or which industries you are particularly concerned about." Su Lang replied with a smile. "Industries I'm concerned about," Westwright frowned, sighing with a headache. "To keep up with the pace of industrialization, I founded a flesh mill and a grudge workshop. Both are currently operating at a loss." Flesh mill, Su Lang raised an eyebrow. "It's a meat processing factory. Currently, our main processed product is canned human meat," Westwright said sorrowfully. Buying that production line had truly cost him a lot of money back then. "Do you have a product sample?" Su Lang asked. "This." Westwright flipped his hand and produced a black can, then casually hooked it open with his finger. When they saw the food inside, the expressions on Tong Chi and Su Ruyan's faces completely changed. "Your canned product isn't made very well. Why is there still hair in it?" Su Lang said carefully. "That makes the texture more varied and the customers don't mind it anyway." Westwright shook his head. Su Lang looked Westwright up and down. "Then, Mr. Westwright, do you prefer the texture of bone fragments or flesh?" "Bone fragments more chewy," Westwright replied. Su Lang clapped his hands and laughed. "Isn't that the problem? You haven't done refined processing. No wonder you're losing money." "Refined processing?" Westwright was puzzled. Su Lang nodded. "Yes, some customers like to eat skin, some like to eat bones, some like to eat meat. Why don't you make 3 types of cans? This way, you can precisely hit the customer's pleasure points. Also, you can inject more human blood into the cans, so the contents won't look sparse. Think about it. Other canned human meat brands can only offer a mixed, indiscriminate, lumpy eating experience. Your cans have already achieved refined processing. That's the difference. With just a skinning worker and a blood extraction worker, you can achieve a dimensional advantage over other brands and even create more job opportunities. Who wouldn't address you as the esteemed Lord Westwright after that?" Westwright's breathing became rapid. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Precision operations could directly improve product quality and reputation. If customers have no demand, you create demand for them. Su Lang put his arm around Westwright's shoulder. "Once your brand effect is elevated, you can launch heart cans, thigh cans, pectoral muscle cans, each with different price tags, quickly occupying every niche in the market. The whole world will be filled with your products then." Westwright was completely ecstatic, his eyes bloodshot, his body heaving, his chest swelling as if it might burst at any moment. "Genius and absolute genius, Su Lang, you truly are the business prodigy of this century." Westwright shouted, staring at Su Lang and cackling. "Do you want to be my deputy? I can give you 3% of my holdings as dividends." Westwright sent you an invitation. Accept or decline to become his investment advisor. If you accept, you will remain forever in Fantasy Wonder Night. Su Lang received the system prompt, and his heart gave a sudden jolt. He controlled his breath, heartbeat, and pupils so nothing betrayed him. Remain forever in Fantasy Wonder Night. Could this world possibly be real, or had he misunderstood the meaning? Ha ha ha, no thanks. In the business world, I'm just a rookie. It would be an honor to communicate more with Mr. Westwright in the future. Su Lang shook his head with a smile. "Ah, what a pity." Westwright did not press it but produced a badge. "This is the Agarth family coat of arms. From now on, if you get into trouble in Dusk City or anywhere else, you can present this badge." The badge was exquisitely made, engraved with figures of a person, a cowherd, and a lamb's head. Agarth coat of arms. Type item. Rank unknowns. Description: a token symbolizing your friendship with the Agarth family, presented by Agarth Westwright. "Thank you." Su Lang accepted the badge, his eyes glittering as he looked at Westwright. Westwright raised an eyebrow, still angling for favors. Could this kid in front of him not know the reputation of the Agarth family? The next second, his frown relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. Now you can tell me about your grudge workshop, Su Lang said with a grin. Name the grudge workshop, but in reality it was a torture hut. Capture a soul, lock it in the workshop, torment it ruthlessly, and thus produce grudging energy. Su Lang shook his head after hearing it. Too crude. Men, women, children, each should have different torment scripts. By the way, Mr. Westwright, do you know about sequences? Westwright had been listening intently, when suddenly Su Lang shifted topics and asked about sequences. Of course I know, Westwright nodded, then asked, wait, are you here for the S-rank sequence Snowfu holds? What the hell, an S-rank sequence? Su Lang felt shaken in his chest. Su Ruyan and Tong Chi both felt their hearts drop a beat, doubting whether they had heard correctly. This dungeon actually has an S-rank sequence. Westwright glanced at Su Ruyan and Tong Chi and said, it seems you two didn't know this news, but don't get too excited. That's only a token of an S-rank sequence, not the full thing, and Snowfu definitely won't give it to you. There's nothing I can do about that, I'm sorry. Do you know of any other sequences? Su Lang asked. Westwright pointed toward the stage with his sharp beak. On the stage stood the Jester King on stilts, lips painted with a sickly red smile. The Jester King has an assassin sequence. Su Ruyan looked at the Jester King's familiar face, and her eyes lit up. That sequence seemed to suit her perfectly. Westwright continued, besides that, only the animal tamer Connie and Snowfu possess sequences in this circus. Sequences are still very rare after all. Su Lang nodded, forming the rough outline of a plan in his mind. Kill the animal tamer and the Jester King, see if a sequence drops. Wait, are you going to kill them? Westwright asked abruptly. You must be joking. Su Lang laughed. I only heard some sequences can erase memories. Westwright frowned. How does that relate to what we were discussing? Su Lang replied, it's related. When someone's grudge reaches the extreme, if we erase their memories and format everything in their mind, it becomes a brand new grudge-producing tool. It won't be ruined after one use. Westwright froze, his sharp beak trembling as he stared at Su Lang, excited. Mr. Su Lang, have you truly considered joining the Agarath family? Westwright sent you an invitation. Accept or decline to become his investment advisor. If you accept, you will remain forever in Fantasy Wonder Night. The system prompt appeared again. Su Lang shook his head and declined, no thanks. Westwright, could you tell me more about the fantasy circus? No problem, Westwright nodded. After that, Westwright and Su Lang talked with enormous pleasure. Su Lang did not hide anything. A stream of provocative ideas poured out, planting memory seeds, engineering specific hypnotic memories, mass-producing grudges, and so on. Westwright also revealed many backstage secrets of the fantasy circus. The two enjoyed a lively conversation, and after 2 hours, Su Lang suddenly asked, Westwright, do you know if the ringmaster has a kind of golden nectar? I want to buy some. Can you put in a word? Westwright laughed heartily. That shouldn't be hard, but it's not cheap. How much can you pay? Su Lang thought a moment and took out a sequence encyclopedia. I don't have much money on me. I wonder if this encyclopedia can cover some of the cost. Westwright opened it and glanced through, just a hand-copied encyclopedia. It records a few rare sequence details, but it's not worth much. A real sequence encyclopedia updates in real time, while a hand-copied version lags behind. I also have these silver coins. Su Lang extracted all his silver coins from his personal panel. Westwright nodded. These silver coins plus a favor should buy 10 portions of golden nectar. Then thank you, Westwright, Su Lang said warmly. At the same time, he felt a twinge of doubt. These silver coins seemed to be worth more outside. Inside the dormitory building, they could only use them on lottery machines and some entertainment projects. Was the dormitory cheating players? Westwright left, and about 10 minutes later returned with 10 portions of golden nectar. A smile crossed Su Lang's face. Golden nectar could raise comfort level and also boost combat power considerably, enabling many high-difficulty moves ordinary people couldn't imagine. Last time Su Ruyan performed an exquisitely perfect Ahian, her comfort level surged by 2 points, very nice. Brother, the three of us want to go to the restroom, so we'll take our leave first. Su Lang pocketed the golden nectar and straightened his collar as he stood. Do you want me to take you? Westwright's eyes flickered. No need, Su Lang shook his head. After Su Lang and the other two left, Westwright glanced at the performing animal tamer, let out a cackling laugh, and then stood up and walked away. Wow, amazing, absolutely amazing. To witness such a spectacular performance, it's worth the price of admission even if I die. Mommy, look, the lion is eating someone, hahaha tilde. On the stage, the animal tamer was conducting a beast-taming performance, occasionally having the lion swallow a spectator's head whole, which made the audience roar with laughter. The audience members who came to see the fantasy circus were the best spectators. Even with their heads missing, they were still applauding. Such sincerity was truly touching. 1617, This is the 17th one. How many more spectators is this bastard going to have his animal companions eat? Backstage, the Jester King lifted a corner of the curtain. His expression in the darkness was twisted and ferocious, his crimson eyes burning with raging flames of hatred. The animal tamer was a veteran of the fantasy circus. Every performance harvested many customers, which made the Jester King extremely unhappy. The gasps and exclamations of the audience were like a blazing fire, scorching his jealous and ugly heart. Hurry up and end your stupid performance, let me go on stage. The Jester King's hand rested on the throwing knives at his waist, his teeth clenched. The next act was the knife-throwing performance, which required him to go on stage. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jester King? Just then, a voice full of emotion and enthusiasm came from behind. The Jester King was taken aback. He turned his head and saw a handsome young man with a face full of earnest enthusiasm and a smile. Are you my fan? The Jester King's mouth curved upward in an exaggerated grin. He spread his arms and walked towards Su Lang, seemingly wanting to give him a hug. In each of his hands he held a sharp knife. The knives were slender like willow leaves, very different in shape from the fatal throwing knives. Su Lang beamed a brilliant smile and tightened his grip on the hilt of the blood pelican demon blade. Both sides were already determined to kill. There was no need for any superfluous words. When the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, a sharp knife with a subdued cold gleam suddenly appeared from the void, slicing through the back of the Jester King's neck. SSS Rip Tilde. Shreds of fabric and blood flew together, splashing a tragic and beautiful arc of blood in the darkness. Ah, I'm dead. The Jester King let out a asterisk crack asterisk sound and fell to the ground. Su Ruyan stood behind the Jester King, her body hidden within the polar night domain. Watch out, Su Lang shouted urgently. Hearing this, Su Ruyan didn't hesitate and rolled forward. A second Jester King appeared behind Su Ruyan. His throat-slitting strike missed, and he smoothly threw the knife towards Su Ruyan's heart, laughing mockingly. Did you think staying far enough away from me would keep you at a safe distance? Su Lang's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, he activated bullet time. In the slowed-down field of vision, he took in all the information of the situation, then lunged forward. He didn't choose to save Su Ruyan, but instead swung his blade towards the Jester King. In the blink of an eye, with an asterisk clang asterisk, a golden knife ghost appeared, parrying the knife aimed at Su Ruyan's back and heart. At the same time, Su Lang's long blade was also resting on the Jester King's neck. The Jester King looked stunned, not expecting Su Lang's explosive speed to be so fast. The next second his head was chopped off. Watch out for his fake bodies, Su Lang shouted in a low voice. Hat trick, hee hee, the first Jester King stood up from the ground, then his expression froze on his face. 7 or 8 malevolent ghosts pounced on him like tigers and wolves, knocking him down again. A giant scythe extended from a mass of polar night. The tip of the scythe, wrapped in strands of ghost chi, pierced through the Jester King's heart. Instantly, both Jester King's faces showed expressions of disbelief, as if they couldn't believe they had died just like that. To be honest, the Jester King of this dream fantasy night was much stronger than the one from the 4th round of the game, with sharper thinking and higher base stats. But unfortunately, he ran into the enhanced Su Lang team and was also ambushed. If he could still survive after all this, then Dorm 200 really had developed for nothing. After killing the Jester King, the three of them didn't exchange a single word and immediately began dealing with the Jester King's remains. Found it, Su Ruyan picked up a human skin mask from the inner pocket of the Jester King's clothes and exclaimed, Human skin mask assassin. Type sequence object. Sequence level D108. Introduction. The Jester King had 2 faces. On the surface, he was a funny clown bringing joy to people. In private, he was a terrifying serial killer. The sequence object of the assassin sequence. Sequence employment conditions. Sequence object satisfied, kill 10 lives via backstab, satisfied, master level throwing weapon proficiency, not satisfied. Note, multiple copies of the assassin sequence object exist. When someone is employed as an assassin, this sequence object automatically becomes invalid. How can this be? After clearly seeing the employment conditions, Su Ruyan's expression immediately froze, her ecstasy turning into bitterness. Master-level passive skills were already rare to begin with, and on top of that, it was master-level throwing weapon proficiency. Waiting for the supermarket to refresh this would take forever. Pull yourself together, the animal tamer is coming soon, Su Lang said gravely. At this moment, the beast taming performance was nearing its end. The magician, who also served as the host, walked onto the stage, saying some warm-up words. The animal tamer was also leading his animal companions backstage. Even from a distance, Su Lang could smell the foul odor coming from those animals. Don't be so restless, Bucky. The animal tamer was a thin, middle-aged man wearing a red jacket with buttons. He lowered his head to stroke the head of a giant lion and asked with a faint smile, "Are you still not full?" "Roar, Tilda." The lion Bucky growled lowly, "Oh, Tilda, you smell blood. There are enemies inside." The animal tamer tilted his head as if listening, his expression changing from surprise to anger. He shouted, "Charge in, tear these rats who disturb the circus order to pieces." The sounds of horse neighs, monkey screeches, and lion roars all erupted at once. Wolves, tigers, hyenas, snakes, pythons, and parrots rushed into the backstage area all at once. The animal tamer held a long whip and followed behind them unhurriedly. The magician glanced back, then continued facing the audience as if nothing had happened. The environment backstage was very dark. One had to traverse a not-so-short distance to reach the rest area and dressing rooms. This was the ambush location Su Lang had carefully chosen. Without the Polar Night domain for cover, the three of them probably wouldn't have been able to infiltrate here so easily. However, although the Polar Night domain was like a fish in water in such an environment, it ultimately had a weakness. It couldn't conceal scent. Lion Bucky charged forward, swiping its claws towards the darkness ahead. Tong Chi summoned two level 6 ghost pets trying to block Lion Bucky, but they were directly knocked aside by the latter. A golden knife ghost appeared, blocking in front of Tong Chi. Tong Chi took the opportunity to retreat. Battles also erupted where Su Lang and Su Ruyan were. The animal tamer's monsters were exceptionally formidable. Although their skills were average, their levels were all above 10, and their base attributes were extraordinarily exaggerated. Su Lang shouted lowly, swinging the blood pelican demon blade, forcefully chopping off a monkey's arm. Seeing this scene, the animal tamer was greatly shocked, then became extremely angry as he strode forward. The tip of the whip carrying a sonic boom shot towards Su Lang's head. In this situation, it was impossible to hold back any longer. With a thought, Su Lang's figure shot forward, and a fire dragon also pounced towards the animal tamer. Lion Bucky urgently returned to defend, leaping over 10 meters. A paw the size of a human face illuminated the darkness. The cold light reflected from its sharp claws shone on Su Lang's face as if it would slice open this human's head on the spot. The fire dragon formed by the raging flames continued charging towards the animal tamer, while Su Lang stopped, standing in place. A deep dark aura covered the blade, billowing like ghostly flames. Exclusive skill Ghost Slash. Su Lang swung his blade forward. A 2-meter-long black blade aura suddenly appeared, viciously slashing at Lion Bucky's abdomen. PFFT tilde. A spray of blood mist suddenly erupted, then exploded like fireworks. A majestic male lion standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder was cleanly chopped in two, instantly dropping dead. After all, it wasn't a boss. Facing Su Lang, who was taking things seriously, if it could still hold its own, that would be truly strange. An overpowered player you think he's playing around, player Su Lang. Experience 4 cycles. Door number 200 Dorm Owners. Sequence C27 Butcher Ignorant. Attributes. Constitution 126, Spirit 70. Innate True Chi 50 portions. Skills Ghost Slash Blood Contract Pureblood Vampire. Golden Flower Inner Lights. Introspection of one's own body, using the golden flower of life to nourish essence, chi, and spirit, simultaneously increasing constitution and spirit attributes as well as innate true chi. Currently possesses 50 portions of innate true chi, constitution increased by 26 points, spirit increased by 26 points. Delaying the glutton for 6 days, 7 days of rest time, plus the 20 free attribute points from the settlement reward. Su Lang's individual attributes were nearly off the charts. And this didn't even include the bonuses from his equipment attributes. If it were just exaggerated numbers, then Su Lang would merely be another Bucky the Lion. The problem was, his skills were also incredibly formidable. He was a living, breathing boss. Moreover, Su Lang's main weapon was equally outrageous, a legendary blade covered in blood soul with buffs stacked to the max. Although the core of the dorm survival game was tower defense, the gameplay was incredibly diverse, with dungeons of all kinds. To survive, you had to play like this. Your dorm had to be strong, you yourself had to be strong, your equipment had to be good, your skills had to be refined. Neither the physical body nor magical arts could be lacking. Games are meant to be played with a smile. Su Lang let out a pleased, ferocious laugh, took a quick step forward, and rapidly closed the distance to the animal tamer. Before the animal tamer could recover from the immense shock, he was met with a pair of terrifying, deep crimson eyes. His mind was traumatized once again. Panic churned in his heart like boiling water, followed by waves of excruciating pain that gnawed at his bones and drowned his body. The blade cutting into his flesh felt like it could tear his soul apart. The animal tamer felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare, unable to tell up from down, unsure if he was in a dream, only knowing that something horrifying was continuously attacking him. Heart-wrenching screams drifted backstage. The animal tamer was relatively tough. It took Su Lang 7 slashes to finish him off. Good stuff. Su Lang yanked off the animal tamer's leather jacket and began searching for the sequence object. The surrounding beasts, initially intimidated by Su Lang's aura, hadn't approached. Now that the animal tamer was dead, they immediately scattered in all directions, obeying their most primal instincts to flee this terrifying place. Langji, it's this. Su Ruyan walked over and handed the leather whip dropped by the animal tamer to Su Lang. Su Lang raised his head, the red light in his eyes slightly fading. The moment their gazes met, Su Ruyan felt a flicker of instinctive fear. Fortunately, Su Lang didn't transform into a maniacal killer. Instead, he happily accepted the whip. After all, he was a cultivator. His killing intent couldn't be that heavy. Outstanding Animal Tamer's Whip Animal Tamer. Type Sequence Object. Sequence Level D39. Introduction, crack it wildly, and the little puppies will fall in love with you. A sequence object for the Animal Tamer sequence. Sequence employment conditions. Sequence object satisfied, establish a zoo with at least 10 animals not satisfied, sleep with beasts for 3 days not satisfied. Great luck, another sequence object dropped. Su Lang spoke while his hand instinctively moved down, touching the wealthy croak hanging at his waist. The little thing felt slightly warm, as if it had done something. At that moment, a gray-feathered raven flew over. "Brother, you should leave." The gray-feathered raven spoke, transmitting Westwright's voice. As it passed over Su Lang's head, it spat out a certificate. Su Lang reached out and caught it. After a quick glance, he handed all his good items to Tong Chi and Su Ruyan. "You two leave. I'm going to stay a bit longer." The two women didn't hesitate and left immediately. Securing the guaranteed reward came first. Su Lang, holding a spare long blade, looked towards the magician who had just entered the area, his face full of gloom. That's right, Su Lang had also given the Blood Pelican Demon Blade to Tong Chi and the others. Couldn't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Although compared to two sequences, the value of the Blood Pelican Demon Blade still couldn't quite measure up. It was Su Lang's favorite weapon. "I wonder how much killing karma you have on you." A layer of blood red extended from Su Lang's palm, covering the long blade. "I hope it's more than your colleagues." The Jester King and the Animal Tamer had given the Blood Soul a satisfying feast. The Blood Soul's current attributes were as follows. Sequence Ability 3, Killing Karma. Each time a living being is slain, that being's killing karma is converted into the Blood Soul's sharpness. Currently increased by 544 sharpness. Hey, old friend Zufu, where are you going? In a room filled with human organs, Westwright blocked the path of an elderly man in a suit. The old man had deep, gray-green eyes like an eagle's, seemingly capable of seeing through people's hearts. "Westwright, are you really going to stop me?" Westwright stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his withered, human-form face. "What do you mean, I just want to talk with you? After all, I'm your investor." "Rubbish," Zufu erupted in fury. "I think you want to become part of my collection." Westwright took 2 steps back, wagging a slender finger adorned with a gold ring. "I have no intention of conflicting with you, it's just some youngster's minor scuffles. You don't need to take it so seriously." Zufu's expression was one of extreme anger as he strode forward. Westwright stepped aside, glanced at the jars and bottles containing organs and tutted. "These are from those freaks from the freak show, right? To think you've already captured them, Zufu." Zufu paused, grabbed Westwright by the shoulder, and dragged him out of the room. "You are not allowed to stay in my collection room." As the two left the room, they happened to run into Su Lang coming from the other end of the corridor. "Heh, found you." Su Lang stood tall and straight, casually tossing aside the magician's head. At this moment, the scent of blood on him was terrifyingly thick. He had just gone on a rampage in the venue. Only after he couldn't find anyone else did he come here. "Vampire?" Zufu didn't even glance at the magician's head. Instead, he stared at Su Lang, his eyes growing bright. A vampire? If he could capture a vampire for the circus. Thinking of this, Zufu's breathing became rapid. With a casual wave of his hand, a square, translucent cube shot towards Su Lang. "Can't block it," his sixth sense sent back feedback. Su Lang abandoned the idea of drawing his blade and slashing. Instead, he lunged forward, his body soaring like a large goose, descending towards Zufu. Westwright sighed and quietly moved further away. Zufu looked up at Su Lang, reached out with one hand, and an invisible, immense force locked the latter in midair, like a fly trapped in amber. The next second, Su Lang rapidly closed in on Zufu, and his body shrank at an incredible speed. By the time he landed in Zufu's hand, he was less than a foot tall, like a human-shaped figurine. Zufu condensed a translucent square grid, trapping Su Lang inside. Watching Su Lang struggle within the grid, Zufu's eyes were full of appreciation. Seems like a hybrid of vampire and human, even rarer than a pureblood vampire. HMPH, Westright turned his head away, unable to bear watching closely. After making his comment, Zufu wanted to take Su Lang to the collection room. Suddenly, Su Lang inside the cage raised his knife and slashed it across his own neck with a asterisk whoosh asterisk, then promptly went limp and died. Zufu's eyes widened. He had never encountered something like this before. The cage in his hand shattered, Su Lang automatically returned to normal size, falling to the ground, the knife wound on his neck, a shocking sight. Tusk tilde brother Su Lang is so resolute. Westright also widened his eyes. The situation wasn't completely without room for negotiation. He really thought highly of Su Lang. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to find a way to rescue him. Damn it, a failed collectible. Zufu was furious. No, it seemed he wasn't completely dead yet. Westright noticed Su Lang's finger twitch. The next second, Su Lang came back to life, opening his eyes while simultaneously rising and drawing his blade. Ghost Slash mixed with innate true chi, creating a wonderful chemical reaction that made the Ghost Slash resemble a terrifying ribbon of flowing light, condensed from brilliance. Zufu took this slash head-on. The corner of his clothes was slightly dirtied. A second slash followed closely. This was a horizontal slash like flowing light. Zufu raised his hand to block, his palm colliding with the flowing light blade from half a meter away, creating a terrifying shockwave. Crack tilde. The blade couldn't withstand the pressure, actually developing cracks. Su Lang decisively abandoned the blade, kicking towards Zufu's chest. However, this kick was still blocked by an invisible force. Mad flames surged, swirling around Zufu but just couldn't get close. It's useless, brother, your tier is too low. Westright shook his head and said. Seeing that nothing could be done, Su Lang also gave up. The number of Blood Nightmare uses was limited, and he didn't want to waste them in such a meaningless place. Zufu's eyes grew colder and colder. Just as he was about to do something to Su Lang, he saw the latter suddenly disappear. Where did he go? Zufu couldn't believe it. I don't know. Westright was bewildered. Zufu looked down at a small bloodstain on his finger, his expression shifting uncertainly. What exactly was that radiant power just now that it could actually injure him? After Su Lang chose to return, everything before his eyes froze. Zufu and Westright seemed to solidify in a painting, while he himself kept floating upwards towards the sky. Suddenly, Su Lang opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He had no injuries on his body, as if he had just taken a trip in a dream. Su Lang, you're back. Cao Yakshuan and the others all gathered around. Su Lang nodded and asked, where are the things? Su Ruyan and Tong Chi brought out the items. The main items were 2 sequence objects and the clothes worn by the animal tamer. The animal tamer's clothes were a level 8 outfit that provided attributes, very rare. Su Lang casually put on the animal tamer's buttoned red jacket, looking somewhat mismatched. But this was already within the normal range among the player group. Everyone was like this. If you weren't, it would actually be a bit strange. I also got a new deck of cards. Anyone interested? Su Lang flipped his hand and produced a deck of playing cards. Madness Playing Cards X54. Level 10. Type Equipment. Lethalities 330. Durabilities 200. Effect 1 Madness. Targets hit by the playing cards have a certain probability of falling into madness. Effect 2 Dazzling. The playing cards have confusing properties. Decomposition yields. Madness will X1. Upgrade condition 17,000 nightmare coins. To Su Lang, the Madness playing cards were a losing proposition among level 10 items, not even worth fusing. After all, odd weapons like playing cards would have poor fusion effects with blades and protective gear. The fusion result would definitely be below excellent. For equipment, if the base stats are poor, even the best special effects are useless. The girls looked at each other, none of them really wanting it. Seeing this, Su Lang put away the Madness playing cards and looked at Tong Chi and Su Ruyan. Have you thought of a way to become a killer or animal tamer? Tong Chi immediately looked distressed. Master-level hidden weapon skill scrolls are too rare. We shouted in the chat room, but no one has one. What about the zoo? Su Lang asked. The animal tamer seemed a bit like a summoning-type sequence. He was quite interested. No leads, Su Ruyan shook her head. Cao Yakshuan suddenly said, if it's about starting a zoo, I do have a bit of a clue. Everyone looked at her. In a ghostly place like the Mad King building, you can't even see the fur of a small animal, let alone talk about opening a zoo. Ahem, Cao Yakshuan coughed twice, putting on airs. Looking at it directly, the Mad King building indeed has no animals, but don't forget, some pet dorms come with pets. If we could capture those pets. As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Su Lang immediately asked, how many pet dorms are there in the Mad King building? I'll go ask Hui Hui, Wang Yajai replied. Wu Hui Hui often went out and was also a floor leader, so she was very clear about these things. Not long after, Wang Yajai said 4. They have a rabbit, snakes, a parrot, and a leopard respectively. Too few, Su Lang pondered for a moment then said, spread the word. For players who choose a pet dorm in the next dorm upgrade round, I'll give an extra 100,000 copper coins. The girls all nodded repeatedly. Pet dorms weren't a rare type of dorm. With this 100,000 copper coin bonus, quite a few people should choose it next round. Su Lang, does this thing have any significance? Cao Yaxuan took out a small certificate. It was exactly what the gray-feathered raven spat out. Dusk City Resident Certificate. Type problem. Level unknowns. Effect used to enter Dusk City, use again to return to the original location. Cooldown time 24 hours. Introduction. Dusk City is a harmonious and friendly city. The residents here are kind and enthusiastic, with simple and honest underworld customs. Put it in the storage room, Su Lang started to say, then grabbed the Dusk City resident certificate. Forget it, better put it in my backpack in case you use it recklessly. This thing seemed to be able to directly teleport someone to Dusk City, very dangerous. Cao Yaxuan was immediately a bit angry. Do I seem like such a reckless person? This isn't about being reckless or not. As long as there's a possibility, it must be eliminated. Su Lang shook his head and replied, all right then, Cao Yaxuan shrugged. Su Lang said to Su Ruyan, take out the golden nectar for everyone to use. Okay, Su Ruyan nodded. Next, everyone started applying the golden nectar. Although they were already old acquaintances, at times like this they would still hide in their rooms. After all, being all oily and shiny looked too indecent, making people very embarrassed. Su Lang was also applying it, and he had Su Ruyan apply it for him. He lay on the bed completely naked. Finished applying? Su Lang asked. MHM, Su Ruyan responded. Su Lang turned over. Both side A and side B needed to be coated. Su Ruyan soon blushed, burying her head. After properly opening up his back with the essential oil, Su Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for the game countdown to reach 0. Su Lang sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the small group chat with Li Xuan, Zhang Dahai, and others. After some inquiries, Li Xuan and the others also had no leads on hidden weapon mastery skill scrolls. Actually, even a low-tier hidden weapon mastery would be fine. Su Lang could enhance it. But unfortunately, there wasn't any. The only good news was that Zhang Dahai had a pet treasure chest. Opening it could yield a level 5 pet, with the pet type being random. Originally, Zhang Dahai wanted to give it to Yi Fan so the latter wouldn't be so lonely. Now Su Lang bought it over. Time flew by and the countdown soon reached 0. Finally, at a certain moment, the dormitory broadcast sounded. Dormitory broadcast. The 5th round of the Mad King dormitory building officially begins. This round's game is named When Night Falls, Close Your Eyes. The game duration is 7 days. There are no external monsters in this round of the game. At midnight, some players will transform into monsters and possess the ability to resurrect infinitely. At 6 a.m., monster players will return to normal. The drop rate for items in this round is 100%, including but not limited to skills and sequences. Other than that, there are no other rules for this round. Please enjoy the game, players. How vicious, Cao Yaxuan exclaimed in shock. This is meant to make us kill each other, Su Ruyan said with a grave expression. No matter how well monsters understand players, they can't understand players as well as players understand themselves. Skills and sequences can both be dropped. This move is too sinister. Someone is definitely going to cause trouble. Zhen Lu's delicate eyebrows were raised in anger. If a player died at the hands of a monster, you could still say it was bad luck, but dying at the hands of your own people, that would be utterly infuriating. What do you think the chances are of us becoming monsters? Su Lang suddenly spoke up. There's probably a chance too. Cao Yaxuan swallowed nervously, feeling inexplicably scared. She was picturing a scene, Su Lang transforming into a monster. In the chat room, messages were flooding out. 33 Yi Fan, holy shit brothers, this is a welfare round. As long as we don't harm each other, this round is a guaranteed pass. We'll create a miracle with 0 casualties. 89 Tangzi, hahaha, it really is a welfare round. 66 Jai Ren. Aren't you guys being a bit too naive? 159 Zheng Kai. Jai Ren, are you saying that if you turn into a monster you'll attack others? 133 Floating Life Play. Can all resources be concentrated on one person in just one game round? This game design is quite innovative. 95 Zio Yan, stop with the sarcastic remarks all of you. There are still 6 hours until midnight. Let's discuss what to do. 78 Mayu, at Kuizai floor leaders have all players gather at the square. Players who turn into monsters don't move. 179 Yun Yun. At Mayu, do you know how strong the monsters are? We might get wiped out in one fell swoop that way. 78 Mayu. Sister Yun, this is the best solution we can think of right now. 77 Kyan Ming. I propose we use a self-verification method. At midnight, everyone takes a selfie and posts it in the chat room. The location must be their own dorm. 99 Wu Zong. Then I could just prepare a selfie early, couldn't I? 183 Wanglin. At Wu Zong, what the hell do you mean? So if you turn into a monster, you absolutely have to go break down someone else's door, huh? 99 Wu Zong. I didn't say that, hee hee. How strong the monsters are is only one aspect. In dorm 49, Li Xuan swept his gaze over all the tenants and spoke gravely. Internal strife will also arise among the human players. Zhu Yan's heart jumped. Uncle Wen, you mean players will also kill each other? That is almost inevitable. Li Xuan nodded without hesitation. He never held overly high expectations for human nature, especially within the dorm survival game. Here, survival was more important than anything else. Thinking of this, he looked at Li Wenwen with a loving gaze. Wenwen will definitely survive, definitely. Dorm 10. Kuizai's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty, waves of pressure emanating from the invisible future. She had a sequence. This was public knowledge. Someone would definitely covet it. Su Yuan, use all our funds to buy raw materials to repair the dorm door. Kuizai ordered. Yes, Su Yuan responded. Su Yuan also felt the pressure. Kuizai had been too high profile before, killing a veteran player by force and exposing her sequence. Now not even one full game round had passed, and trouble was already here. Monster players attacking doors, players defending. The offensive and defensive trend was already clear. The strength of monster players definitely wouldn't be weak, and the fact they could resurrect infinitely made it even more terrifying. Fuck, I must become a monster. In a certain second-tier dorm, a player laughed, incredibly excited and bordering on pathological. He was the only one in this dorm. Originally, he had been prepared to die this round. But then the situation took a turn, and the Mad King building pulled this move. It was just too perfect. I just need to kill enough players this round, and I can soar to become a floor leader or even a dorm tyrant like Su Lang. Yes, Su Lang. This round I must kill that madman. I have infinite respawns, who should I be afraid of? Just thinking about breaking down Su Lang's dorm door and plundering everything, he had made this player so excited he felt like he was ascending to heaven. High to the limit. He wouldn't just take Su Lang's power and dorm for himself, he'd also seize Cao Yakshuan and the others. Damn it, so seductive, so slutty, and they never even looked at him properly on normal days. Being that good looking, isn't it just for men to lust after? Damn bitches. Once he became an infinitely respawning monster, he'd definitely show them a thing or two. In the past, even if this player had such thoughts, his emotions wouldn't have been this agitated. But now it was different. The fifth round of the game seemed to have released all the malicious thoughts in everyone's hearts, especially among these bottom-tier players. It was just like during peacetime when people clamored for war, saying they'd go block the rich people at the airport. The desire to procreate is one of humanity's primal instincts. The players coveting Cao Yakshuan and the others were definitely not limited to just this one player. Of course, even more people wanted the wealth inside Dorm 200. This was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. As long as you became a monster, then everything would be yours. At this moment, countless players were dreaming of becoming monsters. In Dorm 200, Su Lang was staring at the chat interface. Group, Zhang Dahai, Li Xuan, Su Lang. Li Xuan. I will definitely be targeted by many monsters this round. Wu Hui, if you're really in danger at me, I'll definitely help. Li Xuan, I appreciate it, thank you. Zhang Dahai, Lang Ji, you must be careful. Even if those monster players aren't affected by blood grudge, they'll definitely come for you. Zhu Lang, I know. To be honest, it wasn't just other players. Even with Zhang Dahai and the others, Su Lang kept a part of his guard up. Human nature is great, but it is also evil. Su Lang, I feel like the atmosphere in the chat room is really off. Cao Yakshuan said with some worry. In the chat room, many people had intentionally or unintentionally mentioned that so-and-so had a sequence, or that someone was very wealthy and so on. HMPH, they haven't even turned into monsters yet, and they're already scheming about how to collude. Wang Yajai sneered, saying, the broadcast said unlimited revivals are possible, but it didn't say you can't break legs or snap limbs. That's exactly the point. Sherry, holding an ancient book, nodded repeatedly. As long as they're still afraid of our retaliation during the day, they definitely won't come attack us right away. That's not necessarily true. It's also possible they'll come straight to dorm 200 first. After all, we have the most wealth here. Zhenlu, despite looking like a mountain sprite, was not nearly as simple-minded as her appearance suggested. Seeing that all the women had their own thoughts, Su Lang was secretly satisfied. He didn't like those brainless parasites because they tended to cause more harm than good. People with their own ideas and characteristics, on the other hand, could actually help him spot oversights and think of things he hadn't considered. He wasn't afraid of many opinions. He was afraid of having no opinions at all. After all, the one making the final decision was still himself. Clap clap tilde. Su Lang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. While the monsters haven't appeared yet, let's go out and search for some supplies. It's game time, after all, the quality of materials should be higher. The women's eyes lit up and they all nodded. As the group headed downstairs, Sherry said, Lang, it seems we haven't looked at the True Ancestors manuscript today. Hearing this, Su Lang took out the True Ancestors manuscript. He had been very interested in this thing at first, but after looking at it for a long time, it was just so-so. It was either filled with a young girl's ramblings or big words like Angel King, Ancient Gods, and such, giving it a bit of a sci-fi novel feel, making one seriously doubt its authenticity. It might just be the delusional literature of a girl with a persecution complex. Opening the True Ancestors manuscript, the content had changed again. True Ancestors manuscript. Wahaha, this young lady feels like she's grown a year younger again today, truly getting younger the more I live. At today's vampire gathering, so many juniors were looking at me with covetous eyes. Yes, covetous. Such base, dirty, yet delightful looks. This young lady is in a good mood today, so I taught those juniors a vampire technique. The ritual formula is like this. Acquired level 15 skill inheritance, vampire blood return. Learn yes/no. Holy shit, old thing, finally dropping some gold coins. Su Lang's eyes widened and with almost no further thought, he learned vampire blood return. Vampire blood return. Type inheritance skill. Level 15. Effect. Manipulate blood that has left the body for less than 3 minutes to undergo shape transformation. Upgrade conditions. Introduction, an inheritance skill that can only be learned by pure-blooded vampires. What does the nightmare sequence mean by this? The upgrade condition is actually question marks. Does it think it's already beyond my range of perception? Su Lang was a bit angry. At the same time, the corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. Although the effect of blood return seemed very singular, the level was truly high. Maybe a single drop of blood could achieve the effect of a bullet. Wait a minute. Damn it, I already have dual Colt Vipers, why would I use blood as bullets? Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he handed the True Ancestors manuscript to Sherry. Sherry, can you learn the skill on this? Everyone's footsteps stopped. Sherry took the True Ancestors manuscript, her pupils slightly contracting, both shocked and delighted. Can I learn it? Of course you can, Su Lang nodded. Thank you, Lang. A moment later, Sherry cut her finger, and a stream of blood gushed out, transforming into a sharp blade of blood. Cao Yaxuan exclaimed in surprise, asking, Su Lang, what's happening to Sherry? Wang Yajai stared thoughtfully at the ghostly scribbles on the True Ancestors manuscript. Su Lang and Sherry must have seen something on the True Ancestors manuscript. The others didn't have the blood contract skill of a pure-blooded vampire, so they couldn't see the content on the True Ancestors manuscript. We learned a level 15 skill from the True Ancestors manuscript, Su Lang explained. Cao Yaxuan's eyes burst with a divine light, exclaiming in shock, there's such a thing. Tong Qi also showed a look of surprise, and was just about to say something when a strange, mocking voice came from the side. Really impressive, Boss Su Lang. As a 5-cycle player, you actually already have a level 15 skill. It's truly enviable. Everyone turned to look, and saw a man with triangular eyes on the 7th floor corridor, looking over with a fake smile. Su Lang immediately felt bewildered. Where did this idiot come from? Can a person really be this stupid? Even popping the champagne early isn't this bad. Hef, I was just casually saying it because it's really surprising. Seeing Su Lang's face directly, the triangular-eyed man immediately panicked a bit. He was only mocking in his heart. How did it actually come out of his mouth? Prepare to die. Cao Yaxuan snorted lightly, and a burst of ultimate frost energy suddenly erupted. The triangular-eyed man was instantly covered in a layer of frost, like an ice sculpture. An ice spear followed closely, piercing the triangular-eyed man's chest. Killing at the slightest disagreement, Cao Yaxuan had learned that too. You dare to be so arrogant. The triangular-eyed man retreated 2 steps in disbelief. He had equipment on, and his body wasn't completely pierced by the ice spear, so he was still alive. Idiot, you think you're worthy of being a player on my 7th floor. Suddenly, a cold voice came through. Su Lang tilted his head and saw floating life play and his group of tenants behind the triangular-eyed man. Crack tilde. In the air, a translucent silk thread slid past, severing the triangular-eyed man's neck into 2 sections. Su Lang nodded to Floating Life Play, who returned a friendly smile and had his subordinates bring over all the items dropped by the triangular-eyed man. They were 4 pieces of equipment and 4 skill scrolls. All were trash not worth a second glance. Well, only those at the very bottom would have such extreme emotional swings, probably still thinking that because this round of the game was special, Su Lang would go easy on them. Su Ruyan casually collected the spoils of war. Su Lang, are you also going to attend the big gathering downstairs? Floating Life Play looked at Su Lang and asked. No, we're going to search for supplies. Su Lang shook his head. The 10 floor leaders had already decided to call all players to the square to discuss how to prevent monster players from harming people. On the surface, the prevailing sentiment was that everyone was thinking about how to survive this round of the game. Walking down, Su Lang had heard plenty of people pounding their chests, saying that if they turned into monsters, they definitely wouldn't harm people. Such words, just listen to them. That's a good idea. Floating Life Play clapped lightly inside, saying, this round of the game, if handled well, is truly a welfare round. It just depends on how the floor leaders prevent monsters from killing people. Su Lang shrugged, not offering any opinion on the matter, and said, if you have nothing else, then we'll be leaving. Take care. Floating Life Play with a dramatic flair made a gesture of invitation. Su Lang and his group left. Floating Life Play's eyes flickered, and he also led his people downstairs, albeit at a much slower pace. Floating Life Play was still somewhat wary of Su Lang. Outside the dormitory on the square, the crowd surged, with the sounds of private whispers and clamor incessantly filling the air. More and more players were converging towards the square. Su Lang swept his gaze over the scene and noticed a significant difference between this gathering and the last one. The last major gathering was when the Mad King building summoned the players' relatives and friends. This time, the players were countless times more elite than that occasion. Although each was dressed in bizarre and varied outfits, their eyes held a fierce, ruthless glint. They wouldn't seem out of place in a maximum security prison. Environment truly can change a person. Even in a peaceful society, many people develop mental issues due to the pressures of work and studies, let alone here. Wu Hui was also downstairs. Seeing Su Lang, she waved and called out, Lang Ji. Everyone else who heard this looked over, then instinctively stepped back. It should be fine, right? It's game time now. Su Lang probably won't kill people indiscriminately. One player retreated a step, then clinging to some stubborn notion stepped forward again, earning that step back. Hui Zai Zhu Ting Ting, Cao Yaxuan waved in greeting. Wu Hui's team somewhat resembled the classic iron triangle from novels. Nai Zai Zhu devised strategies, Wang Tingting managed internal affairs and diplomacy, and most importantly, there was Wu Hui herself, the anchor. The 3 were inseparable. I didn't expect you guys to come to the assembly either. Wu Hui jogged over, looking a bit embarrassed. I thought you weren't coming, so I didn't call you. This matter was a big deal. Almost all players had come, including those strong players whose dormitory setups were no weaker than a floor leader's. And Dorm 200 was the exception, because they could no longer be described merely as strong players. The general momentum couldn't sweep them along either. Su Ruyan shook her head. Hui, you misunderstand. We're not here for the assembly. The players from the 10th floor had the strongest cohesion, so they were all in the square now. Hearing Su Ruyan's words, they immediately started chattering. Sister Ruyan, where are you guys going? To the supermarket. If you want to buy something, we can get it for you. Lang Ji is so handsome. Cao Yaxuan's eyes scanned the crowd, secretly making a mental note of that infatuated girl. Su Ruyan didn't answer but instead looked at Su Lang. We're going out to search for supplies. Do you want to come? Su Lang asked. He hadn't intended to hide his purpose anyway. Otherwise, he would have come out alone wrapped in black clothes. We just searched recently. There probably aren't many supplies left now, Wu Hui replied. The period right before the game started was when players scavenged supplies most aggressively. Doesn't matter, we're idle anyway, Su Lang said, spreading his hands. Then you guys go ahead, we'll still pass, Wu Hui said, shaking her head. They had agreed earlier in the chat room that all dorm owners should bring their players. She didn't want to go back on her word. All right. Su Lang nodded and led his group away in a grand procession. Although it couldn't be said that Su Lang was currently surrounded by beauties or had a harem of 3,000, he certainly had quite a few lovely ladies around him. Many people were whispering about it. The most popular among them was Zhen Lu. After all, she was a newcomer. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Lang and the others hadn't revealed the real-world mutations to the other players. So everyone's perception of Zhen Lu was that of a sudden outsider, a beautiful, ordinary person. What's the deal with her white hair? Dyed. I heard from Clear Sky University students that it's natural. That girl is so ethereal, like she's untouched by the world's corruption. She doesn't seem like a player at all. I wonder if Su Lang has a thing for white-haired girls. Zhen Lu's senses were sharp. Hearing these words, she subtly clenched her fists, tiny blue veins visible on her fair knuckles. Her hair color was due to a rare disease. This illness had brought her immense suffering since childhood, with more than half her life spent in a hospital bed. She would have died long ago if not for her family's wealth. Su Lang noticed her emotional shift. He was about to say something when he saw Zhen Lu suddenly whirl around, her cherry-red lips letting out a roar. Hey, you lot, this lady's hair is silver. If you dare gossip about me behind my back again, watch out or I'll rip your mouths off. All the players were stunned by Zhen Lu's outburst. No one expected the ethereal, fairy-like girl to be such a fierce woman. Even Su Lang was somewhat surprised. Although he had entered Zhen Lu's body, it seemed he hadn't yet entered Zhen Lu's heart. The players fell silent, no one daring to respond. Zhen Lu narrowed her eyes and swept her gaze over the players for a moment longer before turning back around. Sister Zhen Lu, you're so imposing, Tong Qi whispered. I just can't stand people calling me white-haired. Are those people blind? My hair is clearly silver, Zhen Lu huffed. Hee, but I think it looks white too, Cao Yaxuan teased. Yaxuan, you've become bad. Zhen Lu bared her teeth, then transformed into a tiger and swiftly bounded away. Su Lang quickened his pace, a strange thought popping into his mind. Zhen Lu currently only had beast form and human form. He wondered when she would develop a human-beast hybrid form. The comfort level might increase then. As it approached 11 p.m., Su Lang and his group returned to the dormitory. Cao Yaxuan and the others were very happy. They had hardly ever spent such a long time hunting outside before and found it incredibly novel, clamoring to go again tomorrow. After opening treasure chests for several hours, everyone's harvest was quite good, equivalent to over 100 or 200,000 copper coins. It was worth noting that Su Lang's current daily commission from Li Wenwen was only about that much. Of course, Li Wenwen's value would continue to rise. The later it got, the higher the enhancement fees. Su Lang had also inquired about forging path players from Rainy Night Blade and others. Although not as lucrative as creation path players, they were the backbone for a dormitory building's prosperity. If building wars happened in the future, and your building had no forging path players while the opponent did, the gap wouldn't be small. It's worth mentioning that Rainy Night Blade had already experienced building wars and reaped substantial rewards. Time passed, and soon it was midnight. Cao Yaxuan, Tong Qi, Wang Yazhai, and the others snapped out of their cultivation. Then they all heard a voice in their ears and system text appeared before their eyes. You have been selected as a monster player. Please choose from the following transformation forms. Interesting, so the flower has fallen in our garden. Are we supposed to kill all the players? Su Lang's lips curled into a smile, a low chuckle escaping his throat. Option 1, Werewolf. Constitution increases by 30 points and gains the Semi-Beast transformation and frenzy skills. Option 2, Evil Spirit. Spirit increases by 30 points and gains the illusion creation and charm skills. Option 3, Six-Eyed Mountain Goblin. Constitution increases by 18 points, Spirit increases by 15 points and gains the tremendous strength and Six Eyes skills. 3 options floated before Su Lang's eyes, and by carefully examining them, he could further see the specific appearance of each monster. What are your options? Su Lang looked at Cao Yaxuan and the others. Judging by the expressions on the women's faces, they too had gained the ability to transform into monsters. Either no one changes or when one changes the whole dorm does. This would make it much more convenient for monster players to cooperate. Werewolf, Evil Spirit, Red-Clothed Vengeful Ghost. Werewolf, Evil Spirit, Witch. Mine is the same, but my third option is a Frost Skeleton Archer. Why is mine a Skeleton Archer? I feel like I'd become so ugly, Cao Yaxuan complained. It seems Werewolf and Evil Spirit are fixed options, the others vary from person to person, Wang Yazhai frowned. This undoubtedly increased the complexity of the game. In the upcoming defensive battles, dorms with single, simplistic countermeasures would be defeated. No need to worry about coordination, just choose the monster that suits you best, Su Lang laughed. We'll go out soon to experience what it feels like to be a monster. As he spoke, he chose the Mountain Goblin. A total of 33 attribute points was a bit too low, but this also made him feel at ease. After all, his bounty was posted at the highest position this game round. Ha 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 ha, I've become a monster. In dorm 144, Tian erupted with maniacal laughter. He covered his face with one hand, his sickly laughter drowning out all the negative emotions since entering the dorm survival game: fear, anxiety, weakness. At this moment, he just wanted to laugh. Congratulations, you have become the sole leader of the monster faction. You may choose one of the following 3 ultimate forms for transformation. Option 1, Aberrant Fiend. A mutated monster from a foreign town possessing corrosive power. Can easily corrode dormitory doors. Where it walks becomes a forbidden zone. Constitution increases by 80 points, Spirit increases by 80 points and gains the skills. Aberration, Corruption Pool, Corruption Plasma, Corruption Magnetism, Aberrant Fiend's Death Gaze, and Extreme Speed Movement. Option 2, Apocalypse Monster. A demon from the abyss mastering the power of the end. Constitution increases by 110 points, Spirit increases by 80 points and gains the skills. Apocalypse Power, Apocalypse Blade, 10 blades pierce the void, and void-rending claws. Option 3, Zombie King. An undead creature from Eastern folklore. Nourishes yin by worshipping the moon. Neither human, ghost, nor god, does not age, does not die, cannot be destroyed, fears nothing. Constitution increases by 130 points. Spirit increases by 50 points and gains the skills. Zombie King's body fears nothing, transform into mist, devour ghosts and yin-yang pupils. Who can stop me now? Who can? I only need one round to slaughter you all. Laying low for so long, it's finally my turn to turn the tables. Those who look down on me will vanish like smoke. I want the floor leader to never again block my sight. In the dorm occupied by only one person, the man's laughter filled the space. Tian had a flash of inspiration and chose the Aberrant Fiend transformation. Its overall combat power seemed the weakest, but what did he need such strong combat power for? Breaking down doors was the key. At that moment, a chat screen materialized before his eyes. Monster Faction Group 100/100. Werewolf 4 Family, I've become a monster. Werewolf 2, welcome to the monster family. So leading Spectre, all the players in our dorm turned into monsters. Is it the same for you? Evil Spirit 3. +1. Werewolf 1 +1. Six-Eyed Mountain Goblin +1. Aberrant Fiend Leader, everyone assemble on the 10th floor. Earth Ghoul, holy shit, it's the boss. We have a commander. Boss, I have a detection skill here. Should we go arrest those who like to jungle first? Aberrant Fiend Leader, my current combined attributes are over 200. Everyone come to the 10th floor. End the game overnight. First, wipe out Su Lang for me. Evil Spirit 3, yes sir. Brothers, remember to change your weapons so you won't be recognized. Werewolf 2, recognize my ass. The boss said we're ending the game tonight. A green, monstrous shadow shot out from dorm 144. Tian didn't want to pretend anymore. He had played the coward for too long. If he kept pretending now, wouldn't he really become one? Those with power should be arrogant. Those who aren't are weaklings. For a moment, many turrets on the 8th floor activated on their own, firing at the Aberrant Fiend Tian, but were all dodged by his extreme speed. Players' strength and speed were governed by their constitution attribute. High constitution meant speed wouldn't be slow either. After all, this wasn't a real game where everything relied on data. The 10th floor corridor was brightly lit. Tian experienced such speed for the first time, reaching the 10th floor stairwell in less than 10 seconds. He felt somewhat disoriented, but when he looked up, he saw 7 monsters with extraordinary characteristics standing in the corridor ahead. They were actually faster than him. Tian was surprised for a second, then suddenly understood. You're the monsters from the 10th floor, right? Su Lang nodded, scrutinizing the so-called monster leader before him. 2 meters tall, with an upper body broad like a bat, a slender lower body, and a skin surface resembling some kind of chemical membrane, constantly emitting a green glow. Where it passed, it left patches of green stains, emitting a dizzying aura. Then what are you waiting for? Break down the door, Tian said angrily. With infinite respawns, what was there to fear, truly destined to never eat a proper meal? All right, Su Lang continued nodding, drawing the blood pelican demon blade. The other 4 eyes on his ape-like face also opened on his cheeks. 6 eyes, enhanced dynamic vision, possesses 360-degree panoramic vision and makes it easier to detect enemy weaknesses. A small passive skill, seemingly not very strong, but that depended on who was using it. Su Lang felt this skill was incredibly strong, terrifyingly so. Under the gaze of his 6 eyes, Tian was full of weaknesses. That blade! Tian's pupils contracted and he instinctively took a step back. Realizing this cowardly behavior, Tian flew into a rage. Su Lang, so what if you turned into a monster? I'll still kill you. Tian roared, swinging his hands forward. 10 claws suddenly shot out 10 streams of plasma. Su Lang's figure flashed instantly, passing through the plasma net at an impossible angle. Seeing a black shadow charging at him, He Tian hurriedly activated Aberrant Fiend's Death Gaze, only to meet six deep red, terrifying eyes. Not only did he fail to control Su Lang, but he was instead controlled by Su Lang. In an instant, his mind suffered a tremendous shock. Even with a spirit attribute over 100, he couldn't withstand these six crimson fierce gazes. Countless terrifying and bloody images flooded his mind. He Tian felt as if he had already been dismembered, letting out a scream, and as the demon blade swung, an even louder scream erupted. Blood Pelican Demon Blade. Demon Blade. When hitting an enemy, causes true damage that is difficult to heal and tenfold pain. Attacked enemies develop immense fear. Back when wielding the giant blade of agony, Su Lang, relying on the butcher sequence, had endured the tenfold pain. It felt like having spinal surgery without anesthesia. Now, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade not only had tenfold pain but also came with a fear buff. Ah. After one mournful cry, He Tian's voice dissolved into endless roars and screams. He couldn't even beg for mercy anymore. Coherent words simply couldn't form in his mouth, as if he were in an endless purgatory. The six-eyed mountain goblin was like a monster butcher, each slash merciless, cold, and precise. Cao Yakshuan dispersed her ice crystal shield, which had been corroded by the plasma, and curled her lip. Su Lang was always like this, liking to make a lot of noise. The monster horde hadn't even reached the 10th floor when fitful howls and wails echoed out. It filled them with excitement. The monster faction really was invincible. When the lead werewolf charged onto the 10th floor corridor, a huge pack of monsters surged in right behind him. All the heavy hitters had arrived. "Boss Aberrant Fiend, we're here," a werewolf shouted as he barreled into the monster mass. "Stop, stop, stop, don't come forward." Number 1 werewolf dug his hands into the wall, his front paws clawed into the floor, gouging furrows, his twin claws braced hard against the wall. That was close, he almost stepped out into the hallway. Number 1 werewolf trembled as if there were an invisible boundary between the stairwell and the corridor. Right then, some idiot charged into the monster crowd again. Number 1 werewolf stumbled and found himself standing before the collapsed body of He Tian. He Tian wasn't dead yet, he was still screaming wildly, twitching on the ground. If you counted carefully, Su Lang had hacked He Tian 308 times. Only light wounds. Although the Aberrant Fiend's anatomy differed greatly from a human's, with the 6 eyes active, Su Lang could analyze the meridian layout and quickly locate general weak points. Not just light wounds, disemboweling would work too. "Are you all here to break down the door?" Su Lang murmured, glancing at Number 1 werewolf, then at the monsters behind him. "No, no, no." Number 1 werewolf swallowed hard and frantically waved his paws. Judging by the weapon, he already recognized that the six-eyed mountain goblin was Su Lang. "It's fine, watching the show will get you killed anyway," Su Lang said, then severed He Tian's aberrant fiend head, ending his suffering. At once, the crimson light in his 6 eyes flared with fierce intensity. Blood Pelican Demon Blades. Legendary Blood Pelican Demon Blade, Spirit Awakened. Type Long Blade. Rank 8. Lethality 1400 plus 490. Durabilities 1001,000 plus 350. Effect 1 Bloodthirst. Slaying living beings increases lethality and durability. When durability is below 900, it will be used to restore durability, keeping the long blade in optimal condition. Current increase, lethality plus 200 durability. Just now, after Su Lang killed He Tian and checked the Blood Soul, he found the Blood Soul's attributes had not increased. Instead, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade's lethality and durability had risen a bit. Notably, the attribute Bloodthirst boosted on the Blood Pelican Demon Blade was a base attribute, so percentage-based enhancements multiplied with it, effectively compounding the increase. As the red beams blasted from Su Lang's 6 eyes, he swung his blade, Number 1 werewolf screamed, and his wolf head flew clean off. Bloodthirst. Slaying living beings increases lethality and durability. When durability is below 901, it will be used to restore durability, keeping the long blade in optimal condition. Current increase, plus 201 lethality, plus 201 durability. Even ordinary monsters could increase the base values. This snowball could start rolling now, couldn't it? Langji, why are you killing people? We're partners. Does Su Lang need a reason to kill? Run. Su Lang has gone mad, he's cutting his own people again. The monster players scattered in panic. Some didn't even use stairs or the elevator, they jumped out of windows. Su Lang looked down at He Tian and Number 1 werewolf as their bodies slowly vanished, and said with a hint of regret, "They don't revive on the spot, what a shame." Cao Yakshuan asked, "Su Lang, are you going to farm growth attributes?" "Yeah, help me stop those monsters." Su Lang told Cao Yakshuan and the 6 women, then leaped down from the 10th floor corridor. At his words, they immediately scrambled to capture the monsters. Su Xiaomeng still hadn't come out, she was guarding the dorm alone. Is that Uncle Lang so strong? In dorm 199, Tao Tao, held by Luo Lin, pressed to the peephole. Luo Lin sighed with admiration. He's truly a man you can rely on. Damn, why does it feel like he's chasing me? Zhou Yi used hands and feet like a sticky, clay-colored large lizard, climbing from the 10th floor wall all the way down, his unease skyrocketing. Stop! Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Zhou Yi turned and immediately saw a figure that terrified him. It was a red-faced, humanoid mountain goblin with 6 eyes, radiating a demonic overlord aura. When it fixed its gaze on him, there was a strange magnetic malice that made people both afraid and want to submit. Even transformed into a monster, Su Lang's charisma was extraordinary. Langji, I didn't offend you. Zhou Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. God damn it, why didn't I pick a monster with self-destruct skills? I'd rather die than be sliced by that blade. You're the Earth Ghoul, right? Su Lang angled his blade and stepped forward slowly. Zhou Yi looked like a mangy creature caught by Sun Wukong, his face twisted into a bitter grimace as he replied, Yes, sir. What are your orders? I won't torture you, but you have to help me find the other monsters afterwards, Su Lang said with a friendly smile. You should be able to handle that, right? Yes, absolutely. I can hear a kilometer's worth of movement, Zhou Yi answered. What was he going to do with other monsters? Most likely farm them. But why farm? I wouldn't dare say, I wouldn't dare ask. Good, come with me. Su Lang turned and walked down the stairwell. Zhou Yi followed, but as he watched Su Lang eagerly vanish into the corridor, crooked thoughts crossed his mind, maybe he should run now. Suddenly a spine-chilling scream pierced the stairwell. SSSSSS tilde. Crunch crack tilde. Zhou Yi recognized the sound of limbs being shredded. Even his sticky, mucus-covered back broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell, a human meat grinders? He shoved away the unthinkable thought and crawled into the stairwell. Just listening to those dying sounds gave him the sensation of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Better that other monster die than me, right? Even if one of them was his roommate. What's happening outside? In dorm 33, Yifan trembled, looking utterly pitiful. Outside sounded like an execution ground, with earth-shaking roars continuously coming through. The commotion reminded him of his past hemorrhoid surgery and the experience of pigs being slaughtered in the countryside. He hid behind the door while keeping an eye on the activity in the chat room. Everyone else was just as clueless as him, unaware of what was happening outside. All players had their turrets set to automatic monster firing mode. Those monsters didn't dare use the hallway corridors, so they basically hadn't shown themselves. Suddenly, someone in the second floor group, everyone, second floor big family. Bai Wuya. At everyone in 30 seconds, everyone follow me out to see what's going on. Bai Wuya was an 8-cycle player who had ousted Zhao Liang and become the new floor leader as soon as he arrived. Seeing this message, the second floor players began to stir restlessly. With Brother Bai leading, they weren't scared anymore. Could monster players really wipe out an entire floor in an instant? 30 seconds later, second floor players began leaving their rooms intermittently. One young player stood out particularly. He had a buzz cut, wore a cloak, had sharp, square features, and wore a pair of visibly equipped combat gloves. This was precisely Bai Wuya, possessing a Grandmaster-level combat skill and multiple combo techniques, exceptionally domineering. Seems like there's no danger, Yi Fan said timidly after glancing at Bai Wuya, then turned to his neighbor. You sure about that? The neighbor's mouth twitched as he pointed in the direction from which the screams were coming diagonally above. Yi Fan took a few steps forward, wanting to crane his neck to look upstairs. Spare me. Right then, a loud shout rang out, followed immediately by a bald eagle-human hybrid monster plummeting from above. Yi Fan's expression turned horrified. Before he could say anything, he saw a mountain goblin drop from the air, landing with one foot on the eagle monster's back. Crow riding an airplane, Yi Fan was bewildered, stumbling back several steps in fright, then his heart jolted. That blade just now looked so familiar, seemed like Lang Ji's weapon. A loud crash came from the first floor as Su Lang stomped the eagle monster into a bloody pulp. Its life force was already gone. This made Su Lang frown. It actually didn't let him farm the growth attribute for his blood pelican demon blade. Next time he encountered this eagle monster, he'd have to slash it a couple more times. Lang Ji, all the monsters in the building have been cleared out. Zhou Yi crawled out from the stairwell, panting heavily from exhaustion like a little lapdog. You're too slow. Su Lang turned to look at Zhou Yi, his 6 eyes flashing with red light. Instantly, Zhou Yi broke out in cold sweat again. Surely the hunting dogs aren't cooked this quickly after the cunning hare is killed. Here, take this. Restore some stamina, then take me to find other monsters. Su Lang tossed Zhou Yi a bottle of functional beverage. Thanks, brother, Zhou Yi was overjoyed. After doing this, Su Lang opened the chat group for Dorm 200. Although Cao Yakshuan and the others had become monsters, their speed couldn't quite keep up with his. Happiness, little home. Zhu Lang, at everyone, you guys go search for supplies. Go in pairs or threes, be careful, stay in touch at all times. Cao Yakshuan got it. Tong Qi received. Wang Yazhou. Be careful not to approach Rust Lake. Su Lang closed the chat interface just as Zhou Yi finished the functional drink, his stamina fully restored. Fuck your mother, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. He Tian revived, the pain seemingly still etched into his soul. Su Lang, damn Su Lang, I will definitely kill you. He Tian thought viciously, glanced at his surroundings, found it was the cafeteria, and was about to head out when he suddenly stopped mid-step. Better get familiar with this monster body first. He Tian thought of his experience being slashed by Su Lang's blade and shuddered, but he wasn't willing to admit he was scared, he just needed to recuperate and adjust. Yeah. I'm not addicted to lust, just normally venting energy. If you look for excuses, they're everywhere. The monster transformation granted by the dorm building was very comprehensive, basically familiar as soon as you got it. There was no such thing as not being familiar with the body. Just as He Tian was hopping around the cafeteria, pondering various combos and chain attacks, a blood-red figure had already stepped into the cafeteria. He Tian's nose caught a whiff of blood. He turned to look and almost had snot running down from fright. A crimson mountain goblin was looking at him with 6 eyes, holding a demon blade glowing with bloody light. He Tian, greatly alarmed, hurriedly launched an attack. If Su Lang could dodge He Tian's attacks in the hallway, it was even easier now. Seeing Su Lung charge close, a layer of green strong magnetic shield appeared around He Tian, forcibly distorting incoming attacks. Su Lang sneered, swinging his blade from over 2 meters away. Ghost slash, terrifying ghost chi molded into a blade, slashing from He Tian's head down to his crotch. Ghost slash. Gathers ghost chi into a blade, instantly released as a slash, deals massive damage, slashes spirit and kills body. The ghost slash blade description was very simple. It could be released using spiritual energy or stamina, but the best mix ratio was 1:1, allowing for the best effect. This was the most perfect ghost slash Su Lang had ever executed. 6 eyes plus the long arms of an ape-like creature, it was practically a sacred body for the blade path. Squelch tilde tilde, a huge gash appeared from He Tian's forehead down to his crotch. He collapsed on the spot, dead without needing a finishing blow. Moan, monster, He Tian's voice sounded like the death groan of some insect. You're too useless. Wasting this monster leader position on you, Su Lang said disdainfully. The dorm survival game was a dark forest where the strong remained strong. He Tian also had a chance to become strong, but unfortunately took the wrong path. Suddenly, Su Lang felt some unusual movement in his information panel and summoned it. A system message never seen before appeared. Blade technique gains insight, blade mastery promoted to level 4. Su Lang was quite pleased. Rainy Night Blade seemed to say passive skills could upgrade autonomously. Never thought I'd actually encounter it. In the 6-eyed mountain goblin state, I naturally know how to make blade techniques more lethal. I need to slash more people. Killing and sleeping both make me stronger. I think I know how to play this game now. Su Lang felt like some MOBA player discovering their destined main hero, a surge of excitement welling up within him. Zhou Yi ran into the cafeteria just in time to see Su Lang with a ferocious grin on his face and couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy shit, how much do you enjoy being a monster? You're here, Su Lang turned to look at Zhou Yi. Yes, Zhou Yi's scalp tingled, inexplicably making a saluting gesture. He Tian lay on the ground, his body slowly disappearing. He was less than a minute late, and the outcome was already decided. The worth of a 4-time champion was still increasing. A 5th championship was probably already in the bag. Monster players replaced the monster identity. Killing them also gave points. Your people-finding skill is really quite useful. Su Lang looked at Zhou Yi, suddenly smiling as he asked, "What's your name?" Damn, why are you asking my name? Zhou Yi's expression instantly cracked. In moments of crisis, the mind works particularly fast. The dorm building side was probably already checking which dorm players were missing, and if he gave a false identity, it might clash with a monster identity. In that case, if Su Lang wanted to investigate him, he'd definitely be found out. Thinking this, he hurriedly answered truthfully, "Zhou Yi from dorm 174. Su Lang nodded. "From now on, you'll be my spy on the 9th floor. Notify me immediately about any messages you think are important." Zhou Yi was stunned then ecstatic. "Be a dog, nothing would please me more, sir." It actually seems like no one is coming to attack us. Could it be that monster players are extremely rare? Let's wait a bit longer. There's a player who exposed their monster identity, and they said Su Lang is hunting them down. Less than half an hour into the game, the players' mental states had already been on a roller coaster ride, full of ups and downs. In the end, they landed safely. Lang Ji is so amazing, in Dorm 49, Li Wenwen exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, he really is like a savior. Zhu Yan had also transformed into a fanboy. Another middle-aged female tenant in the dorm laughed. This has truly become a welfare round. Even after turning into a monster, Su Lang is still killing monsters. His determination to protect everyone is really steadfast. Li Xuan's mouth twitched. Chen Jing, I almost told you about the attributes of Su Lang's demonic blade. When Li Wenwen strengthens someone else's weapon, she can directly see all of its attributes, so Li Xuan knows Su Lang possesses a growth-type weapon. Demonic blade, Chen Jing asked lightly, a hint of doubt in her voice. Li Xuan immediately explained the situation. After listening, Chen Jing said in shock, could it be that all these monster players can provide attribute bonuses to that demonic blade? If that's the case, after one round of the game, how high would its level reach? Don't even talk about one round, one night would be crazy enough. Li Xuan's face was full of gravity. Su Lang is already invincibly strong right now. In the future, wielding that demonic blade, wouldn't he just kill anyone he meets? Thinking of that scenario, even though he has a connection with Su Lang, Li Xuan now wants to change buildings. This feeling of having your fate completely controlled by someone else is too unbearable. However, it's a great pity that you cannot change buildings in the Mad King building. Uncle Wen, should we increase Su Lang's share of the profits a bit? Chen Jing tentatively suggested. Having a monster more terrifying than the monsters themselves living in the dormitory building is a legitimate reason to be afraid. No, for now we'd better not draw any attention to ourselves, and we shouldn't go out to search for supplies either. Li Xuan shook his head. Zhu Yan's expression changed slightly. Uncle Wen, Sister Jing, you don't actually think Lang Ji would attack us, do you? Lang Ji's character shouldn't be that narrow-minded. This has nothing to do with his character, but rather, he is simply a player so strong that it makes everyone around him feel afraid. Li Xuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, this round we must lay low. Once a person dies, they cannot be brought back to life. You can't joke with your own life. That's just how the dorm survival game is. Everyone has times when they need to lay low. The news of Su Lang transforming into a monster to kill monsters spread to all the players' ears, and they knew the monsters were at a disadvantage. However, not a single player dared to leave their dorm. To put it bluntly, in this chaotic situation, many dorm owners are afraid of being stabbed in the back by their own tenants. In the entire school district, only Cao Yaxuan's group of 6 was out searching for supplies. They were truly eating their fill, attacking fiercely and searching wildly. Some people did muster the courage to leave the building, only to be kicked right back into the hallway by Su Lang. Damn it, who told you to come out? Don't you know this will delay the efficiency of Bloodhound Zhou Yi in finding monsters? Of course, these players genuinely didn't know. At the same time, Su Lang couldn't be bothered to explain. After this incident, even fewer people went out. The #1 guild in the game has claimed the territory. Whoever goes gets eliminated. Although this #1 guild doesn't even have 10 members in total, and if all players attack together, they might be able to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. But this is reality, not an actual game. No one is willing to test the law with their own body. Lang Ji, please don't, I'm Mei Mei from dorm 187. Then I'll make my blade strike faster. Pain is normal. Under the night moon, Su Lang casually chopped off a monster's head. Blade technique gained insight. Blade mastery has been promoted to master-level blade mastery. Blade mastery. Type passive skill. Level 5. Effect. Blade technique reaches exquisite perfection, slightly increases blade technique comprehension. Upgrade condition, 800 nightmare coins. Introduction, taking a step towards the pinnacle of technique. The blade technique passive skill might seem ordinary, but when paired with a good blade, its effects increase explosively. A smile touched Su Lang's lips as he lightly shook the long blade. Blood dripped from the blade. An extremely cold blade, stained with warm blood as if the two were natural opposites. Having got into the rhythm of killing, Su Lang basically killed on sight from then on, swinging his blade more naturally than eating. How to kill monsters seemed to have already integrated into his instincts. Master-level blade technique is already this terrifying. Looking at it this way, Yajai really held back quite a bit during her fight with Tong Qi and the others. Su Lang thought to himself. Previously, he had bought a level 10 master-level swordsmanship for Wang Yajai. These passive-type skills, especially those requiring weapon coordination, are somewhat special. Even if they occasionally appear above the player's level, they fall within the supermarket's tolerance range. Because of this, Su Lang never paid them much mind, thinking such skills were cheap. It wasn't until now, after personally experiencing it, that he realized it was completely not the case. Without blade mastery, his monster-killing efficiency would drop by at least 20%. Langji, the fourth room in the infirmary on the east side, second floor, has 4 monsters. Joey caught up, panting heavily as he reported. Su Lang nodded, and his figure soon disappeared into the stairwell entrance. After entering the stairwell, he quickly drank a can of functional beverage and stuffed the empty can into his backpack. In front of his underlings, he still had to maintain some face. After killing for so long, even he would feel tired. Langji really is a monster. He doesn't even seem to feel tired. Zhou Yi, seeing Su Lang still maintaining such a fast speed, felt utterly dumbfounded. 6 hours passed in a flash. A sliver of dawn light suddenly appeared on the horizon, shining into the school district, spreading across the ground like a layer of hazy, blood-colored floor tiles. The form of the six-eyed mountain goblin shimmered like a dream bubble, flickering for a moment before vanishing. Su Lang stretched lazily, his eyes looking indolent. These 6 hours were his killing time, the demonic blade perpetually stained with blood, and the harvest was also quite pleasing. The blood pelican blade's additional lethality and durability had increased to 700. This meant that in this one night, he had slain monster players at least 500 times. On the corridors of the Mad King building, many people were watching. Seeing that the six-eyed mountain goblin was indeed Su Lang, some sighed in relief, some gritted their teeth in unwillingness, and some were eager to try. These myriad emotions and desires, Su Lang could discern just by looking at their facial expressions without even needing to use his sixth sense. His gaze swept over those players. 90% avoided his eyes, while the remaining 10% were the backbone of the Mad King building. Su Lang, guess how much we harvested today? Cao Yaxuan and her group ran over together. How much? Su Lang turned his head to ask, not minding at all being exposed in the spotlight. Times had changed. He was no longer the small fry from the first round of the game. Conservatively, 1 million copper coins, and look at this, Cao Yaxuan said, taking out a slip of paper. Information slip. Type item. Content: when only 3 households of players remain, players can transform into purifiers, exterminators, or judges, who are several times stronger than monster leaders. Introduction. This kind of thing has no level, cannot be decomposed or upgraded. Just look at it and that's it. This round of the dormitory game's content is truly vicious, Su Lang sneered repeatedly. What's wrong? Cao Yaxuan asked, confused. Why would Su Lang see this information slip and think of the dormitory game? Su Lang put away the slip and spoke softly. On the surface, having this special setting seems to leave a seed of hope for the human player side, so players won't end up wiping out their own building. Tongqi nodded. Actually, they had discussed this before among themselves. If on the first night the monsters completely wiped out all the human players, then on the second night would monster players appear again? Wouldn't that turn into an endlessly repeating dark forest? Back then, they were already shocked by the viciousness of this round. However, it seems there's a new perspective now. Have you thought about the consequences if this information slip were made public? Su Lang asked. Instantly, the expressions of all the women turned grave. They weren't fools. They immediately thought of what the result would be. It would become a world of deception and betrayal, with the complexity of conflicts increasing exponentially. Right now, human players can still work together in unity. But once this information is made public, the number of players who can maintain their rationality would be pitifully few. You have to understand, becoming one of the final 3 human households almost means monopolizing all the resources of nearly 1,000 players across the 200 households of the Mad King building. You'd eat your fill in one go and become a fat cat. Holy shit, that's too brutal, Cao Yaxuan exhaled, shocked. Damn it, this beastly Mad King building, every round of the game really aims for building annihilation. And even if it's not made public, if some ambitious schemers get hold of it, the human players internally won't have peace either, Wang Yajai added. It's a good thing Lang Ji ended all this with his overwhelming strength, Tong Chi said, looking at Su Lang with stars in her eyes. Cao Yaxuan's expression was animated. I told you we were the hero dormitory, and those other players didn't believe me. Su Lang gave a derisive laugh. Stop chatting, let's go home. Time to farm points. Zhen Lu walked at the back of the group, looking at Su Lang with a strange glint in her eyes, both a savior and a god of death. The descriptions of Su Lang from the outside world really weren't wrong. After seeing the information slip, it seemed he never once considered becoming one of the final survivors from beginning to end. Of course, only a fool would destroy their own foundation. If all the players in the Mad King building died now, the players who came later would all be from the 9th or 10th cycles. The game difficulty would increase accordingly, and Su Lang might not necessarily maintain his leading position either. Other players might see Su Lang as somewhat arrogant and unrestrained, but in reality, Su Lang had always been following a plan, hadn't missed a step, and was very capable of recognizing his own status as a small fry. After Su Lang left, all the monster players from last night came out wanting to go home and rest. If they didn't go home and rest soon, they were going to develop mental illnesses. Being killed all night long, that experience was too terrifying. However, just as they reached the stairwell entrance, a group of people suddenly charged out from the stairwell. Steel wires formed a net, cutting left and right. Several players lost their heads instantly, and those with severed limbs were not few either. Floating life play, what the hell are you doing? A tall figure suddenly jumped down from the 4th floor. The moment Jai Ren landed, his tiger-like gaze locked onto floating life play, his aura oppressive. Among the people floating life play just killed, there were residents from his 4th floor. Facing Jai Ren's furious glare, floating life play tugged his hand, and several thin wires cut another player to death. Last night, some monster players directly revealed their identities. So what were those monster players who didn't reveal their identities thinking at that time? Such malicious guests aren't suitable to stay in the Mad King building. Blood stained his cheek. A sinister smile curled on his handsome face, not appearing eerie at all, but rather giving a sense of horrific aesthetics. Some players were frightened by his sick appearance. Then these players shouldn't be killed by you either. A voice cut in. Zai strode over, followed by a group of tenants. Heh, if you try to stop me from killing, I don't mind making enemies of you either. Floating life play spread his hands, his body not retreating or yielding. Whoosh. While the three parties faced off, a black shadow swept down from above, passing through the air. After landing with 3 punches and 2 kicks, he killed a monster player from last night. After killing, Bai Wuya's steps flashed continuously, instantly blocking the path of a monster player trying to escape. At this moment, all these monster players from last night were finally receiving their true retribution. Not long ago during the player assembly, it was said that after turning into a monster, you must reveal your identity, otherwise you'd be an enemy to all players. He Tian was dumbfounded. It seemed he had become a hot commodity again. A heavenly starting hand seemed to have been played into a guaranteed death ending. Holy shit, Lang Ji is truly godlike, telling me and my roommate to come back early. On the 9th floor, Zhou Yi swallowed his saliva. He glanced at Yun Yun's dormitory and hurried back to his own. Although Yun Yun was a woman, she wasn't someone soft-hearted or merciful. Her personality was cold, ruthless, and suspicious. If Lang Ji hadn't given the heads up, even if he came back early, he probably wouldn't have passed her scrutiny. Thank you, Lang Ji. Lang Ji is generous, may Lang Ji never die, and if he does die, may he rise from his coffin and create more glory. Su Lang also knew about the commotion outside the building, but he didn't care. Cao Yakshuan and the others had scavenged all night last night. It was fine to let some resources slip through their fingers. Sherry and the others had all used the golden nectar, which increased their charm while also being helpful in combat. The day flew by, arriving at 5:30 p.m. Base Nightmare Coins 160. Conversion rate 1277%. A Tower total production 2203 Nightmare Coins. Total Nightmare Coins 14,253. After digesting the Golden Revolution and Golden Nectar, the charm of the 7 women had increased tremendously. Tong Qi was already dominating the rankings, her strength formidable. Wang Yazhai was also not to be underestimated. Last time she didn't use the Golden Nectar, but this time using it directly increased her charm by 10 points. And the duration of Golden Revolution was 7 days. Su Xiaomeng and Zhen Lu, who used Golden Revolution later, might even show a trend of overtaking the others. After some random thoughts, Su Lang opened his private messages and skimmed through them. Finding no important information, he went back to sleep. Anyway, he didn't need to train now. He could lie flat however he wanted. Moreover, with his current level of control over his own body, he wouldn't end up sleeping too long and being unable to sleep during point farming time. Fusion Dream. Fusion wasn't about not fusing, but about adjusted fusion, orderly fusion, forward-looking fusion, insightful fusion. At this moment, Su Lang was in a dilemma, somewhat unsure how to fuse. Back when he randomly fused fire element skills, it led to the skill effects decreasing several times. Now he didn't dare to mess around recklessly. Should I fuse blood return and blood contract skill? Wouldn't that downgrade the blood contract skill into an ordinary skill? Sixth sense level is too low, needs improvement, but fusing it with other skills would taint its purity. Won't consider it until I find a suitable skill. Got it, Crimson Fierce Gaze and Eagle Eye are both eye technique skills. Su Lang made his decision and began the fusion. Skill fusion didn't involve a lot of nonsense. It just fused directly with no room for regret. A brand new skill appeared, mind-shattering demon eyes. Type active skill. Level 8. Effect gain a demon king-like aura. Vision in both pupils is comprehensively enhanced. Vermin who directly gaze into the demon king's pupils will feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Killing intent can be transmitted into an enemy's mind through eye contact, shattering their psyche. Upgrade conditions. 10,000 nightmare coins. Introduction, gaze into my crimson eyes. Holy crap, this would at least count as a perfect fusion in the equipment fusion category. The original Crimson Fierce Gaze upgrade only cost 3,700 nightmare coins. Now it's jumped straight to 10,000. Su Lang was ecstatic. Fusing skills of the same organ type really had potential. Even though bullet time was gone, there was no need to even think about it. This was definitely a profit. Golden Core Technique Madness Flame Ghost Slash Demon Eyes. This is my fourth 10,000 level skill. 10,000 level skill was Su Lang's personal standard, meaning a skill that required at least 10,000 nightmare coins for its next upgrade. Without exception, such skills were incredibly powerful, showcasing the beauty of sheer numerical value. Su Lang manifested a mirror. In the reflection, his eyes gradually turned crimson, as if tiny black thunderbolts were piercing through his eyeballs, his demonic might unfathomable. This looked genuinely terrifying. Yet, it also possessed a kind of demonic, captivating beauty. He just didn't know what the actual effect would be when used on a person. After the Mad King building's optimization and iteration, skill effects were displayed as images in the mind. But since it wasn't actualized, the precise effect couldn't be confirmed 100%. Now there was still one fusion opportunity left. Without suitable skills, Su Lang didn't dare touch his core skills anymore, so he casually fused two passive skills. They were blunt weapon proficiency and cold weapon proficiency. The fusion result was neither good nor bad. These two passive skills covered very broad categories. Su Lang had learned them back then thinking they were passive skills, so he just picked them up casually, better safe than sorry. The reason for fusing these two skills now was to reduce pressure. During the last Blood Mist gathering, Brahmin had shared a piece of information that was highly practical and of a very high level. That was, having more skills wasn't necessarily better. Too many skills could suppress a player's mental space, leading to sluggish skill activation. And since skills couldn't be cleared, it would eventually lead to an unwieldy situation that could drag down the entire skill system. Rainy Night Blade was also hearing this information for the first time. After pondering it, he felt it was correct. Brahmin's level seemed genuinely high, perhaps even higher than Rainy Night Blade's. Of course, it was also possible he had just accidentally learned this piece of information. Zhang Dahai, Lang Ji, are you planning to play like last night again tonight? Zhu Lang, yeah. Zhang Dahai, alright then. Zhu Lang, you can go floor sweeping tonight. We missed a lot of spots last night. Zhang Dahai, thanks Lang Ji. If we find good stuff, we'll split it 50-50. Zhu Lang, yeah. Su Lang closed the private message with Zhang Dahai and looked at the wall clock nearby. There was still 1 hour left until midnight. Su Lang, come eat. Cao Yaxuan called out, holding a clay pot. After Dorm 200 was upgraded, the interior decoration became spacious and beautiful, a real pleasure to look at. Cao Yaxuan and the others didn't have much survival pressure either. While eating, they always had smiles on their faces, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Su Lang blended into this atmosphere and his mood was equally excellent. Compared to the outside world, the people in Dorm 200 were truly living a heavenly life. The dishes were all homemade, not instant food, emphasizing sheer luxury. I'm planning to post a bounty, Su Lang said after swallowing a slice of beef. What kind of bounty? Cao Yaxuan asked. The monster killing efficiency yesterday was still too low. I plan to use copper coins to buy the lives of monster players. Su Lang tapped the table and asked, what price do you think would be appropriate? The eyes of all the women lit up. Making monsters actively seek death, this seemed promising. I think we should first see how many copper coins we have, then determine a price range we can accept. Cao Yaxuan cleared her throat and said, besides the guaranteed 2 million copper coins, how much do we have combined? Everyone tallied it up and found that besides the guaranteed 2 million, the maximum cash flow was another 3 million. 3 million copper coins, at 10,000 per time, that only adds 300 killing power to your blade. Cao Yaxuan frowned. Calculated this way, it seemed somewhat unprofitable. And even at 5,000 per time, it would only be 600 points of killing power. If they lowered it further, probably no monster players would come to die. Everyone started calculating. Bribing monster players was a good method, but they lacked the financial backing. What should we do? Cao Yaxuan muttered to herself, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said happily, how about this? Let's sell indulgences. What indulgences? Zhen Lu pressed. The ones the medieval church sold, Cao Yaxuan said excitedly. We'll sell those too. Any monster player who cooperates this round, if they offend us next time, will spare their life. Su Lang gave a thumbs up. You're a genius. Wang Yazhai shook her head speechlessly. Wouldn't that make us pushovers that anyone can mess with? It's just saying we'll spare their lives, not that we won't punish them. Cao Yaxuan's mind was racing. Tong Chi sighed. Sister Yazhai was now full of nothing but wicked ideas. That's not really feasible. It feels too abstract. Seeing Cao Yaxuan was seriously considering it, Su Lang's mouth twitched. Rather than that, I might as well force them to come feed themselves. Sherry spread her hands, but then our reputation would be completely ruined. Su Lang stroked his chin deep in thought. Actually, being a tyrant in the dorm survival game wasn't a bad idea either. Just then, Wang Yazhai spoke up. I actually have a more suitable method. Everyone looked at her. Wang Yazhai's ideas were usually quite sound. Aunt Luo's side should have stockpiled a lot of evolution serums by now. The importance of such permanent attribute-boosting items to players is self-evident. We could give an evolution serum to cooperating monster players. Wang Yazhai said seriously. Immediately, Su Lang's eyes lit up, thinking this method was viable. Items that boost attributes become more expensive the later the game goes, never going out of style. But at the same time, money later on isn't worth as much either. Rather than using evolution serums to drain the dormitory building's cash flow, it's better to distribute a batch first. This way, they maintain ecological balance and get the job done. Moreover, if someone takes the item and doesn't cooperate, we can use severe punishment later, and it would still be justifiable. Wang Yazhai pursed her thin lips, her words carrying a hint of icy severity. Dormitory broadcast. The 5th round of the Mad King building game is in progress. The second night has fallen. Tonight 103 players have transformed into monsters. As the game progressed, the Mad King building had made some changes. This time, it thoughtfully announced exactly how many player monsters there were. At this moment, the players in the Mad King building were not following the script. Mutual slaughter was too bloody and not good for players' mental health. Lights blazed through the dormitory building, every room lit up. The corridors and hallways were packed with people. Just as the dormitory broadcast finished, around 100 players successively transformed into monsters. The other players watched wide-eyed, their expressions complicated. There was vigilance and also envy. I turned into a monster, a ape demon cheered, then leaped off from the 3rd floor. After the dormitory building had been optimized, it had become much higher. 3 floors now rose more than 10 meters and the exterior looked more solemn and imposing. On the open ground outside the dormitory, Su Lang stood on a platform, with Cao Yaxuan and Luo Lin positioned to either side. I want the evolution serum, the ape demon shouted, instinctively thumping his chest twice like pounding a hammer. Wang Yazhai held a small notebook and asked, name dormitory. Dorm 46 Wang Yan, verify in the chatroom, the ape demon replied. Tao Tao leaned against Luo Lin's leg, curiously watching this monster whose real name was Wang Yan, not understanding why he was so excited. Kids naturally didn't understand many things. At this moment, the ape demon's emotions were wildly complex, from a high-risk target to a steady gain of attribute points. Who wouldn't be excited about that? Monster players were no longer desirable. They hadn't been desirable before either. After Su Lang had hacked wildly in the first round, 80 to 90% of the monsters had been hunted down by the floor leaders. Damn it. For a full day, players had been in a state of panic, afraid of being chosen to become monsters. Being abused and then hunted brought no benefits at all. Who would want to be a monster if they weren't an idiot? Until Su Lang spoke up, buying lives with the evolution serum. He loved doing stunts like this, and he was extremely glad to have become a monster. The only worry now was whether Su Lang's blade was fast enough. Hopefully it wouldn't hurt too much. Monster players swarmed forward. After registering their info, they went to Luo Lin to collect an evolution serum, then to Su Lang to receive a slash, an assembly line operation. Lang Ji, I'm Zhao Hong from Dorm 4. Sister Yazhai, register me, I'm Zhao Yaowei from Dorm 4. His tilde such a fast blade, didn't even grunt before dropping, I'm relieved. Sister Yazhai, I'm the monster leader, can I get an extra evolution serum? Li Xuan stood in the corridor watching the scene from a distance, feeling somewhat abstract. Yes, that's the word young people would use now, abstract. Who told you to make the dorm survival game play out like this? Su Lang really opened his eyes. Strong, meticulous, and his thought process was bizarrely unique. Zhu Yan complained, why does it not feel scary at all? My head has been flying the whole time. Chen Jing's mouth twitched, this gameplay is a little too strange. Li Wenwen's eyes shone. Lang Ji killed so many monsters, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade's attributes must have skyrocketed, right? So great, Su Lang getting stronger made her happy. All right, Chen Jing, take Wenwen home, we're leaving. Li Xuan shook his body to loosen up, then sprang off from the third floor. Zhu Yan and 7 or 8 other players followed. Chen Jing took Li Wenwen back to their dormitory. Before leaving, Li Wenwen cast a reluctant glance at Su Lang but didn't act spoiled, she obediently returned inside. Floor leaders like Bai Wuya, Li Xuan, Zhai Ren, and Floating Life Play each led some trusted followers downstairs. Qi Zai glanced at Su Lang, pressed her lips together, and walked away. Bai Wuya watched Su Lang with flickering eyes, then left. Li Xuan gave a distant salute to Su Lang's fist but didn't approach to disturb him. Zhai Ren led his followers and left without a word. His dark face showed no change in expression, one couldn't tell what he was thinking. Floating Life Play smiled lightly, greedily eyeing the pile of bodies as if savoring the sweet smell of blood. Too few people scavenging the wild resources would cause waste of the Mad King building's resources. So Dorm 200 had made a deal with the other floor leaders to take some people to search for supplies. That would also relieve some pressure and instability. Dorm 200 wasn't afraid of challenges but preferred a steady harvest. In fact, Su Lang could have sent all the human players out to sweep the floors, but that would have been chaotic. Those monster players would certainly cause trouble and wouldn't be as obedient as they were now. If mines were scattered, the team would be hard to lead. Cao Yaxuan stood to Su Lang's right, chin slightly raised, expression arrogant. These floor leaders' reverent looks pleased her immensely. No matter what they thought inside, at least now they didn't dare make a sound. Sister Yaxuan, shall we go? Tong Chi looked at Cao Yaxuan and said, I'll stay here with Su Lang. Cao Yaxuan's red lips curved with a cold arc, she smiled faintly. It's fun watching Su Lang chop off heads here. The cued monster players were shocked. Holy hell. Dorm 200's perverts aren't just Su Lang alone. Tong Chi was speechless, knowing Cao Yaxuan was worried about Su Lang's safety, so she looked at Su Ruyan and Wang Yazhai. Let Yaxuan stay here. Wang Yazhai smiled. Let her count heads. Didn't we say earlier the monster player with the most deaths will get 300,000 copper coins? The words reminded the monster players. When money jingles, truth shuts up, and money combined with violence can crush any humanity. Holy Lang Ji chopped me. I'm coming. I don't fear pains. Monster players surged forward like a hive. Su Lang rotated his wrist. Blade light slashed through the air, and in an instant 4 monster heads were severed, his technique exquisitely perfect. Before, achieving this would have at least required activating bullet time. Now Su Lang didn't need the skill to do so. The demonic eyes effect was stronger than he imagined. It enhanced vision in all aspects, including dynamic sight. That guy is simply a demon, killing for him is as natural as breathing. Far from the dormitory, Qi Zai thought of Su Lang killing with a delighted smile on his face, and her expression grew heavy. Anyway, monsters can revive infinitely, so killing them doesn't matter, right? Su Yuan asked. Qi Zai's voice turned cold. You don't understand. That guy really seems to be treating this like a game. I can feel his casualness and ease as if he considers us air. Damn it. Being treated like air again, Qi Zai was furious. When the floor leaders had gone downstairs, Su Lang hadn't even glanced their way, only busy killing. Did he really not fear them banding together to attack? Did he truly think he could handle everyone? Arrogant, too arrogant. It shouldn't be that, Sister Qi Zai, you're mistaken. Su Yuan shook his head. If that were the case, Lang Ji wouldn't have let us go sweep the floors to relieve pressure. He would have taken everything for himself. He's afraid we'll revolt, he just acts very calm. Qi Zai looked surprised. Some of her suspicions about Su Yuan were washed away. Xiao Yuan's analysis makes a lot of sense. A middle-aged player nodded. Su Lang is strong, but he definitely can't crush all of us, and the dormitory's balancing system wouldn't allow that to happen. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed through Qi Zai's eyes, awakening some dormant thoughts. Su Yuan's face remained calm, but his mind held other ideas. If you don't go hassle Lang Ji, how will Lang Ji take you under his wing? Hurry up and go deliver some heads and teeth. Letting you grow under Su Lang's protection, that would be disastrous. How long would he wait? Moreover, if Qi Zai really went to Dorm 200, he could ride the chance to become a floor leader for himself. In the dorm survival game, there are many smart people. Qi Zai is one, Su Yuan is another. The monster players outside the dormitory building had been slaughtered to the last one. Su Lang, how much has the Demon Blade's attribute increased? Cao Yaxuan looked at Su Lang and asked with keen interest. Over 100, Su Lang replied with a smile. The efficiency was truly high. In less than 10 minutes, he had already gained over 100 points in lethality and durability. It would slow down a bit later, but at least the foundation was laid. My god, that would be 600 in an hour, 3600 in 6 hours. Cao Yaxuan's calculation was simple and crude. Covering her mouth, she exclaimed in surprise, "That means you'll truly become invincible later. Any monster that touches your blade will die." Su Lang chuckled lightly, "That won't happen." "Why?" Cao Yaxuan asked. "Have you forgotten about the glutton incident?" Su Lang asked in return. Cao Yaxuan pouted. "The Mad King building has too small a mindset. It can't handle playing fair." The road to becoming the building daddy was long and arduous. The Mad King building was too disobedient and needed to be disciplined. If the Mad King building had consciousness, it was probably having a breakdown right now. Last time it prepared a vicious, ruthless scheme and ended up eating humble pie. This time was exactly the same. "I quit being this building." As the two conversed, a monster came rushing over in a frantic hurry. Cao Yaxuan immediately resumed her previous cold and aloof demeanor, while Su Lang flexed his fingers slightly, preparing to strike. Swish. A crimson blade light flashed. The monster's head flew off, but its body kept running forward. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately after, a fountain of blood sprayed out. Cao Yaxuan casually condensed an area of frigid air, freezing the splattering blood into frosty blood beads. "Su Lang, I think you need to change your outfit. This one doesn't have an auto-clean function," Cao Yaxuan said, frowning as she looked at Su Lang covered in blood. "Let's see if the supermarket can provide one next time," Su Lang nodded, also feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The next fusion opportunity might be used on clothing, but it didn't seem that urgent at the moment. After all, it was game time now. The first priority was boosting combat power, the second was building a snowball effect. Personal comfort issues had to be ranked last. Monsters came one by one and died one by one. Until a certain moment, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade erupted with a startling red radiance, as if it had broken through some limit. Immediately after, an alarm on the Mad King building went off. Woola 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 tilde. The alarm sound was extremely piercing and flashed with red light. Everyone in the entire campus could hear and see it. Dormitory broadcast, ultra-high-risk item detected, ultra-high-risk item detected. All players be vigilant, all players be vigilant. High-risk item Blood Pelican Demon Blade, holder Su Lang. Blood Pelican Demon Blade item information as follows. Legendary Blood Pelican Demon Blade, Spirit Awakened. Type, Long Blade. Level 8. Lethality, 2200 plus 770. Durability, 1800 plus 630. Effect 1, Bloodthirst. Slaughtering living beings increases lethality and durability. When durability is below 2100, it is used to restore durability, keeping the long blade in optimal condition at all times. Currently increased lethality. 1000 points, increased durability 1000 points. Effect 2, Demon Blade. Hitting an enemy causes difficult to heal true damage and tenfold pain sensation. Attacked enemies develop immense fear. Effect 3, Legendary Weapon Master. Damage against weapons and armor increased by 50%. Special effect, Spirit Awakening Pelicans Devour. Attacking a dying enemy causes instant death. Revival items are ineffective. All building residents be vigilant, all building residents be vigilant, all building residents be vigilant. Surrender the ultra-high-risk item to receive 100 free attribute points and one of the dorm owner tokens. Due to this unexpected incident, this round of the game is temporarily suspended. Adjusting. The dormitory broadcast went crazy, blaring incessantly. Su Lang's face darkened. He cursed under his breath. What a beastly building, actually exposing the Blood Pelican Demon Blade's attributes. It showed absolutely no respect for human rights. The Mad King building seems a bit unable to handle us anymore. Cao Yaxuan scratched her head, feeling an unexpected sense of glee. Ever since the last time they exploited a bug to farm a bunch of king-level blood bats, she had become somewhat obsessed with the dorm survival game's mechanics. If they kept this up, would the Mad King building let them return to the real world? But even if they could return to the real world, she wouldn't go. The real world was dangerous too, and might not even be as comfortable as the Mad King building. A monster player was just charging towards the dormitory building when he suddenly heard the alarm and the dormitory broadcast. Then his body returned to normal, leaving him utterly bewildered. Would his 300,000 copper coin reward be forfeited? Also, were the attributes of Su Lang's blade for real? Just the base stats alone could crush people to death, let alone that bunch of heaven-defying effects. The effects were so overpowering he felt like he was dreaming. The Mad King building sounding the alarm was natural, just like how humans fear gods. The Blood Pelican Demon Blade's lethality was almost on par with the sun-slaying meteor crossbow. Remember, the latter was a heavy turret specifically designed to take down tough monsters. Although the Blood Pelican Demon Blade was melee, it was precisely because it was melee that it could attack consecutively. Its actual effectiveness was directly linked to the wielder, a middle-aged man wearing dark-colored martial attire, sporting a goatee and with shifty, beady eyes, sprayed out a mouthful of liquor in one go, choking and coughing violently. What the hell is this? Spirit Awakened plus a legendary affix. How can such a god-tier item appear in a dormitory building with less than 10 cycles? The goateed man's eyeballs were practically popping out. Previously, hearing that this dormitory building produced one sequence per cycle already felt extremely abnormal to him. Now, with such a heaven-defying thing popping up, it could no longer be described as just abnormal. Wasn't there an ancient god's corpse buried beneath this dormitory building? Dorm owner token. Jai Ren suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression shifting uncertainly. Beside him was a group of muscular, burly men. "Brother Jai, what's wrong? You have ideas about Su Lang?" a shirtless, muscular man asked. 100 free attribute points was indeed enough to make people's hearts stir. He had a fearless, reckless nature. Back in middle school, he dared to pee on the principal's desk. His motto was living without regard for laws or rules. "Boss, you want to pull off a big heist?" "Ooh yeah, Tilda, let the great demon king Su Lang experience the firmness of my muscles." "Let's do it, do it, do it." The surrounding muscle men started egging each other on, their faces flushed red. These muscle-bound brothers didn't seem quite right in the head, like people who had eaten too much protein powder. Jai Ren looked at the noisy tenants and said in a deep voice, "The 100 free attributes aren't important. What's important is the dorm owner token." "Dorm owner token? What's that? Is it like being a floor leader?" asked a stocky man with a pointed head and a height under 1.7 meters, scratching his head. Jai Ren explained, "It's completely different. The dorm owner is the administrator of a dormitory building and can participate in setting the building's rules." Instantly, all the men became excited, itching to go kill Su Lang right then and there. Jai Ren felt a headache coming on. His dorm produced special effect protein powder and enhanced the results of physical training. The only side effect was that too much muscle could squeeze out one's sanity. He hoped that after the dorm upgraded later, it would develop a train the brain before the body special effect to compensate for this shortcoming. Are we really going to fight Su Lang? Feels like we're a tiny bit. No, a billion bits outmatched. A dark-skinned, muscular man hesitated. Although Dorm 66 was full of physical-build players, he still felt a bit weak at the thought of facing the superstar team from Dorm 200. Su Lang went without saying. Those female tenants like Cao Yaxuan were no ordinary cannons either. Although they usually kept a low profile, anyone following Su Lang around, even a donkey, would probably become a spirit by now. Hai San is right. Before the general trend emerges, we shouldn't provoke Su Lang, Jai Ren said, looking at the dark-skinned man with appreciation. A strategic general. If the opportunity arose, he certainly wouldn't mind clashing with Su Lang. The temptation of completely controlling an entire dormitory building was simply too great. Why does the dorm building have to play all these fancy tricks when it could just have a monster attack? Zhang Dahai covered his face and lamented. He hadn't managed to gather much loot this round of the game before unexpected events started popping up. Whatever, there's still one hidden point I haven't swept. Let's go sweep it first. All this noise and trouble has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. Young man, you're a local player from the Mad King building, right? Suddenly, a voice came through. Zhang Dahai was startled. He turned his head and saw a man with a goatee waving at him. A wine gourd hung at his waist. His shifty-eyed, sneaky appearance looked very lecherous, like someone at a freight station who would secretly hand out little cards to people. But Zhang Dahai didn't dare look down on him in the slightest. Instead, he went on full alert. Don't panic, I just want to ask you something. Was Su Lang your classmate before? I think he's really impressive and want to go cling to his thigh." The goateed man rummaged in his clothes, took out a pack of liquid cigarettes and tossed one over to Zhang Dahai. It must be said that the move played by the Mad King building was effective. If Su Lang was previously standing on a high platform, now he was riding in an airplane, and everyone wanted to shoot him down. However, this didn't seem to be a unique mechanism of the Mad King building, but something every dorm building had. Su Lang had heard Rainy Night Blade talk about this antivirus mechanism before. If this antivirus mechanism still couldn't eliminate the anomaly, there would be even harsher moves later, similar to Heavenly Tribulations, each layer stronger than the last. Yet Su Lang was only slightly annoyed by this, not particularly concerned. The reason he controlled the quality of the Mad King building's players, preventing it from rising, was precisely to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Even if all the players attacked together, he was confident he could fight them. He wasn't alone. He had Cao Yaxuan and the others for support. Moreover, Wu Huihui probably wouldn't join the siege against him either, so the momentum of being an enemy of the entire world simply couldn't form. The Mad King building pulling this stunt was worse than giving him a Tang monk's flesh buff. At least then he could just take a bite out of himself. Su Lang stood there just like that, not even glancing at the players in the corridor or the open space as if he didn't care at all. Su Lang. Right then Su Ruyan and the others returned. The players automatically moved away, not daring to block the women's path. They could all tell that Su Ruyan and the other women looked very displeased. No one wanted to get on their bad side at this moment. "You're back," Su Lang greeted them, smiling as he asked, "Find anything good?" "Now's not the time for that," Sherry said anxiously. "Su Lang, we might have been targeted by other players." Su Lang shrugged, "Haven't we always been like that?" Sherry was stunned. She looked around and realized the players' gazes were no different from before, greedy, fearful, envious, resentful. It's just that compared to before, the greed was more intense, like wolves starving for several days. "There's still some difference, I think. They feel more dangerous," Sherry said, frowning. "Teacher Sherry, what they think isn't important. What's important is that we can't appear weak, and we absolutely cannot show fear." Cao Yaxuan patted Sherry's shoulder and said in a low voice. Sherry understood. She was about to say something but suddenly closed her red lips tightly. The crowd stirred, clearing a path as a group of people walked over. It was Zhai Ren and the other floor leaders. Su Ruyan, their stances show mutual wariness. They probably haven't formed an alliance yet. What? Su Lang turned to look, simultaneously receiving Su Ruyan's private message. However, after giving these floor leaders a glance, Su Lang simply turned around and left. Luo Lin was dumbfounded for a moment before hurriedly leading Tao Tao to follow. Cao Yaxuan and the others didn't say anything either, silently following Su Lang into the building. Almost every player was watching this scene. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes converged like an invisible spotlight. He can be replaced. Qi clenched her fist, flames burning fiercely in her eyes. Several times she wanted to step forward and shout for Su Lang to stop, but she never did it. An instinct was frantically suppressing her thoughts, as if taking that one step would plunge her into an abyss. The muscular men from Dorm 66 who had been shouting fiercely earlier also didn't dare to talk trash, not even uttering a single word. Su Lang naturally carried an aura of pressure, like a ruler looking down upon all heroes. Even without deliberately adjusting his words or actions, he made people feel like submitting. This was a passive effect brought by the crushing demonic eye. Although Su Lang didn't value it much, the effect was real and tangible. All the players stared at Su Lang's retreating back, silent as the grave. As Su Lang went upstairs, he received saluting stares the entire way. This time was different from before. The stares were exceptionally focused, predatory, and greedy. That deep-seated emotion in their bones couldn't be hidden. However, whenever they saw Su Lang, this look would swiftly vanish. Bang! Only when Su Lang and his group returned to their dorm and closed that resplendent, golden door did the players' stolen vocal cords seem to return. "Is that thing hanging at Su Lang's waist the Blood Pelican Demon Blade? It looks so fierce. It's worth 100 free attributes." "Idiot, the chat room is already talking about what the dorm owner token is. Go check what that is. That's the real prize." Actually, to be serious, Su Lang isn't invincible, right? No human can be invincible. He mainly relies on that super dangerous item. Do you think Sister Yun has any ideas about Su Lang? Sister Yun's looks are average. She probably doesn't have a chance to become Su Lang's tenant. Tusk still making lewd jokes. Be careful, Sister Yun comes back and tears your main door down. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhou swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. These idiots only seeing the benefits and not the drawbacks, right? Even if you know where the richest person lives, would you dare to go withdraw money? Forget withdrawing money. You'd probably get shot to pieces before even seeing the richest person's face. After entering dorm 200, Zhenlu finally let out the breath she had been holding, feeling shivers run down her spine. "Haha, little dear, you weren't this timid before," Cao Yaxuan laughed when she saw this. She thought her good friend had been too sheltered since childhood, lacking experience under the spotlight, which was why she was so nervous. "You don't understand, Yaxuan," Zhenlu said, biting her small white teeth. "My perception is sharper than yours. The malice from those people was real. A soccer star can score a goal in front of tens of thousands and enjoy it. But he would never dare to remain calm and composed in front of 10 knife-wielding bandits. The dorm survival game turns people into ghosts. These players don't have much humanity left in them, Su Lang spoke up. He was very glad he had raised Cao Yaxuan and the others well, otherwise he'd have to guard against them stabbing him in the back right now. To be honest, seeing the rewards offered by the Mad King building, even he felt tempted, like a wanted criminal seeing a bounty and wanting to turn himself in. However, the Blood Pelican Demon Blade was an item he had decided upon, something to continuously upgrade. He couldn't just hand it over, even for a dorm owner token. The reason was simple. Su Lang's enemies weren't just monsters and other players, but the dormitory building itself. Selling your main weapon to the enemy was just too stupid. He came to the dorm survival game not to work for it, but to become its master. Of course, only he had the confidence to say that now. If it were the first round of the game, building, please don't kill me. Langji, what should we do next? Tongqi asked. Wait peacefully. If the dormitory building doesn't have any new tricks, we'll just treat it as rest time and play, Su Lang shrugged. If you're bored, you can also guess what the dormitory building will do next. Hearing this, the girls actually started thinking. Everyone sat down on the large U-shaped sofa in the living room. Su Xiaoming brought out a big bottle of cola and poured glasses for everyone. Wang Yazhai pondered and said, the essence of this round's game is internal strife. If the game's essence isn't changed, the next phase of the game can only go in two directions. Which two? Cao Yaxuan hurriedly asked. Wang Yazhai looked towards Su Lang, who was sitting in the main seat, and said, a prerequisite for internal strife within a group is that there is no king among them. The dormitory building miscalculated on this point. Next, it will either suppress Su Lang or it will foster a new king. The other girls felt this made a lot of sense. Zhenlu frowned slightly, her delicate brows furrowed, and said, actually, I feel the dormitory building is quite fair. It doesn't deliberately target anyone. Like you said last round, the dormitory building forcibly ended the game and even gave Lang Ji compensation. That seems pretty incredible to me. If my dad's gaming company found a player exploiting a bug like that, they'd have banned the account long ago. Inviting them for tea at the police station would be normal. So following this logic, I feel the probability of the dormitory building strengthening the monster side is higher. Su Ruyan also offered her opinion, saying, I also think that possibility is quite high. But if that happens, those ordinary players will suffer. If the monsters are strengthened to the point even Su Lang can't defeat them then. Cao Yaxuan swallowed hard. It wouldn't be that extreme, right? If they did that, wouldn't it be following the building destruction path again? Hissed Tilda. Seems like the Mad King building likes playing that set. Just as everyone was speculating, the dormitory broadcast sounded. Dormitory broadcast. Gameplay adjustments complete. This round's game when night falls, close your eyes, duration shortened to the final 2 days. Ending at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Other adjustments are as follows. Monster respawn time increased to 30 minutes, and they are no longer lootable. Simultaneously, airdrop gameplay added. Airdrops are divided into human airdrops and monster airdrops, containing temporary exclusive weapons and powerful items. Number of monster leaders increased to 5. New Monster King identity added. The Monster King possesses a systematic set of powerful skills and base attributes, can instantly communicate with all monster players via consciousness, and can see the locations of all monster players. This gameplay will officially commence in 10 minutes, and monster players will be reselected at that time. Please look forward to it. Once the dormitory broadcast finished, all players were in an uproar. Airdrops, 5 monster leaders, the Monster King that sounds absolutely badass just from the name. In Dorm 66, Zhai Ren clenched his hand with force, directly twisting the dumbbell bar into a pretzel and sat upright from the bench press. The opportunity has come. Zhai Ren growled lowly, his tiger-like eyes suddenly shooting out a divine light. Oh yeah, don't stop. The Monster King identity will definitely fall to our Dorm 66. Only a real hardcore man can become the Monster King. In the gymnasium filled with a philosophical atmosphere, howls and roars of excitement echoed incessantly. Give it to me, the Monster King identity will definitely be mine. In Dorm 10, a surge of vigorous energy suddenly erupted from Qi Zai's body, and she became incredibly excited. Metallic characteristics appeared on her cheeks, and 2 exhaust ports emerged from her shoulder blades, spewing out billowing hot air. Beside her, Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Qi Zai had never shown this kind of physical transformation before. Was she hiding her strength, or had she further developed that sequence? Whichever it was, this woman was somewhat terrifying. Need to send her to Lang Ji's place as soon as possible. Zhu Heng, our chance has come. In Dorm 95, Xiao Yan slammed the table and stood up, looking at another handsome man. Zhu Heng grinned, fervently saying, "As long as we become the Monster King and eliminate Su Lang, we can inherit everything Su Lang has, and also hand over that high-risk item to the dormitory building, ascending to the heavens in one step." The two had met in the previous round's game, one placing third, the other fourth. After Xiao Yan seized the position of sixth-floor leader, he invited Zhu Heng to come be his second-in-command. Although they had a nominal division of roles, their authority in decision-making was equal. Being willing to share power with Zhu Heng showed that Xiao Yan was a very magnanimous person. Such a person, in the real world, shouldn't harbor killing intent towards Su Lang, the benefactor who helped him get to this point. However, this was the dorm survival game, everything prioritized profit. Hazy, your old classmate is about to have big trouble. Inside the library, the man with the goatee looked at Zhang Dahai and said thoughtfully. Zhang Dahai's heart tightened. Uncle Chen Kui, that shouldn't be possible. Lang Ji is very strong. After chatting, Zhang Dahai had become friends with the goatee man. The goatee man was named Chen Kui, originally a player from 10 or more cycles ago. He had encountered a disaster-level monster and used a special item to come over from another dormitory building. His strength wasn't even half of what it used to be, his dorm was ruined, and he was left with only experience and insight. It was precisely because Chen Kui disclosed this information without reservation that Zhang Dahai reluctantly trusted him. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than a dormitory building? Chen Kui shook his head. This move by the Mad King building is specifically targeting Su Lang. Then what should Lang Ji do? Zhang Dahai asked worriedly. Chen Kui imparted his wisdom, that's up to him. In the dorm survival game, being too strong is no good, being too weak is no good either. Only by playing it safe and low-key can you win everything. Yes, I totally agree with that, Zhang Dahai nodded repeatedly. Chen Kui urged him, let's hurry back. There will probably be quite a few tracking monsters soon. Monster players are different from regular monsters. They don't have the sharp sense of smell for players in the wild. So some players who can't withstand the door assaults will run outside. I estimate many players chosen to become monsters will also think of this and choose pursuit-type monsters. It's just a cycle of cat and mouse anyway. Zhang Dahai found this reasoning very sound and hurried back. Although the Edgewalker ability was strong, his opponents were other players. He knew all too well how sneaky those players could be. At the door, Zhang Dahai looked at Chen Kui strangely. Uncle Chen Kui, aren't you going back to your own dorm? My dorm is ruined, Hazy. How about I just become your tenant? Chen Kui rubbed his dirty hands together, staring at the dorm name with a grin. Fortune Feast Residence, good dorm indeed. Tenant count for dorm 33, +1. Roommate count for Yifan, +1. Time passed and all players were eagerly anticipating that moment of great fortune. This was a genuine opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step. The people in dorm 200 were no different. Su Lang had gotten the monster identity last round, so it wasn't impossible for him to get the Monster King identity this round. If Su Lang got the Monster King identity, he could not only command all monster players and monopolize the monster airdrops, but also control the human players, making them collect the human airdrops. This way he could kill two birds with one stone and break the Mad King building's defenses once again. However, the idea was beautiful, but reality often falls short. Once the 10 minutes were up, the game began again. Far from getting the Monster King identity, Su Lang and his group didn't even get the basic monster identity. We'll have to fight a defensive battle, Su Xiaomeng sighed. Not necessarily, Wang Yazhai shook her head, a few sharp glints flashing in her cool eyes. Monster players had airdrops. If they only defended, they might not be able to hold out. It could only be said that the Mad King building was truly too cunning. Congratulations, you have become the Monster King. You may choose one of the following 3 ultimate forms for transformation. 1. Earth Dragons. A powerful creature with a trace of dragon bloodline. Body length 12 meters, weight 23 tons. Its terrifying charge is the best weapon for attacking cities and conquering territories. You only need to advance to push over everything before you, invincible. 2. Son of the Slippery Head Ghost. Possesses the incomplete bloodline of the Monster King, the Slippery Head Ghost. Ability to conceal one's aura is extremely strong. As long as you don't appear, no one can find you. When struck into a near-death state, you will enter the next form with combat power doubled. 3. Golden Armored Corpse. A mighty warrior said to have guarded an immortal's cave dwelling in legends. Possesses the courage to stand against 10,000. Defense is unparalleled, attack is unparalleled. The Golden Armored Corpse must have been a battle-hardened general in life. After refinement by an immortal, it endures 100 calamities without perishing. Surviving the Thunder Tribulation allows it to become a corpse liberation immortal. Prerequisite for becoming the Monster King. Kill all tenants within the dorm, countdown 5 minutes. In Dorm 89, Tang Zi looked at the options before him, feeling only a roar in his brain and a complete blankness. He was actually chosen to become the Monster King. Ha ha ha, brother Tang, we were chosen to become monsters. Great, we can go break down doors this round. 100% drop rate, ha ha ha. His tilde, isn't this a bit not good? Su Lang is still looming over us. What Su Lang, what Su Si? The Monster King definitely has to go seize his blood pelican demon blade. He'll be the first to die. Hey brother Tang, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Don't know which monster form to choose. The 6 tenants were chattering noisily. One of the male tenants noticed Tang Zi's unusual state and asked curiously. Tang Zi stared fixedly at these tenants, his expression numb and desolate. Last round, new residents squeezed out the veteran player's living space. He endured it, so he didn't go join forces with Li Xuan, but he already felt incomparable pressure. Several players on the 5th floor absolutely wouldn't mind screwing him over in the game, and he, constrained by their methods, couldn't take action. The situation in Dorm 89 was already hanging by a thread. If he didn't make some changes, everyone would die. Yes, that's right. Uncle Tang, what's wrong with you? A young man, seeing Tang Zi's somewhat frightening expression, instinctively asked in his rural accent. He was Tang Zi's biological nephew. Tang Zi usually treated this only relative in the Mad King building very well. Brother Tang, did something happen? Another girl who had transformed into a fox demon frowned. Everyone noticed Tang Zi's strangeness, but they all thought something unexpected had happened, not thinking more deeply. After all, everyone who could become Tang Zi's tenants were naturally his trusted aides. Their fates were intertwined, sharing glory and disgrace. I'm sorry, there's not much time left. Tang Zi pulled out a spiked club, the countdown, only 5 minutes. Several minutes later, a monster gleaming with gold from head to toe walked out of Dorm 89. The dorm owner held the highest door control authority, and tenants couldn't attack the dorm owner inside the dorm. Although there were only 5 minutes, it was enough for Tang Zi to complete a massacre. For reasons unknown, Tang Zi did not close the dorm door. The inside was a bloody mess, openly displayed to the outside as if exposing the previous sin to sunlight could purify it. Those tenants he killed did not resurrect. This outcome was predictable. The vicious intent behind the Mad King building setting that prerequisite was already very clear. Tang Zi had understood this from the start, which was why he hesitated so much. All the monsters gathered on the 5th floor, demonic aura soaring to the sky, a spectacular sight. Kill. Tang Zi gave the order and was the first to crash into a dormitory door. Turrets attacked, hitting his golden scale-like exterior with minimal effect. The first step towards becoming the strongest began with stepping over the bones of other players on the same floor, who told them they were closest to him. 82 Wu Dai, help, guys, can you stop attacking my door? We all came from the same roots, why so eager to turn on one another? 83 Sun Heiachin, if you break my door, please don't kill me. I can give you all my equipment, even the dorm owner key. 84 Zhou Zioyu. Big brothers, please stop hitting the door, the durability is about to drop to 0, I'm begging you, boohoo. 85 Li Dabio. Can anyone invest some alloy steel, payback tenfold after this round? 86 Li Qin at Tang Zi, where are you? Brother Tang, come save us. 90 Zhao Zaya Omai. I saw it, the golden armored corpse came out of Dorm 89, Tang Zi, you will get what's coming to you. Help, help, help. Desperate screams echoed through the 5th floor. These monster players were not joking, they really intended to kill them. Bang, one player's door was smashed open, 7 or 8 monsters poured in. Ha ha ha, Kong Kaian, I've wanted to kill you for a long time for stealing the Ghost King mask during the day. A Weresina stared at a leather-jacketed man wielding nunchaku, laughing wildly. The leather-jacketed man's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Lai, we only had a little spat, it shouldn't go this far. A little spat, the Weresina flew into a rage, spitting saliva. You stole supplies I discovered first and you call that a little spat. I'm going to skin you now. Boss, stop wasting time arguing, tonight's time is limited. A bald fiend with a rotten gut said. Fighting noises erupted in the room, then subsided. The Weresina bit off Kong Kaian's face in one bite and kicked him away, sneering, screw you. Kong Kaian's belly had been ripped open, he was already dead. They did it to vent their anger. Keher, they actually have a lot of stock. I've wanted Kong Kaian's nunchaku for ages. Move faster, boss is hurrying. These monster players fought like real monsters, even crueler. Less than 20 minutes into the game, the 5th floor was wiped out. Some strong players had rushed to help, but it was useless. The Monster King's unified command was far too powerful, boosting the monster player's combat ability by a full tier. With the fifth floor annihilated, players on the fourth and sixth floors suffered the most. They were panicking. Jai Ren kept a calm face, watching the chatroom intently. Suddenly, he received a message. The monster army had all moved to the sixth floor. These idiots, they actually skipped the fourth floor. This will be their biggest mistake. In Dorm 66, a bald man laughed. Another man with chest muscles like a C-cup mocked, "That Monster King is stupid. If it were me, I'd split my forces." Hai-san frowned and looked at Jai Ren. "Boss, these monster players are playing too brutally. Wait, we'll rip them open and pinch them from both sides. We can't let this momentum spread." Jai Ren nodded. "Contact Xiao Yan and send word to Li Xuan and the others. Get anyone who can come help to shout out." After speaking, he stood and walked toward the door. The monster faction's momentum was too strong. It needed to be checked or no one would be able to play. Earlier, Jai Ren once wanted to become the Monster King. Now he was going to stop the Monster King. They were all players. There should be no permanent allegiance. "This is aimed at us." In the 10th floor hallway, Su Lang listened to the commotion downstairs and chuckled. Each person's choice seemed random but had reasons behind it. There were only two directional choices. Why did Tang Zi choose to go up instead of down? There was clearly a glaring four-time champion up there. The reason was simple. Tang Zi wanted to challenge that four-time champion to maximize his gains. "That Monster King is really Tang Zi? That's too much. I used to think he was somewhat human," Cao Yaxuan snapped. Cao Yaxuan and the others stood in the hallway. Expressions varied but all showed outrage. No matter what, players slaughtering players en masse was inhumane. Lang Ji, Hui and the others went down. Tong Chi looked toward the other end of the corridor. She saw Wu Hui and two other women all heading down the other stairwell. "Should we go help too?" Sherry asked. "Of course, it's a faction war," Su Lang nodded, looking at the girls. "Whoever wants to join, come. This fight could be dangerous." The women responded one after another. None of them chickened out. After sticking with Su Lang for so long, it's hard to be timid. Dorm 200 was stealthy when needed and fierce when necessary. Su Lang didn't hold to absolute dogma. He adapted to the moment and followed momentum. "Teacher Sherry, you're coming too?" Su Lang asked. Sherry liked adventure and puzzles but disliked killing. Yes. "I can heal everyone," Sherry nodded her pale chin. "All right, Dorm 200, everyone mobilize," Su Lang smiled. This time it was truly everyone, not even one person stayed to guard the door. The river-mouthed child opened his eyes and watched them leave, showing a hint of worry. The ghost child stood up and anxiously watched them go, its chubby little feet tiptoeing as if it wanted to follow. A steady stream of human players surged toward the 6th floor. The dorm corridor was at least 6 meters wide. It looked like a chaotic battlefield platform. Turrets roared, humans howled, monsters bellowed in a deafening chorus. Tang Zi's expression was fierce, but he felt a twinge of panic. He had not expected other floors to reinforce so quickly. This game was different from before. Players were getting more mature. "Tang Zi, stop them," Xiao Yan shouted from behind his door. "You don't want a repeat of last night, do you?" "Last night? Ha, that won't happen again." Tang Zi sneered and slammed his fist like 1,000 scales against Dorm 95's door, producing a drum-like boom. Xiao Yan watched the door's durability plummet, face filled with shame. How terrifying must Tang Zi's personal attributes be? "I'm not afraid to die. Come and kill me if you can." "Bring it on, head-ons." "Aw, damn it." While Tang Zi attacked the door, screams of injured monster players were heard elsewhere. His brow furrowed. He finally gave up on breaching the door and rushed to support the monsters to his right. Li Xuan's gaze was razor-sharp. His black spear flickered like a streak of lightning emerging from storm clouds, repeatedly sending monster players into critical condition. Martial Master is a pure combat sequence. Even though the monster players had decent stats and monster form bonuses, they couldn't match Li Xuan. Zhu Yan assisted beside him, patching gaps and shoring up defenses. Jai Ren was also fighting in that direction, leading muscular men like heavy infantry, absorbing most attacks. "No wonder pressure is so high here, it's because of you too." Tang Zi's every step boomed like a small mountain. "Tang Zi, turn back while you can." Li Xuan's expression hardened. "Old Wen, if you were me, would you turn back?" Tang Zi grunted and suddenly burst forward like a golden comet. On the road to the throne, there is only advance, no retreat. Either become bones or become king. He had no other path. Jai Ren took a deep breath and hefted a half-meter-thick dark shield, planting it in front of Tang Zi. The next second, he and the shield were launched forward, soaring over 10 meters and smashing straight into the corridor. "Weak, too weak." Tang Zi shook his head and sneered, but his words cut off abruptly. A tall figure carrying a demonic blade strode out of the stairwell. "What are you doing here, Su Lang?" Tang Zi asked urgently. This question actually left Su Lang momentarily stunned. To do what? Of course, to kill you. Someone like you would actually protect collective interests. Su Lang, hold on, is my reputation really that bad? Isn't that a bit too much to say? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. This was a faction war. As the four-time champion, could he possibly become a traitor to humanity? Besides, do you even know how strong I am now? My constitution is over 100, something you wouldn't even dare to imagine. Tang Zi stared at Su Lang, his tone tempting. As long as you cooperate with me, I can give you half of my gains. So he still wanted him to be a traitor. What you say makes a lot of sense. Su Lang nodded repeatedly. Seeing him like this, Li Xuan and the others' expressions changed. Zhai Ren, who had just managed to get back on his feet, nearly turned and ran upon hearing this. So you're willing to cooperate? Tang Zi's eyes lit up, two beams of golden light shooting from his golden pupils. Nope, Su Lang shook his head. You're messing with me? Tang Zi's face darkened. Su Lang continued shaking his head. If I really had that kind of idea, why would I share half with you instead of taking everything for myself? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present held their breath, momentarily unable to tell who was the real boss. Exactly, Tang Zi, how old are you? Why are you still so childish? Cao Yaxuan mocked. The end of the corridor was packed with people from Dorm 200 while the 5 leaders very tactfully gathered around Tang Zi. The others silently stepped back, leaving the main battlefield to the 2 superstar teams. Boss, don't delay, time is limited. A monster leader condensed an energy shield, blocking the turret's attack and urged. After the dormitory building optimization, the turrets gained a mode that only attacks monsters, which was very disadvantageous for them. Tang Zi hesitated, Su Lang still made him too apprehensive. But thinking of the price he had paid to get to this point, his eyes instantly turned cold again. All units attack. The moment he gave the order, fierce battle sounds erupted from the stairwells on both sides. At the same time, monsters also climbed up from downstairs to join the fray. Tang Zi had actually not committed all the monster players, keeping a portion as reserves. These reserves now played a crucial role, instantly reversing the situation where the monster players were surrounded and instead encircling the human players. Damn it, notify the other players to come help quickly. Zhai Ren cursed. Players were used to fighting inside their rooms and didn't like coming out, so most players were still holed up in their dorms. Hearing the commotion around him, Su Lang knew he couldn't delay any longer. Monster players could respawn, but human players couldn't. Even if they won in the end, the human players would suffer heavy losses. Little Tong, send 2 vengeful ghosts to follow me, Su Lang shouted in a low voice, his figure suddenly charging forward. 2 ethereal forms drifted over, sticking close to his sides. Daring to clash head-on with me? Tang Zi was overjoyed. He glanced warily at the long blade in Su Lang's hand, his fist suddenly condensing 2 balls of golden light. Clang tilde, the demon blade clashed with the fists, producing a metallic clang. Blocking this strike, Tang Zi's heart immediately settled. Since the Mad King building wanted to reclaim the ultra-dangerous item, it wouldn't give him some garbage form to fool him. Ha, you didn't expect it, did you? I chose the golden armored corpse specifically to counter your demon blade. Tang Zi laughed wildly, rushing forward with a punch aimed at Su Lang's face. His fist emitted golden light like a golden sun. Su Lang hastily retreated a step. Kill. Seeing Su Lang at a disadvantage, the monster army was instantly invigorated, roaring as they charged forward. The 5 monster leaders charged at the forefront, heading straight for Cao Yaxuan and the other women behind Su Lang. At that moment, 2 purple fire dragons suddenly shot out from Su Lang's body, spreading to a 10-meter radius in front of him in the blink of an eye, forming a sea of purple flames. Screams rose everywhere. The 5 monster leaders were all being devoured by the purple flames, unable to extinguish them no matter how they beat at them. Sizzle tilde. Tang Zi was also being burned by the purple flames. He snorted coldly, a brilliant golden light erupting from his body. The purple flames were instantly suppressed, their intensity receding, but they did not go out. Such high priority, Tang Zi frowned. Suddenly, he opened his mouth towards Su Lang and spewed a golden river of light. I must kill you quickly. Tang Zi's sneak attack was something Su Lang had anticipated. The suddenly soaring killing intent was the best warning sign. Su Lang dodged immediately, but it was still a step too late. The golden river seemed to be composed of countless fine golden needles. It merely grazed his shoulder, yet it caused the ghostly profound armor's durability to drop by 50 points. The ghostly profound armor's total durability was only 800 points. If Su Lang had taken that hit head-on, the ghostly profound armor could have been half destroyed. You're still full of life. What's up with your equipment? Tang Zi raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. According to the panel description, this killing move was supposed to be extremely powerful. Why did it seem like it didn't even break through the defense? Get closer and you'll find out. As soon as Su Lang finished speaking, a tremendous suction force suddenly erupted around him. Ghostly siphon, Tang Zi lost his footing and flew towards Su Lang. The two vengeful ghosts immediately pounced, clinging tightly to Tang Zi, causing his stats to drop. Ghost slash. Ghost Chi condensed and slashed down fiercely. At the critical moment, Tang Zi raised his arms, blocking this strike. Simultaneously, a bloody gash was cut into his arm, making him howl in pain. The defensive power of this golden armored corpse was truly something. The demon blade and fists clashed repeatedly, metallic clangs ringing out one after another. The situation reached a stalemate for a moment. The more they fought, the more alarmed Tang Zi became. He was the dormitory-appointed monster king. How could Su Lang possibly fight him head-on? This was simply unbelievable. His constitution was about to break 200. As for this end of the corridor, the monster faction was in a suppressed state. The combat prowess of the 7 women from Dorm 200 was fully demonstrated in this battle. Cao Yaxuan frequently unleashed area of effect damage, hard controlling the enemies. Tong Chi played a summoner style, with ghostly creatures spread all around. She occasionally unleashed a sinister skill to deliver a fatal blow. Other players couldn't even find an opening to help. Su Ruyan flickered in and out of sight. Whenever she made a move, it was a guaranteed kill. Su Xiaomeng, wearing the puppet gloves and combining them with psychic martial arts, had extremely strong individual combat ability. Zhen Lu and Sherry were a bit less involved, but one was support and the other was emergency reinforcements, playing significant roles at critical moments. Among the 7 women, Wang Yazhai stood out the most, like a sharp sword piercing deep into the enemy's ranks, beheading a monster leader at the fastest speed possible. The commotion from Cao Yaxuan and the others was too intense. Li Xuan and his group couldn't even find a way to intervene, so they simply plunged into the stairwell to clear out the other monster players. Seeing his side about to collapse, Tang Zi grew anxious. He repeatedly spewed golden rivers of light, soon showing signs of exhaustion. A great opportunity. A divine light suddenly flashed in Su Lang's eyes as Ghost Chi condensed on the demon blade. Fine, 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 let's settle this. Tang Zi took a deep breath, the golden light on his body suddenly blazing brightly. Then he saw flames even more brilliant than his own golden light. Blazing golden flames, symbolic of metallic immortality, covered the demon blade longsword. Innate divine treasures. Refining the body with innate true chi will open the body's divine treasures. Bone and sinew divine treasures are open, constitution plus 40. 5 viscera divine treasures are open. Innate true chi can be converted into metal god, wood god, water god, fire god, and earth god powers. 6 bowels divine treasures are unopened. Brain domain divine treasures are unopened. The attributes boosted by this skill are permanent. Just before tonight arrived, Su Lang's 5 viscera divine treasures had already opened. And what he was using now was the fire god power. Although its form was flame, its color was gold, symbolizing metallic immortality. Tang Zi was stunned, instinctively feeling a trace of fear. That golden flame seemed like something sacred and majestic, making him naturally feel a sliver of timidity. The next second, a layer of purple flames covered the ghost chi and golden flames. Tang Zi wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Su Lang, dragging the blood pelican demon blade stacked with full buffs, slashed it directly onto his chest. Crack, 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 tilde. Tang Zi's chest shattered and then exploded with a boom. His remaining body burned with flickering flames. Truly worthy of being a golden armored corpse, its power is terrifying to such an extent, Su Lang sighed, sheathing his blade. Li Xuan, who was rushing over, twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this, silently cursing Su Lang for being such a humble bragger. He didn't know that in Su Lang's book, any enemy capable of harming a single hair on his leg was already considered a formidable foe. Lang Ji being able to kill Tang Zi with 1 slash is already incredibly impressive, Tong Chi said as she walked over. I consumed a portion of my innate true chi, which is a bit of a pity, Su Lang shook his head. The golden armored corpse's strength was truly formidable. If its constitution were converted into numerical values, it would definitely and steadily surpass his own, and it even had specialized defense against bladed weapons. Yet it still died by his blade. The reason was none other than this. Attribute restraint. Su Lang had studied the compendium of folk mysteries and oddities which contained records about golden armored corpses. A golden armored corpse is an extremely rare high-level zombie. Even divine weapons and sharp blades find it difficult to harm. Its only fears are thunder and fire. Within the 5 elements, fire overcomes metal. Furthermore, thunder is the tribulation a golden armored corpse must face to transcend and become an immortal. It has no choice but to fear it. It's a pity his mastery over electromagnetic force wasn't top-notch. Otherwise, he could have given Tang Zi a taste of thunder escape. Kirin, brother Lang, shall we go break the limbs of those monsters? Li Xuan suggested. Previously, he had called him little brother. But after witnessing that slash from Su Lang, he felt he had been a bit too presumptuous. All right, Su Lang nodded. The monsters in this section of the corridor had already been slaughtered by Li Xuan and the others. Now, only the monsters at the other end of the hallway remained. With Tang Zi's death, the monster faction's morale had already collapsed. When Su Lang and Li Xuan arrived, it completely turned into a situation of chasing down the fleeing and routing enemy. Not running wasn't an option. Dying wasn't really the issue. The key was the fear of being captured alive. In the end, the human faction captured over 30 monster players, locking them all inside the breached dormitory rooms, waiting to kill them directly once 6 o'clock passed. Some human players had died in the battle, all their belongings dropping. These dropped items were taken by their roommates. They weren't looted by everyone, as they were, after all, on the same side. This counted as one of the few instances of conscience among players. Moreover, even if someone did take them, they might be visited by the other party's floor leader afterwards, which wouldn't be worth it. Just as everyone was venting their anger on the captives, the dormitory broadcast sounded. Human airdrop has been delivered. Coordinates, flower bed in front of the teaching building. Without another word, Su Lang immediately set off for the location. Aside from some timid players, all the other players headed towards the teaching building. Everyone's speed varied, which inevitably caused the flow of people to scatter. A group of monsters suddenly charged out from around a corner, killing several players before being beaten to death by the surrounding crowd. This caused many players to cool their heads and turn back. For monster players now, killing just one human was breaking even. After all, they could revive. And the more intense the fight, the less they feared it, as it could also help them avoid capture. Li Xuan and Floating Life Play did not go to the teaching building. Instead, they led a group of human players to guard the imprisoned monster players. As a result, they indeed saw monster players prowling around the area. The appearance of a single airdrop completely disrupted the rhythm of the human faction. Many players turning back ran into monster players again, leading to battles. In open areas, the monster players' strength was fully utilized. They killed over 10 human players in a row before finally being wiped out by Qizai and her team. What a bunch of fools. When they saw Su Lang going, they should have known the airdrop didn't belong to them. Floating Life Play sneered, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Li Xuan held his spear, silent, feeling some regret for those players' deaths. He wasn't a soft-hearted person, but watching humans kill each other always gave him a sense of bleak desolation. It was as if within this Mad King building, humans had become utterly and completely playthings. In front of the teaching building, the first human player to arrive wasn't Su Lang but Zhen Lu. She transformed into a golden eagle and flew directly over, but she didn't land. Instead, her eagle eyes scanned the area below. The monster players also heard the dormitory broadcast about the airdrop and had gathered here. A few scattered monster players stood in the open, while even more lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Holy crap, that eagle is Zhen Lu! A treant monster player standing by the airdrop exclaimed in surprise after checking Zhen Lu's information. Is Su Lang coming? Let's get out of here, another monster player said fearfully. Let's try one more time. The treant's hands grew vines that wrapped around the large military green treasure chest, dragging it with great effort. Other monster players also helped. Zhen Lu felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, but upon seeing the large treasure chest remain immovable, she relaxed. At that moment, a figure came sprinting at high speed. Upon clearly seeing the figure's appearance, the monster players were scared witless and immediately took off running. Su Lang had arrived. Swish, swish, swish. Su Lang didn't go straight for the treasure chest. Instead, he first severed the limbs of these monster players. Don't capture me and take me back. I didn't attack the door, I really didn't, Lang Ji, believe me. Have the guts to kill me, damn it. The three monster players screamed and shouted, their miserable state pitiful to behold. Because it was too tragic, the other monster players couldn't bear to watch and swiftly ran further away. We're kind-hearted, we can't watch this. Zhen Lu's body transformed into her human form, her wings flapping as she descended. Su Lang's eyes lit up, saying, Xiao Lu, have you already developed a human-beast hybrid form? Sort of, but it can only be maintained for a few seconds. Zhen Lu shook her head. Su Lang nodded, walked forward, and opened the airdrop treasure chest. Inside lay a wildly styled machine gun. Yellow talisman paper was pasted on its barrel, giving it a kind of beauty that combined the supernatural with technology. Thunder God Gatlings. Type of level. Effect 1 Thunder God Talisman. Bullets carry a slight might of thunder and can hit ethereal forms. Effect 2 Infinite Ammo. The Thunder God magazine absorbs free-floating matter to generate bullets. It can generate up to 1,000 rounds every 10 minutes. If used up, it will enter a cooldown state early. Time limit. The Thunder God Gatling will disappear at 6 o'clock today. Introduction: the crystallization of wisdom from a fantastical industry. As a poem attests, behold the Bodhisattva Gatling 3,600 revolutions per breath, with great compassion saving all sentient beings. When bullets are fired, all is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, thus have I heard. Additional information: kill 100 monsters with the Thunder God Gatling to remove its time limit. Su Lang's arm muscles bulged as he directly lifted the Thunder God Gatling in his hands, aiming it at a few monster players who hadn't run far enough and pulling the trigger. A torrent of metal poured forth like a bursting dam. Those monster players didn't even have time to grunt before being riddled with holes like sieves. What incredible power! Su Lang felt both joy and shock. Not only was this thing powerful, its recoil was also intense. Even with his constitution approaching 150 points, he felt his body go numb from the vibration. The weapon was originally designed to be mounted on the ground for use, yet he had simply lifted the bipod and fired it. Because of this development, some monster players who had been watching from a distance also withdrew, not daring to linger any longer. Some players who had come to snatch the airdrop stood watching from afar. Su Lang turned his head to look, seeing that row upon row of players. A bold idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. If he could line them up and mow them down, how satisfying would that be? Su Lang, is this the equipment from the airdrop? Cao Yaxuan hurried over, asking joyfully. She felt the power of this machine gun was even greater than that of the turrets. Su Lang nodded. Su Ruyan said happily, after this round of the game, we'll have one more turret. Plus this machine gun, our firepower will be completely sufficient. Congratulations, congratulations. Senior Sister Red Butterfly floated beside Tongqi, offering her cheerful congratulations. The stronger Su Lang and the others became, the safer she would be. To some extent, she hoped for their strength even more than the tenants did. After all, she was now Tongqi's ghost pet, equivalent to a master-servant relationship bound by contract. Let's go find other monsters. Su Lang shared the information about the Thunderbolt Gatling with everyone and spoke up. The women all nodded in agreement. A major killing weapon like the Thunder God Gatling was definitely something to be pocketed. It would be a shame to just let it fly away. So what do you think? In Dorm 33, Zhang Dahai looked at Chen Kui, who was still struggling to calm his shock with a beaming smile. Strong, Chen Kui raised a thumb then added, unbelievably strong. Yifan laughed heartily. Uncle Chen Kui, you've just arrived at the dorm. Get more familiar with Lang Ji's style and you'll adapt. Chen Kui fell silent. Based on his estimation, given the Monster King's stature, its combined attributes should be at least 200, maybe even more. And this was only the 5th round of the game. That guy named Su Lang had already developed to the point of solo killing such a boss. If nothing went wrong, he really might become a dorm owner in the future. And since the Mad King building didn't allow relocation, he himself would most likely have to stay here permanently. So should he really try to latch onto this powerful thigh? That kid must have some incredible sequence or curio. And this Mad King building, having a god-tier trait like shared glory and shame, appear as early as the 3rd round. What will the traits of the 6th and 9th rounds be like? Who could possibly stand against the Mad King building in a future building war? Chen Kui's thoughts churned tumultuously, his expression shifting between dark and bright. Speaking of which, Uncle Chen Kui, how strong are you actually? Zhang Dahai looked at Chen Kui and suddenly asked. As the dorm owner, he needed to have some understanding of his tenant's strength. Not exactly weak compared to you guys anyway, Chen Kui replied. Want to compare? Zhang Dahai's interest was piqued. Break it, pay for it. Then forget it. Chen Kui looked like a complete scoundrel. Having been here for less than an hour, he had already swindled several drinks and snacks from Ziofen. By the way, this is your dorm building's 5th round of the game. After it finishes, the dorm building will update with some new things. You should prepare, Chen Kui spoke up. Specifically what? Yifan, wearing an apron, asked while putting ingredients into the hot pot. Mainly changes to the core facilities. Chen Kui looked around. Do you have any core facilities here? Zhang Dahai shook his head. No, the top player has always been Lang Ji. As for others, it seems Uncle Wen has an air conditioner. After so many rounds of the game, with veteran players passing on knowledge and the black market merchant Kirby around, everyone's knowledge base had been updated several times over. They all knew what core facilities were. Almost forgot, the core facilities for you local players are all with Su Lang, Chen Kui sighed. then you have no share in this opportunity. Uncle Chen Kui, you're a veteran player from 10+ cycles ago. Don't you have any core facilities? Yifan asked. Chen Kui immediately put on a stern face. Flowing water doesn't strive to be first. Yifan immediately looked at Chen Kui with the eyes of a fellow traveler. The Heavenly Emperor Yi's dream had been shattered in the first round. Now there was only Zaya Fenzi who loved cooking. However, there are other opportunities. Chen Kui suddenly spoke with an air of profound wisdom. What are they? Yifan quickly refilled his cup with beiju. Zhang Dahai looked at Chen Kui curiously. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Even if Chen Kui was a slacker, his experience was undeniable. Moreover, Zhang Dahai felt Chen Kui wasn't ordinary. Pioneering, Chen Kui declared with force. I'm revived. In a certain basement, Tang Zi's consciousness returned from the void. His vision could directly see the locations of other monsters from several kilometers away. Why are there so few monsters? And they're all gathered together. Tang Zi was shocked and quickly posted in the monster chat room. Immediately, the surviving monster players responded, clamoring for Tang Zi to come rescue them. Damn it, so you're all just captured and not dead yet. Tang Zi's defenses crumbled. He had thought that after his death, other monster players had stepped up to carry the torch and accomplish something great. To counterattack, we must rescue these monster players. And also, we cannot confront Su Lang head-on. Tang Zi took a deep breath and prepared to leave the basement. Right at that moment, the dormitory broadcast sounded. Monster airdrop has been distributed. Coordinate location. Gymnasium basketball court. Tang Zi's eyes bulged and he immediately burst into laughter. There were still 3 hours until the game ended. The real show was yet to come. The monsters are going for the airdrop, Cao Yaxuan exclaimed in a low voice. This is a good thing, Su Lang's eyes shone brightly. He wasn't worried about too many monsters, he was worried they wouldn't come. Under the thunder god Gatling, all monsters are equal. The group from Dorm 200 immediately changed direction, heading towards the gymnasium. A hawk's cry came from the sky. Zhen Lu descended, her face pale. I can't go on. She had been acting as the scout in the sky, searching for other monster positions and could no longer maintain her transformation. It's fine, you all take care of Zaya Lu. I'll go ahead. As Su Lang spoke, he gave himself an injection and his speed suddenly increased. Even Su Lang would have to give way if someone was wielding the thunder god Gatling. This showed the true value of the airdrop. Despise the enemy strategically but take them seriously tactically. Su Lang didn't want to capsize in a minor ditch and ruin a perfectly good situation. Gymnasium. From a high-altitude view, human players in the wilderness were all heading towards the gymnasium, including the monster players who had been hiding. The airdrop was the match point. While human players couldn't pick it up, they could defend it. Ha, destiny is on my side. A dinosaur man hopped and skipped, jumping down from the spectator stands, his eyes completely fixed on the large crimson box placed in the center of the court. He was so close to the gymnasium. Surely no one could be faster than him, right? If he got the airdrop, even if he couldn't reverse the situation, he could at least have a damn good time. Thud, he leaped with all his might, landing before the airdrop box. As he opened the box, he chuckled gleefully. They call it an airdrop, but they just stuffed it into this non-open-air basketball court. Mad King Building, you're really at Sundir Loli who says one thing but means another, hehe. The airdrop box was open.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.